And Miles to Go Before I Sleep by William F. Nolan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. He knew to the exact minute when he was going to die, and Earth was too far away to reach. And Miles to Go Before I Sleep by William F. Nolan. Alone within the humming ship, deep in its honeycombed metal chambers, Murdoch waited for death. While the rocket moved inexorably toward Earth, an immense silver needle threading the dark fabric of space, he waited calmly through the final hours, knowing that the verdict was absolute, that hope no longer existed. Electronically self-sufficient, the ship was doing its job perfectly, the job it had been built to do. After 20 years in space, the ship was taking Robert Murdoch home. Home. Earth. Thayrville, a small town in Kansas. Clean air, a shaded street, and a white two-story house at the end of the block. Home, after 2 decades among the stars. Sitting quietly before the round port, seeing and not seeing the endless darkness surrounding him, Murdoch was remembering. He remembered the worried face of his mother, her whispered prayers for his safety as he mounted the rocket ramp those 20 years ago. He could still feel the final crushing handshake of his father moments before the outer airlock slid closed. His mother had been 55 then, his father 63. It was almost impossible to believe that they were now old and white-haired. And what of himself? He was now 41, and space had weathered him as the plains of Kansas had weathered his father. He, too, had labored as his father had labored, but on strange, alien worlds, under suns far hotter than Sol. Murdoch's face was square and hard-featured, his eyes dark and deep under the thrusting ledges of bone. He had changed as they had changed. He was a stranger going home to strangers. Carefully, Murdoch unfolded his mother's last letter, written in her flowery, archaic hand, and received just before Earth takeoff. Dearest Bob, oh, we are so excited. Your father and I listened to your voice on the tape over and over, telling us that you were coming home to us at last. We are both so eager to see you, son. As you know, we have not been too well of late. Your father's heart does not allow him out much anymore, and I have had a few fainting spells over the past months. But Dr. Tom says that we are all right, and you are not to worry. Just hurry home to us, Bob. We both pray God you will come back safely. All our love, Mother. Robert Murdoch put the letter aside and clenched his fists. Only brief hours remained to him, and the small Kansas town of Thayrville was an impossible distance across space. He knew he would never reach it alive. The lines of an ancient poem by Robert Frost whispered through his mind. But I have promises to keep, and miles to go before I sleep. He had promised his parents that he would come home, and he meant to keep that promise. The doctors had shown him that it was impossible. They had charted his death. They had told him when his heart would stop beating, when his breathing would cease. Death, for Robert Murdoch, was a certainty. His alien disease was incurable. But they had listened to his plan. They had listened and agreed. Now, with less than a half an hour of life remaining, Murdoch was walking down one of the ship's long corridors, his boot heels ringing on the narrow metal walkway. He was ready at last to keep his promise. Murdoch paused before a wall storage locker, twisted a small dial. A door slid smoothly back. He looked up at the tall man standing motionless in the darkness. Reaching forward, Murdoch made a quick adjustment. The tall man stepped down into the corridor, and the light flashed in his deep-set eyes, almost hidden behind thrusting ledges of bone. The man's face was hard and square-featured. "My name is Robert Murdoch," said the tall figure in the neat patrol uniform. "I am 41 years of age, a rocket pilot going home to Earth." He paused. "And I am sound of mind and body." Murdoch nodded slowly. "Indeed you are," he said. "How much longer do you have, sir?" "Another 10 minutes, perhaps a few seconds beyond that," replied Murdoch. I'm sorry," said the tall figure. Murdoch smiled. He knew that a machine, however perfect, could not experience the emotion of sorrow, but it eased him to hear the words. "You will be fine," he thought. "You will serve well in my place, and my parents will never suspect that their son has not come home to them." "It must all be perfect," said Murdoch. "Of course," said the machine. "When the month I am to spend with them is over, they'll see me board a rocket for space. And they'll understand that I cannot return to them for another 20 years. They will accept the fact that a spaceman must return to the stars, that he cannot leave the service before he is 60. Let me assure you, sir, it will all go well." Yes, Murdoch told himself, it will go well. Every detail has been considered. My voice is his voice, my habits his own. The tapes I have pre-recorded will continue to reach them at specific intervals until their death. They will never know I'm gone. "Are you ready now, sir?" the tall figure asked gently. Murdoch drew in his breath. "Yes," he said, "I'm ready now." And they began to walk down the long corridor. Murdoch remembered how proud his parents had been when he was finally accepted for space training, the only boy in Thayerville to be chosen. But then, it was only right that he should have been the one. The other boys, those who failed, had not lived the dream as he had lived it. From the moment he had watched the first moon rocket land, he had known, beyond any possible doubt, that he would become a rocket man. He had stood there in the cold December of 1980, a boy of 12, watching the great rocket fired down from space, watching it thaw and blacken the frozen Earth. He had known that one day he would follow it back to the stars, to vast and alien horizons, to worlds past imagining. He remembered his last night on Earth, 20 long years ago, when he had felt the pressing immensity of the vast and terrible universe surrounding him as he lay in his bed. He remembered the sleepless hours before dawn, when he could feel the tension building within the single room, within himself lying there in the heated stillness of the small, white house. He remembered the rain near morning, drumming the roof, and the thunder roaring powerfully across the Kansas sky. And then, somehow, the thunder's roar blended into the deep atomic roar of the rocket, carrying him away from Earth, away to the burning stars, away, away. A tall figure in a neat patrol uniform closed the outer airlock and watched the body drift into blackness. The ship and the android were one, two complex and perfect machines doing their job. For Robert Murdoch, the journey was over. The long miles had come to an end. Now he would sleep forever in space. When the rocket landed, the crowds were there, waving and shouting out Murdoch's name as he appeared on the silver ramp. He smiled and raised his hand in salute, standing there, tall in the sun, his splendid dress uniform reflecting the light in 1,000 glittering patterns. At the far end of the ramp, two figures waited. An old man bowed and trembled over a cane, and a seamed and wrinkled woman, her hair blowing white, her eyes shining. When the tall spaceman reached them, they embraced him feverishly, clinging tight to his arms. Their son had returned. Robert Murdoch had come home from space. "Well," said a man at the fringe of the crowd, "there they go." His companion sighed and shook his head. "I still don't think it's right somehow. It just doesn't seem right to me." "It's what they wanted, wasn't it?" asked the other. "It's what they wrote in their wills. They vowed their son would never come home to death. In another month he'll be gone anyway. Back for another 20 years. Why ruin it all for him?" The man paused, shading his eyes against the sun. "And they are perfect, aren't they? He'll never know." "I suppose you're right," nodded the second man. "He'll never know." And he watched the old man and old woman and the tall son until they were out of sight. The end of And Miles to Go Before I Sleep by William F. Nolan. A Matter of Magnitude by Al Sevcik. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. When you're commanding a spaceship over a mile long and armed to the teeth, you don't exactly expect to be told to get the hell out. A Matter of Magnitude by Al Sevcik. The ship, for reasons that had to do with the politics of appropriations, was named Senator Joseph L. Holloway, but the press and the public called her Big Joe. Her captain, Six-Star Admiral Heselton, thought of her as Great Big Joe, and never fully got over being awestruck at the size of his command. "She's a mighty big ship, Rogers," he said proudly to the navigator, ignoring the latter's rather vacant stare and fixed smile. "More than a mile long and wider than hell." He waved his hands expansively. "She's never touched down on Earth, you know. Never will. Too big for that. They built her on the moon. The cost? Well..." Swiveling his chair around, Heselton slowly surveyed the ship's control room with a small, satisfied smile. The two pilots, sitting far forward, almost hidden by their banks of instruments. The radar operators idly watching their scopes. The three flight engineers sitting intently at their enormous control consoles. And just behind, the radio shack, its closed doors undoubtedly hiding a game of cards. For weeks now, as the Big Joe moved across the galaxy's uncharted fringe, the radio bands had been completely dead, except, of course, for the usual star-static hissing and burping in the background. Turning back again to his navigator, Heselton smiled modestly and noticed that the Big Joe was undisputedly the largest, most powerful, most feared, and most effective spaceship in the known universe. As always, Rogers nodded in agreement. The fact that he'd heard it 100 times didn't make it any less true. Big Joe, armed with every weapon known to Terran technology, was literally the battleship to end all battleships. Ending battleships and battles was in fact her job, and she did it well. For the first time, the galaxy was at peace. With a relaxed sigh, Heseltine leaned back to gaze at the stars and contemplate the vastness of the universe. compared to which even Big Joe was an insignificant dot. "Well," said Rogers, "time for another course check. He jumped back, barely avoiding the worried lieutenant who exploded upon them from the radio shack. "A signal, sir. Damn close on the VHS band. The transmission is completely overriding the background noise." He waved excitedly to someone in the radio shack, and an overhead speaker came to life, emitting a distant, crackling, grunting sound. "It's audio of some sort, sir, but there's lots more to the signal than that." In one motion, Heseltine's chair snapped forward. His right fist hit the red emergency alert button on his desk, and his left snapped on the ship's intercom. Lights dimmed momentarily as the powerful emergency drive units snapped into action, and the ship echoed with the sound of 2,000 men running to battle stations. "Bridge to radar, report." "Radar to bridge, all clear." Heseltine stared incredulously at the intercom. "Radar to bridge repeating, all clear. Admiral, we've got 2 men on every scope. There's nothing anywhere." A new voice cut in on the speaker. "Radio track to bridge." Frowning, Heseltine answered. "Bridge. Come in, radio track, we're listening." "Sir," the crisp voice of the radio track section commander had an excited tinge. "Sir, Doppler calculations show that the source of those signals is slowing down somewhere to our right. It's acting like a spaceship, sir, that's coming to a halt." The Admiral locked eyes with Rogers for a second, then shrugged. "Slow the ship and circle right. Radio track, can you get me a posting on the object's position?" "No can do, sir. Doppler effect can't be used on a slow-moving source. It's still off to our right, but that's the best I can say." "Sir," another voice chimed in, "this is fire control. We've got our directional antennas on the thing. It's either directly right or directly left of the ship, matching speed with us exactly." "Either to our right or left?" "That's the best we can do, sir, without radar help." "Admiral, sir." The lieutenant who had first reported the signal came running back. "Judging from the frequency and strength, we think it's probably less than 100 miles away." "Less than 100? Of course we can't be positive, sir." Heseltine whirled back to the intercom. "Radar! That thing is practically on our neck. What the hell's the matter with the equipment?" The radar commander's voice showed distinct signs of strain. "Can't help it, Admiral. The equipment is working perfectly. We've tried the complete range of frequencies. 25 different sets are in operation. We're going blind looking. There is absolutely nothing at all." For a moment, the bridge was silent, except for a clacking grunting from the overhead speakers, which, if anything, sounded louder than before. "It's TV, sir." The radio lieutenant came running in again. "We've unscrambled the image. Here." The communication screen on Heselton's desk glowed for a moment, then flashed into light. The figure was clearly alien, though startlingly humanoid, at least from the waist up, which was all that showed on the screen. A large mouth, slightly bulging eyes gave it a somewhat jovial, frog-like demeanor. Seated at a desk similar to Heseltine's, wearing a gaudy uniform profusely sewn with a variety of insignia, it was obviously Heseltine's counterpart, the commander of the alien vessel. Looks like we've contacted a new race. Let's return the call, Lieutenant." A tiny red light glowed beneath the miniature camera on Heseltine's desk, and almost at once the alien's face registered obvious satisfaction. It waved a 6-finger hand in an unorthodox but friendly greeting. Heseltine waved back. The alien pointed to his mouth, made several clacking, grunting sounds, and moved a hand on his desk. The scene switched to another alien standing in front of what looked like a blackboard, with a piece of chalk in his hand. The meaning was clear. Lieutenant, have this transmission switched to linguistics section. Maybe those guys can work some sort of language. The screen blanked out. Hasseltine leaned back, tense, obviously worried. Hesitantly, he reached out and touched a button on the intercom. Astronomy? Professor, there's a ship right next door somewhere that should stand out like King Kong in a kindergarten. I know, Admiral. I've been listening to the intercom. Our optical equipment isn't designed for close-range work, but we've been doing the best we can, tried everything from infrared through ultraviolet. If there's a ship out there, I'm afraid it's invisible. Beads of sweat sprinkled on Hesseltine's forehead. This is bad, Rogers. Mighty bad. Nervously, he walked across to the right of the bridge and stood, hands clasped behind his back, staring blankly out at the blackness and the scattered stars. I know there is a ship out there, and I know that the ship simply can't be invisible, not to radar and optics. What makes you sure there is only one, sir? Hesseltine cracked his fists together. My God, Rogers, you're right. There might be. The intercom crackled. This is fire control again, sir. I think we've got something on the radiation detectors. Good work. What did you find? Slight radioactivity, typical of interstellar drive mechanisms, somewhere off to our right. Can't tell exactly where, though. How far away is it? I don't know, sir. Heston's hands dropped to his side. Thanks, he said, for the help. His desk TV flashed into life with a picture of the smiling alien commander. This is the linguistics section, Admiral. The aliens understand a fairly common galactic symbology. I believe we can translate simple messages for you now. Ask him where the hell he is, Hesseltine snapped without thinking. Then instantly regretted it as the alien's face showed unmistakable surprise. The alien's smile turned into an almost unbelievable grin. He turned sideways to speak to someone out of sight of the camera, and suddenly burst into a series of roaring cackles. He's laughing, sir, the translator commented unnecessarily. The joke was strictly on the aliens. Hasseltine's face whitened in quick realization. Rogers, they don't know we can't see them. Look, sir. The navigator pointed to a TV screen and a brilliantly clear image of Big Joe shimmering against the galaxy, lit by millions of stars. Every missile point, even the military numerals along her nose, were clearly visible. They're rubbing it in, Rogers, showing us what we look like to them. Hasseltine's face was chalk. They could blast Big Joe apart, piece by piece. The most powerful ship in the galaxy. Maybe, said Rogers, the second most powerful. Without answering, Hesseltine turned and looked out again in empty space and millions of steady, unwinking stars. His mind formed an image of a huge, ethereal spaceship, missile ports open, weapons aimed directly at Big Joe. The speaker interrupted his nightmare. This is fire control, Admiral. With your permission, I'll scatter a few C-bombs. Hesseltine leapt for the microphone. Are you out of your mind? We haven't the slightest idea of the forces that guy has. We might be in the center of a whole blooming fleet. Ever think of that? The alien's face, still smirking, appeared again on the screen. He says, said the interpreter, that he finds the presence of our armed ship very annoying. Hesseltine, knew what he had to do. "Tell him," he said, swallowing hard, "that we apologize. This part of the galaxy is strange to us. He says he is contemplating blasting us out of the sky." Heselton said nothing, but he longed to reach out and throttle the grinning alien face. "However," the interpreter continued, "he will let us go safely if we leave immediately. He says to send an unarmed diplomatic vessel next time, and maybe his people will talk to us. Thank him for his kindness." Heselton's jaws clenched so tightly that they ached. "He says," said the interpreter, "to get the hell out." The grinning face snapped off the screen, but the cackling laughter continued to reverberate in the control room until the Radio Shack finally turned off the receiver. "Reverse course," the Admiral ordered quietly. "Maximum drive. 1,000 missile launchers designed to disintegrate solar systems were deactivated. Hundreds of gyros swung the mile-long ship end for end and stabilized her on a reverse course. Drive units big enough to power several major cities whined into operation. Anti-grav generators with the strength to shift small planets counterbalanced the external acceleration, and the ship moved away, with a speed approaching that of light. "Well," muddled Heseltine, "that's the first time Big Joe has ever had to retreat." As if it were his own personal failure, he walked slowly across the control room and down the corridor toward his cabin. "Admiral!" Lost in thought, Heseltine barely heard the call. "Admiral, look!" Pausing at the door to his cabin, Heseltine turned to face the ship's chief astronomer, running up, waving 2 large photographs. "Look, sir!" The professor gasped for breath. "We thought this was a spot on the negative, but one of the men got curious and enlarged it about 100 times. He held up one of the photos. It showed a small, fuzzy, but unmistakable spaceship. No wonder we couldn't spot it with our instruments." Heseltine snatched it out of his hand. "I see what you mean. This ship must have been thousands of miles." The professor shook his head. "No, sir. As a matter of fact, it was quite close by. But we figure that the total length of the alien ship is roughly 1.5 inches. The end of A Matter of Magnitude by Al Sivka.
Happy Ending by Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. Happy Ending by Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore. This is the way the story ended. James Kelvin concentrated very hard on the thought of the chemist with the red mustache who had promised him $1 million. It was simply a matter of tuning in on the man's brain, establishing a rapport. He had done it before. Now it was more important than ever that he do it this one last time. He pressed the button on the gadget the robot had given him, and thought hard. Far off, across limitless distances, he found the rapport. He clamped on the mental tight beam. He wrote it. The red-mustached man looked up, gaped, and grinned delightedly. "So there you are," he said. "I didn't hear you come in. Good grief, I've been trying to find you for 2 weeks." "Tell me one thing quick," Kelvin said. "What's your name?" "George Bailey. Incidentally, what's yours?" But Kelvin didn't answer. He had suddenly remembered the other thing the robot had told him about that gadget which established rapport when he pressed the button. He pressed it now, and nothing happened. The gadget had gone dead. Its task was finished, which obviously meant that he had at last achieved health, fame, and fortune. The robot had warned him, of course. The thing was set to do one specialized job. Once he got what he wanted, it would work no more. So, Kelvin got the $1 million. And he lived happily ever after. This is the middle of the story. As he pushed aside the canvas curtain, something, a carelessly hung rope, swung down at his face, knocking the horn-rimmed glasses askew. Simultaneously, a vivid bluish light blazed into his unprotected eyes. He felt a curious, sharp sense of disorientation, a shifting motion that was almost instantly gone. Things steadied before him. He let the curtain fall back into place, making legible again the painted inscription. Horoscopes. Learn your future. And he stood staring at the remarkable horomancer. It was impossible, the robot said in a flat, precise voice. You are James Kelvin. You are a reporter. You are 30 years old, unmarried, and you came to Los Angeles from Chicago today on the advice of your physician. Is that correct? In his astonishment, Kelvin called on the deity. Then he settled his glasses more firmly and tried to remember an exposé of charlatans he had once written. There was some obvious way they worked things like this, miraculous as it sounded. The robot looked at him impassively out of its faceted eye. On reading your mind, it continued in the pedantic voice, I find this is the year 1949. My plans will have to be revised. I had meant to arrive in the year 1970. I will ask you to assist me. Kelvin put his hands in his pockets and grinned. With money, naturally, he said. You had me going for a minute. How do you do it anyhow? Mirrors? Or like Melzel's chess player? I am not a machine operated by a dwarf, nor am I an optical illusion, the robot assured him. I am an artificially created living organism, originating at a period far in your future. And I'm not the sucker you take me for, Kelvin remarked pleasantly. I came here to... You lost your baggage checks, the robot said. While working what to do about it, you had a few drinks and took the Wilshire bus at exactly 8:35 post-meridian. Lay off the mind reading, Kelvin said. And don't tell me you've been running this joint very long with a line like that. The cops would be after you. If you're a real robot. I have been running this joint, the robot said, for approximately 5 minutes. My predecessor is unconscious behind that chest in the corner. Your arrival here was sheer coincidence. It paused very briefly, and Kelvin had the curious impression that it was watching to see if the story so far had gone over well. The impression was curious, because Kelvin had no feeling at all that there was a man in the large jointed figure before him. If such a thing as a robot were possible, he would have believed implicitly that he confronted a genuine specimen. Such things being impossible, he waited to see what the gimmick would be. My arrival here was also accidental, the robot informed him. This being the case, my equipment will have to be altered slightly. I will require certain substitute mechanisms. For that, I gather as I read your mind, I will have to engage in your peculiar barter system of economics. In a word, coinage or gold or silver certificates will be necessary. Thus I am, temporarily, a horomancer. Sure, Kelvin said. Why not a simple mugging? If you're a robot, you could do a super mugging job with a quick twist of the gears. It would attract attention. Above all, I require secrecy. As a matter of fact, I am... The robot paused, searched Kelvin's brain for the right phrase, and said, on the lam. In my era, time traveling is strictly forbidden. Even by accident, unless government-sponsored. There was a fallacy there somewhere, Kelvin thought, but he couldn't quite spot it. He blinked at the robot intently. It looked pretty unconvincing. What proof do you need? The creature asked. I read your brain the minute you came in, didn't I? You must have felt the temporary amnesia as I drew out the knowledge and then replaced it. So that's what happened, Kelvin said. He took a cautious step backward. Well, I think I'll be getting along. Wait, the robot commanded. I see you have begun to distrust me. Apparently you now regret having suggested a mugging job. You fear I may act on the suggestion. Allow me to reassure you. It is true that I could take your money and assure secrecy by killing you, but I am not permitted to kill humans. The alternative is to engage in the barter system. I can offer you something valuable in return for a small amount of gold. Let me see. The faceted gaze swept around the tent, dwelt piercingly for a moment on Kelvin. A horoscope, the robot said. It is supposed to help you achieve health, fame, and fortune. Astrology, however, is out of my line. I can merely offer a logical, scientific method of attaining the same results. Uh-huh, Kelvin said skeptically. How much, and why haven't you used that method? I have other ambitions, the robot said in a cryptic manner. Take this. There was a brief clicking. A panel opened in the metallic chest. The robot extracted a small, flat case and handed it to Kelvin, who automatically closed his fingers on the cold metal. Be careful. Don't push that button until... But Kelvin had pushed it. He was driving a figurative car that had got out of control. There was somebody else inside his head. There was a schizophrenic, double-tracked locomotive that was running wild, and his hand on the throttle couldn't slow it down an instant. His mental steering wheel had snapped. Somebody else was thinking for him. Not quite a human being, not quite sane probably from Kelvin's standards, but awfully sane from his own. Sane enough to have mastered the most intricate principles of non-Euclidean geometry in the nursery. The senses get synthesized in the brain into a sort of common language, a master tongue. Part of it was auditory, part pictorial, and there were smells and tastes and tactile sensations that were sometimes familiar and sometimes spiced with the absolutely alien, and it was chaotic. Something like this, perhaps. Big lizards getting too numerous this season. Tame threvars have the same eyes not on Callisto, though. Vacation soon, preferably galactic. Solar system claustrophobic. By-ending tomorrow if square Rutola and up-sliding 3... But that was merely the word's symbolism. Subjectively, it was far more detailed and very frightening. Luckily, reflex had lifted Kelvin's finger from the button almost instantly, and he stood there motionless, shivering slightly. He was afraid now. The robot said, You should not have begun the rapport until I instructed you. Now there will be danger. Wait. His eye changed color. Yes, there is. Tharn, yes. Beware of Tharn. I don't want any part of it, Kelvin said quickly. Here, take this thing back. Then you will be unprotected against Tharn. Keep the device. It will, as I promised, ensure your health, fame, and fortune far more effectively than a horoscope. No, thanks. I don't know how you manage that trick. Subsonics, maybe, but I don't... Wait, the robot said. When you pressed that button, you were in the mind of someone who exists very far in the future. It created a temporal rapport. You can bring about that rapport any time you press the button. Heaven forfend, Kelvin said, still sweating a little. Consider the opportunities. Suppose a troglodyte of the far past had access to your brain. He could achieve anything he wanted. It had become important somehow to find a logical rebuttal to the robot's arguments. Like St. Anthony, or was it Luther arguing with the devil? Kelvin thought dizzily. His headache was worse, and he suspected he had drunk more than was good for him. But he merely said, How could a troglodyte understand what's in my brain? He couldn't apply the knowledge without the same conditioning I've had. Have you ever had sudden and apparently illogical ideas, compulsions, so that you seem forced to think of certain things, count up to certain numbers, work out particular problems? Well, the man in the future on whom my device is focused doesn't know he's en rapport with you, Kelvin, but he's vulnerable to compulsions. All you have to do is concentrate on a problem and then press the button. Your rapport will be compelled, illogically from his viewpoint, to solve that problem, and you'll be reading his brain. You'll find out how it works. There are limitations, you'll learn those too, and the device will ensure health, wealth, and fame for you. It would ensure anything if it really worked that way. I could do anything. That's why I'm not buying. I said there were limitations. As soon as you've successfully achieved health, fame, and fortune, the device will become useless. I've taken care of that. But meanwhile you can use it to solve all your problems by tapping the brain of the more intelligent specimen in the future. The important part is to concentrate on your problems before you press the button. Otherwise you may get more than Tharn on your track. Tharn? What? I think an android, the robot said, looking at nothing. An artificial human. However, let us consider my own problem. I need a small amount of gold. So that's the kicker, Kelvin said, feeling oddly relieved. He said, I haven't got any. Your watch. Kelvin jerked his arm so that his wristwatch showed. Oh no, that watch costs plenty. All I need is the gold plating, the robot said, shooting out a reddish ray from its eye. Thank you. The watch was now dull gray metal. Hey! Kelvin cried. If you use the rapport device, your health, fame, and fortune will be assured, the robot said rapidly. You will be as happy as any man of this era can be. It will solve all your problems, including Tharn. Wait a minute. The creature took a backward step and disappeared behind a hanging oriental rug that had never been east of Peoria. There was silence. Kelvin looked from his altered watch to the flat, enigmatic object in his palm. It was about 2 inches by 2 inches and no thicker than a woman's vanity case, and there was a sunken push-button on its side. He dropped it into his pocket and took a few steps forward. He looked beyond the pseudo-oriental rug to find nothing except emptiness and a flapping slit cut in the canvas wall of the booth. The robot, it seemed, had taken a powder. Kelvin peered out through the slit. There was the light and sound of Ocean Park Amusement Pier, that was all, and the silvered, moving blackness of the Pacific Ocean, stretching to where small lights showed Malibu far up the invisible curve of the coastal cliffs. So he came back inside the booth and looked around. A fat man in a Swami's costume was unconscious behind the carved chest the robot had indicated. His breath, plus a process of deduction, told Kelvin that the man had been drinking. Not knowing what else to do, Kelvin called on the deity again. He found suddenly that he was thinking about someone or something called Tharn who was an android. Horomancy? Time? Rapport? No. Protective disbelief slid like plate armor around his mind. A practical robot couldn't be made. He knew that. He'd have heard. He was a reporter, wasn't he? Sure he was. Desiring noise and company, he went along to the shooting gallery and knocked down a few ducks. The flat case burned in his pocket. The dully burnished metal of his wristwatch burned in his memory. The remembrance of that drainage from his brain and the immediate replacement burned in his mind. Presently, bar whiskey burned his stomach. He had left Chicago because of sinusitis, recurrent and annoying. Ordinary sinusitis. Not schizophrenia, or hallucinations, or accusing voices coming from the walls. Not because he had been seeing bats or robots. That thing hadn't really been a robot. It all had a perfectly natural explanation. Oh, sure. Health, fame, and fortune. And if... Tharn! The thought crashed with a thunderbolt impact into his head. And then another thought. I am going nuts. A silent voice began to mutter insistently over and over. Tharn, 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 Tharn. And another voice, the voice of sanity and safety, answered it and drowned it out. Half aloud, Kelvin muttered, I'm James Noel Kelvin. I'm a reporter. Special features, legwork, rewrite. I'm 30 years old, unmarried, and I came to Los Angeles today and lost my baggage checks and I'm going to have another drink and find a hotel. Anyhow, the climate seems to be curing my sinusitis. Tharn, the muffled drumbeat said almost below the threshold of realization. Tharn, Tharn, Tharn. He ordered another drink and reached in his pocket for a coin. His hand touched the metal case, and simultaneously he felt a light pressure on his shoulder. Instinctively he glanced around. It was a 7-fingered spidery hand, tightening, hairless, without nails, and white as smooth ivory. The one overwhelming necessity that sprang into Kelvin's mind was a simple longing to place as much space as possible between himself and the owner of that disgusting hand. It was a vital requirement, but one difficult of fulfillment, a problem that excluded everything else from Kelvin's thoughts. He knew vaguely that he was gripping the flat case in his pocket as though that could save him, but all he was thinking was, I've got to get away from here. The monstrous alien thoughts of someone in the future spun him insanely along their current. It could not have taken a moment while that skilled, competent, trained mind, wise in the lore of an unthinkable future, solved the random problem that had come so suddenly, with such curious compulsion. 3 methods of transportation were simultaneously clear to Kelvin. 2 he discarded. Motorplats were obviously inventions yet to come, and quarreling, involving as it did a sensory coil helmet, was beyond him. But the 3rd method, already the memory was fading and that hand was still tightening on his shoulder, he clutched at the vanishing ideas and desperately made his brain and his muscles move along the unlikely direction the future man had visualized. And he was out in the open, a cold night wind blowing on him, still in a sitting position, but with nothing but empty air between his spine and the sidewalk. He sat down suddenly. Passerby on the corner of Hollywood Boulevard and Cahuenga were not much surprised at the sight of a dark, lanky man sitting by the curb. Only one woman had noticed Kelvin's actual arrival, and she knew when she was well off. She went right on home. Kelvin got up laughing with soft hysteria. Teleportation, he said. How did I work it? It's gone. Hard to remember afterward. I'll have to start carrying a notebook again. And then, but what about Thorn? He looked around, frightened. Reassurance came only after half an hour had passed without additional miracles. Kelvin walked along the boulevard, keeping a sharp lookout. No Thorn, though. Occasionally, he slid a hand into his pocket and touched the cold metal of the case. Health, wealth, and fortune. Why, he could... But he did not press the button. Too vivid was the memory of that shocking alien disorientation he had felt. The mind, the experiences, the habit patterns of the far future were uncomfortably strong. He would use the little case again. Oh, yes. But there was no hurry. First he'd have to work out a few angles. His disbelief was completely gone. Thorn showed up the next night and scared the daylights out of Kelvin again. Prior to that, the reporter had failed to find his baggage tickets and was only consoled by the $200 in his wallet. He took a room, paying in advance, at a medium-good hotel, and began wondering how he might apply his pipeline to the future. Very sensibly, he decided to continue a normal life until something developed. At any rate, he'd have to make a few connections. He tried the Times, the Examiner, the News, and some others, but these things developed slowly, except in the movies. That night, Kelvin was in his hotel room when his unwelcome guest appeared. It was, of course, Thorn. He wore a very large white turban, approximately twice the size of his head. He had a dapper black mustache, waxed downward at the tips like the mustache of a mandarin or a catfish. He stared urgently at Kelvin out of the bathroom mirror. Kelvin had been wondering whether or not he needed a shave before going out to dinner. He was rubbing his chin thoughtfully at the moment Thorn put in an appearance, and there was a perceptible mental lag between occurrence and perception, so that to Kelvin it seemed that he himself had mysteriously sprouted a long mustache. He reached for his upper lip. It was smooth, but in the glass the black waxed hairs quivered as Thorn pushed his face up against the surface of the mirror. It was so shockingly disorienting somehow that Kelvin was quite unable to think at all. He took a quick step backward. The edge of the bathtub caught him behind the knees and distracted him momentarily, fortunately for his sanity. When he looked again, there was only his own appalled face reflected above the washbowl. But after a second or two, the face seemed to develop a cloud of white turban, and mandarin-like whiskers began to form sketchily. Kelvin clapped a hand to his eyes and spun away. In about 15 seconds, he spread his fingers enough to peep through them at the glass. He kept his palm pressed desperately to his upper lip, in some wild hope of inhibiting the sudden sprouting of a mustache. What peeped back at him from the mirror looked like himself. At least, it had no turban, and it did not wear horn-rimmed glasses. He risked snatching his hand away for a quick look and clapped it in place again just in time to prevent Thorn from taking shape in the glass. Still shielding his face, he went unsteadily into the bedroom and took the flat case out of his coat pocket. But he didn't press the button that would close a mental synapse between two incongruous eras. He didn't want to do that again, he realized. More horrible somehow than what was happening now was the thought of re-entering that alien brain. He was standing before the bureau, and in the mirror one eye looked out at him between reflected fingers. It was a wild eye, behind the gleaming spectacle lens, but it seemed to be his own. Tentatively, he took his hand away. This mirror showed more of Thorn. Kelvin wished it hadn't. Thorn was wearing white knee boots of some glittering plastic. Between them and the turban he wore nothing whatever except a minimum of loincloth, also glittering plastic. Thorn was very thin, but he looked active. He looked quite active enough to spring right into the hotel room. His skin was whiter than his turban, and his hands had 7 fingers each, all right. Kelvin abruptly turned away, but Thorn was resourceful. The dark window made enough of reflecting surface to show a lean, loinclothed figure. The feet showed bare, and they were less normal than Thorn's hands, and the polished brass of a lamp base gave back the picture of a small, distorted face not Kelvin's own. Kelvin found a corner without reflecting surfaces and pushed into it, his hands shielding his face. He was still holding the flat case. Oh, fine, he thought bitterly. Everything's got a string on it. What good will this rapport gadget do me if Thorn's going to show up every day? Maybe I'm only crazy. I hope so. Something would have to be done unless Kelvin was prepared to go through life with his face buried in his hands. The worst of it was that Thorn had a haunting look of familiarity. Kelvin discarded a dozen possibilities from reincarnation to the déjà vu phenomenon, but he peeped through his hands in time to see Tharn raising a cylindrical gadget of some sort and leveling it like a gun. That gesture formed Kelvin's decision. He'd have to do something, and fast. So concentrating on the problem, I want out, he pressed the button in the surface of the flat case. And instantly, the teleportation method he had forgotten was perfectly clear to him. Other matters, however, were obscure. The smells, someone was thinking, were adding up to a... There was no word for that, only a shocking visio-auditory ideation that was simply dizzying. Someone named 3,090 Pink had written a new flatch, and there was the physical sensation of licking a $24 stamp and sticking it on a postcard. But most important, the man in the future had, or would have, a compulsion to think about the teleportation method. And as Kelvin snapped back into his own mind and time, he instantly used that method. He was falling. Icy water smacked him hard. Miraculously, he kept his grip on the flat case. He had a whirling vision of stars in a night sky and the phosphorescent sheen of silvery light on a dark sea. Then brine stung his nostrils. Kelvin had never learned how to swim. As he went down for the last time, bubbling a scream, he literally clutched at the proverbial straw he was holding. His finger pushed the button down again. There was no need to concentrate on the problem. He couldn't think of anything else. Mental chaos, fantastic images. And the answer. It took concentration, and there wasn't much time left. Bubbles streamed up past his face. He felt them, but he couldn't see them. All around, pressed in avidly, was the horrible coldness of the salt water. But he did know the method now, and he knew how it worked. He thought along the lines the future mind had indicated. Something happened. Radiation, that was the nearest familiar term, poured out of his brain and did peculiar things to his lung tissue. His blood cells adapted themselves. He was breathing water, and it was no longer strangling him. But Kelvin had also learned that this emergency adaptation could not be maintained for very long. Teleportation was the answer to that, and surely he could remember the method now. He had actually used it to escape from Tharn only a few minutes ago. Yet, he could not remember. The memory was expunged cleanly from his mind, so there was nothing else to do but press the button again, and Kelvin did that most reluctantly. Dripping wet, he was standing on an unfamiliar street. It was no street he knew, but apparently it was in his own time and on his own planet. Luckily, teleportation seemed to have limitations. The wind was cold. Kelvin stood in a puddle that grew rapidly around his feet. He stared around. He picked out a sign up the street that offered Turkish baths, and headed moistly in that direction. His thoughts were mostly profane. He was in New Orleans, of all places. Presently, he was drunk in New Orleans. His thoughts kept going around in circles, and Scotch was a fine palliative, an excellent break. He needed to get control again. He had an almost miraculous power, and he wanted to be able to use it effectively before the unexpected happened again. Tharn. He sat in a hotel room and swigged Scotch. Gotta be logical. He sneezed. The trouble was, of course, that there were so few points of contact between his own mind and that of the future man. Moreover, he had gotten the rapport only in times of crisis, like having access to the Alexandrian library 5 seconds a day. In 5 seconds, you couldn't even start translating. Health, fame, and fortune. He sneezed again. The robot had been a liar. His health seemed to be going fast. What about that robot? How had he got involved anyway? He said he'd fallen into this era from the future, but robots are notorious liars. Gotta be logical. Apparently the future was peopled by creatures not unlike the cast of a Frankenstein picture. Androids, robots, so-called men whose minds were shockingly different. Sneeze. Another drink. The robot had said that the case would lose its power after Kelvin had achieved health, fame, and fortune, which was a distressing thought. Suppose he attained those enviable goals, found the little push button useless, and then Tharn showed up. Oh no, that called for another shot. Sobriety was the wrong condition in which to approach a matter that in itself was as wild as delirium tremens, even though Kelvin knew the science he had stumbled on was all theoretically quite possible. But not in this day and age. Sneeze. The trick would be to pose the right problem and use the case at some time when you weren't drowning or being menaced by that bewhiskered android with his 7-fingered hands and his ominous rod-like weapon. Find the problem. But that future mind was hideous. And suddenly, with drunken clarity, Kelvin realized that he was profoundly drawn to that dim, shadowy world of the future. He could not see its complete pattern, but he sensed it somehow. He knew it was right. A far better world and time than this. If he could be that unknown man who dwelt there, all would go well. Man must needs love the highest, he thought wryly. Oh well. He shook the bottle. How much had he absorbed? He felt fine. Gotta be logical. Outside the window, streetlights blinked off and on. Neons traced goblin languages against the night. It seemed rather alien, too, but so did Kelvin's own body. He started to laugh, but a sneeze choked that off. All I want, he thought, is health, fame, and fortune. Then I'll settle down and live happily ever after, without a care or worry. I won't need this enchanted case after that. Happy ending. On impulse, he took out the box and examined it. He tried to pry it open and failed. His finger hovered over the button. How can I? He thought, and his finger moved half an inch. It wasn't so alien now that he was drunk. The featured man's name was chuckconvr. Odd he had never realized that before. But how often does a man think of his own name? chuckconvr was playing some sort of game vaguely reminiscent of chess, but his opponent was on a planet of Sirius some distance away. The chessmen were all unfamiliar. Complicated, dizzying space-time gambits flashed through chuckconvr's mind as Kelvin listened in. Then Kelvin's problem thrust through. The compulsion hit chuckconvr, and it was all mixed up. There were two problems, really. How to cure a cold, coryza, and how to become healthy, rich, and famous in a practically prehistoric era for chuckconvr. A small problem, however, to chuckconvr. He solved it and went back to his game with the Syrian. Kelvin was back in the hotel room in New Orleans. He was very drunk, or he wouldn't have risked it. The method involved using his brain to tune in on another brain in this present 20th century that had exactly the wavelength he required. All sorts of factors would build up to the sum total of that wavelength. Experience, opportunity, position, knowledge, imagination, honesty. But he found it at last, after hesitating among three totals that were all nearly right. Still, one was righter, to 3 decimal points. Still drunk as a lord, Kelvin clamped on a mental tight beam, turned on the teleportation, and rode the beam across America to a well-equipped laboratory where a man sat reading. The man was bald and had a bristling red mustache. He looked up sharply at some sound Kelvin made. "Hey," he said, "how did you get here?" "Ask chuckconvr," Kelvin said. "Who? What?" The man put down his book. Kelvin called on his memory. It seemed to be slipping. He used the rapport case for an instant, and refreshed his mind. Not so unpleasant this time, either. He was beginning to understand chuckconvr's world a little. He liked it. However, he supposed he'd forget that, too. An improvement on Woodward's protein analogs, he told the red-mustached man. Simple synthesis will do it. "Who the devil are you?" "Call me Jim," Kelvin said simply, "and shut up and listen." He began to explain as to a small, stupid child. The man before him was one of America's foremost chemists. Proteins are made of amino acids. There are about 33 amino acids. There aren't. There are. Shut up. Their molecules can be arranged in lots of ways. So we get an almost infinite variety of proteins. And all living things are forms of protein. The absolute synthesis involves a chain of amino acids long enough to recognize clearly as a protein molecule. That's been the trouble. The man with the red mustache seemed quite interested. "Fisher assembled a chain of 18, he said, blinking. "Abderhalden got up to 19, and Woodward, of course, has made chains thousands of units long. But as for testing..." The complete protein molecule consists of complete sets of sequences. But if you can test only 1 or 2 sections of an analog, you can't be sure of the others. Wait a minute. Kelvin used the rapport case again. "Now I know. Well, you can make almost anything out of synthesized protein. Silk, wool, hair. But the main thing, of course," he said, sneezing, "is a cure for coryza." "Now, look," said the red-mustached man. "Some of the viruses are chains of amino acids, aren't they? Well, modify their structure. Make them harmless. Bacteria, too. And synthesize antibiotics." "I wish I could. However, Mr. "Just call me Jim." "Yes. However, all this is old stuff." "Grab your pencil," Kelvin said. "From now on, it'll be solid with riffs. The method of synthesizing and testing is as follows. He explained very thoroughly and clearly. He had to use the rapport case only twice, and when he had finished, the man with the red mustache laid down his pencil and stared. "This is incredible," he said. "If it works—" "I want health, fame, and fortune," Kelvin said stubbornly. "It'll work." "Yes, but my good man—" However, Kelvin insisted. Luckily for himself, the menial testing of the red-mustached man had included briefing for honesty and opportunity, and it ended with the chemist agreeing to sign partnership papers with Kelvin. The commercial possibilities of the process were unbounded. DuPont or GM would be glad to buy it. "I want lots of money, a fortune." "You'll make $1 million, the red-mustached man said patiently. "Then I want a receipt. Have to have this in black and white. Unless you want to give me my $1 million now." Frowning, the chemist shook his head. "I can't do that. I'll have to run tests, open negotiations. But don't worry about that. Your discovery is certainly worth $1 million. You'll be famous, too." "And healthy?" "There won't be any more disease after a while," the chemist said quietly. "That's the real miracle." "Write it down," Kelvin clamored. "All right, we can have partnership papers drawn up tomorrow. This will do temporarily. Understand the actual credit belongs to you." "It's got to be in ink. A pencil won't do." "Just a minute, then," the red-mustached man said, and went away in search of ink. Kelvin looked around the laboratory, beaming happily. Tharn materialized 3 feet away. Tharn was holding the rod weapon. He lifted it. Kelvin instantly used the rapport case. Then he thumbed his nose at Tharn and teleported himself far away. He was immediately in a cornfield somewhere, but undistilled corn was not what Kelvin wanted. He tried again. This time he reached Seattle. That was the beginning of Kelvin's monumental 2-week combination binge and chase. His thoughts weren't pleasant. He had a frightful hangover, 10 cents in his pocket, and an overdue hotel bill. A fortnight of keeping one jump ahead of Tharn via teleportation had frazzled his nerves so unendurably that only liquor had kept him going. Now even that stimulus was failing. The drink died in him and left what felt like a corpse. Kelvin groaned and blinked miserably. He took off his glasses and cleaned them, but that didn't help. What a fool. He didn't even know the name of that chemist. There was health, wealth, and fame waiting for him just around the corner, but what corner? Someday he'd find out, probably, when the news of the new protein synthesis was publicized, but when would that be? In the meantime, what about Tharn? Moreover, the chemist couldn't locate him either. The man knew Kelvin only as Jim, which had somehow seemed a good idea at the time, but not now. Kelvin took out the rapport case and stared at it with red eyes. Quara V, eh? He rather liked Quara V now. Trouble was, a half hour after his rapport at most he would forget all the details. This time he used the push button almost as Tharn snapped into bodily existence a few feet away. The teleportation angle again. He was sitting in the middle of a desert. Cactus and Joshua trees were all the scenery. There was a purple range of mountains far away. No Tharn, though. Kelvin began to be thirsty. Suppose the case stopped working now. Well, this couldn't go on. A decision hanging fire for a week finally crystallized into a conclusion so obvious he felt like kicking himself. Perfectly obvious. Why hadn't he thought of it at the very beginning? He concentrated on the problem. How can I get rid of Tharn? He pushed the button. And a moment later he knew the answer. It would be simple, really. The pressing urgency was gone suddenly. That seemed to release a fresh flow of thought. Everything became quite clear. He waited for Tharn. He did not have to wait long. There was a tremor in the shimmering air, and the turbaned, pallid figure sprang into tangible reality. The rod weapon was poised. Taking no chances, Kelvin posed his problem again, pressed the button, and instantly reassured himself as to the method. He simply thought in a very special and peculiar way, the way Quara V had indicated. Tharn was flung back a few feet. The mustached mouth gaped open as he uttered a cry. "Don't!" the android cried. "I've been trying to—" Kelvin focused harder on his thought. Mental energy he felt was pouring out toward the android. Tharn croaked, "Trying? You didn't give me chance." And then Tharn was lying motionless on the hot sand, staring blindly up. The 7-fingered hands twitched once and were still. The artificial life that had animated the android was gone. It would not return. Kelvin turned his back and drew a long, shuddering breath. He was safe. He closed his mind to all thoughts but one. All problems but one. How can I find the red-mustached man? He pressed the button. This is the way the story starts. Quaravy sat in the temporal warp with his android Tharn and made sure everything was under control. "How do I look?" he asked.
"You'll pass," Tharn said. "Nobody will be suspicious in the era you're going to. It didn't take long to synthesize the equipment."
"Not long. Clothes, they look enough like real wool and linen, I suppose. Wristwatch, money, everything in order? Wristwatch. That's odd, isn't it? Imagine people who need machinery to tell time."
"Don't forget the spectacles,"
Tharn said. Quaravy put them on. Ugh, I suppose.
"It'll be safer. The optical properties in the lenses are a guard you may need against dangerous mental radiations. Don't take them off, or the robot may try some tricks."
"He had better not," Quaravy said. "That so-and-so runaway robot? What's he up to anyway, I wonder? He always was a malcontent, but at least he knew his place. I'm sorry I ever had him made. No telling what he'll do. Loose in a semi-prehistoric world if we don't catch him and bring him home."
"He's in that horomancy booth,"
Tharn said, leaning out the time warp.
"Just arrived. You'll have to catch him by surprise, and you'll need your wits about you, too. Try not to go off into any more of those deep-thought compulsions you've been having. They could be dangerous. That robot will use some of his tricks if he gets the chance. I don't know what powers he's developing by himself, but I do know he's an expert at hypnosis and memory erasure already. If you aren't careful, he'll snap your memory track and substitute a false brain pattern. Keep those glasses on. If anything should go wrong, I'll use the rehabilitation ray on you, eh?"
And he held up a small, rod-like projector. Quaravy nodded. "Don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. I have an appointment with that Syrian to finish our game this evening." It was an appointment he never kept. Quaravy stepped out of the temporal warp and strolled along the boardwalk toward the booth. The clothing he wore felt tight, uncomfortable, rough. He wriggled a little in it. The booth stood before him now with its painted sign. He pushed aside the canvas curtain and something, a carelessly hung rope, swung down at his face, knocking the horn-rimmed glasses askew. Simultaneously, a vivid bluish light blazed into his unprotected eyes. He felt a curious, sharp sensation of disorientation, a shifting motion that almost instantly was gone. The robot said,
"You are James Kelvin."
End of Happy Ending by Henry Kuttner and C.L. Moore.
Communication by Charles Fontenay. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Joy Fleisig. Everyone knows that Earth's the third planet from the Sun, but how about looking at it from an alien point of view? Communication by Charles Fontenay. The first terrestrial expedition to Mars didn't find any Martians. Neither did the second. Since there are so few Martians left, those facts are less surprising than that the third did. For many years before spaceflight was accomplished, there had been discussions and theories about how to communicate with Martians, if any existed. But of course, nobody was ready when the time came. They fell back on that antiquated gimmick. Von Frisch, Riley, and Smith watched the half-dozen Martians approach, and their watching was not without some trepidation. Except that they were about 20 miles away from their G-boat, the planetary landing craft, they probably would have fled. Except that they had their orders, they probably would have shot first and asked questions later. "Sir, this is Von Frisch," said the engineer into the microphone of his helmet. He was a little breathless about it. "We're being approached by Martians." "How do they act?" asked Captain Powers back at the G-boat immediately. "They don't act hostile, sir." "Stand by then, but don't take any chances." "What do they look like?" "They're quite a bit taller than we are, but their bodies are round and not much bigger than a child's. They've got real long legs and arms and big heads with big eyes and ears. Are they intelligent? Are they civilized? How do they breathe?" "Wait a minute, Captain," protested Von Frisch. "You're going a little too fast, sir. They've just come up to us. I don't know whether that's fur on them or whether they're wearing clothes." "We'll try to communicate with them, man!" exclaimed Powers excitedly. Von Frisch did his best. The Martians appeared friendly enough and interested. Von Frisch tried to communicate in the only method he had heard about. While his companions watched curiously, he shut his ears to the running fire of questions from Powers, squatted, and drew a right-angled triangle in the desert sand. By one of the sides he drew 3 marks, by another 4. Then he stepped back and looked questioningly at the Martians. One of the Martians squatted in a tangle of pipe-stem arms and legs, and with a long finger drew 5 lines besides the triangle's hypotenuse. "They understand the Pythagorean theorem, sir!" exclaimed Von Frisch. "Good! They undoubtedly know some astronomy, then. Go on." Von Frisch hesitated a moment, then erased the triangle. He drew a small circle with rays from it for the sun. He drew 4 larger concentric circles around it, with small circles for planets on the rim of each one. He pointed to the 3rd planet, then at himself, then at his companions one by one. Then he pointed at the 4th planet and at the Martians one by one. To complete the matter, he pointed at the sky. "We are Earthmen," he said. "You are Martians." The trouble was the Earthmen didn't realize the things the Martians had were weapons until they used them. They didn't realize it then, as a matter of fact, because the Earthmen were dead, all 3 of them. The Martian hunting party came back from the desert with word of the strange creatures who came, apparently, from another world. "Whether they have weapons we do not know," said the leader of the hunting party. "But they wish to harm our people, so we killed them all." "That is desperate action," said the patriarch of the village. "In what way were they dangerous to us?" "Foolishly they disclosed their intention to us," replied the leader of the hunting party. "They informed us they planned to take over our world and to drive our people further from the sun to the great planet Jupiter." "Then you did right," said the patriarch, blinking his big eyes. Biggs and Golden were working near the G-boat. Their helmet radios were set to a different channel from that used by the exploring party, so they were unable to hear Captain Powers shouting frantically into his microphone and getting no answer. It was just after sunset, and Biggs was looking into the west. "We ought to see it now, but it ain't there," commented Biggs. "What ain't there?" demanded Golden. "Mercury," said Biggs, who prided himself on being an amateur astronomer. "I reckon you can't see it from Mars without a telescope. Too close to the sun." He chuckled. "If there are any Martians," he added, "I reckon they think they live on the 3rd planet. That's funny, ain't it?" End of communication by Charles Fontenay.
They Reached for the Moon by William Oberfield. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Charles Conover. They Reached for the Moon by William Oberfield. They took 1,000 days to build the great gleaming monster, and another 200 to groom it for its trip around the moon. All this they did with an air that made a trip to the moon seem quite natural and sure, even though 3 other rockets had gone before and not one had returned. "This one will," they said, as though convincing themselves. But they were not sure. They were stubborn, perhaps proud, but not sure at all. All the world had watched 3 other such rockets, with men in them, go screaming off moonward. All had waited for them to return, and all had seen nothing come back down from the sky, not even a small scrap of metal. This one might return, and if it did, The men in it just might be alive to tell. But that was not being sure. "A military base on the moon," the leaders had cried. And that had been that. Robot rockets had gone first. They had landed on the moon. They could do that, but they could not establish the desired base. So men had started on a round trip around the moon. First, to prove that men could do it. The only thing they proved was that whatever goes up need not come down. Now the fourth rocket waited, leaning over against its heavy launching rack, ready to face whatever unknown danger lay out there beyond. On a certain night, a night long appointed, one overshadowed with heavy clouds that brought a threat of rain, there were lights about the rocket and in the low, concrete buildings that cowered back a ways from the upright metal giant. Around the base of the rocket, men scurried like ants, making last-minute preparations and seeing that everything was just so, and not being satisfied with good enough. In one building, a little nearer the rocket than the others, two men lounged, talking of the coming trip and other things that concerned last night's women, and smoking endlessly. The last smokes they would have for 4 days. These men would soon climb into a long metal thing and try to do what others had failed to do. In other buildings were men with great ideas held firmly in their minds, doing things with pencils and papers and adding machines. These checked back over figures and charts, knowing all the time that everything was flawless, but checking just the same. Some were army men, and some were not. The feeling that seemed to grow over everything was one of waiting and suspense, and one might know without asking, without seeing the many glances at watches and clocks, that it would soon be time. Strangely, the two men waiting and speaking mostly of wine, women, and general good times knew very little of the import of what they were about to do. In fact, they had no real concept of even the size of the earth, let alone the magnitude of space, the moon, and the stars. This, however, was as intended. The men who had gone in the other rockets had been scientists, greatly skilled men, men of high IQs. So the brass and the brains had gotten together and reasoned and pooled data and considered statistics and finally decided that the strain of being completely out of one's natural element, exposed to the terrible, thought-twisting blankness of space, might be greater than had been supposed. And the high-strung, sensitive, sometimes slightly neurotic minds of the highly intelligent might well be expected to crack under the strain. This, of course, was at most a poor explanation, but it served, at least, as an excuse for retaining the great minds and sending those more expendable. These, not knowing, would probably consider the whole thing nothing more than a slightly unusual adventure. So when the army officers came, very stiff and orderly, and opened the door to the little building, the two men came out laughing and pushing at one another playfully. They followed the little group of officers toward the gleaming rocket, not at all worried, like men going off for a happy spree at some local bar. The rocket seemed to loom higher as they neared it. It was now bathed in the light of many spotlights, reflecting back the light in such a way that one might think he would go blind if he looked too long. Only when they stepped onto a platform with two of the higher officers and were lifted swiftly upward did they give a thought to what was going on. The platform halted its climb just below a round hole near the nose of the rocket. "You men should know exactly what you are to do," said the higher officer, "and that is not much. You are not, under any circumstances, to touch anything until you near the moon. Up to that time, the rocket will be guided by at least one control station here on Earth." The officer paused and tried to see understanding in the eyes of the two. He was one of those who did not agree with sending such dense fellows. "You have been trained for months," he continued, "to read a few instruments and to perform the fairly simple tasks required to take you around the moon and start you back. Do only what you have been taught. Do nothing more. You must remember that certain conditions near the moon, which interfere with radio reception, and which we have been unable to overcome, will put you entirely on your own until you start back." One of the men, a little uncertain, acted as if he wished to speak. "Yes," said the officer. "Didn't they send rockets out without no men in 'em at all?" he asked. "Then how come they can't do like we wasn't even there?" "My dear fellow," said the officer, perplexed, "to aim and fire a rocket at so near and so large a target as the moon is a simple matter. To guide one around the moon in a precise orbit is a matter entirely different." He paused. "Any more questions?" "No, sir," said the man. "Very good." The officer seemed glad there would be no further conversation. "In you go now." The men went into the opening, helped by the officers, like olives being put into a bottle. In a moment, the officers had gone, and a cover had been placed into the opening and screwed firmly into place. There was a lead glass, very heavy, in the windows of all the buildings. The thick cement walls and doors were covered with sheets of lead. Inside the most distant buildings, at the small windows, men stood with black-looking glasses over their eyes, watching. Each time a rocket went into space, it was exactly thus. The atomic drive was new and not completely perfect. Always there was a chance that something might go wrong. The radiation grids could go haywire. There could be an explosion, or the ship could falter and slip on the way up. So the men waited and watched in their little buildings with fingers crossed, hoping for the best. Now it was very quiet. The spotlights had been extinguished because every bit of electric power was needed to start the amazing rocket motor. Only enough was spared for lighting, where needed in the buildings, and for the PA systems. And over the PA system, voices spoke. "Trackers ready? Trackers ready. Control station ready? Control station ready. Radio room, report. Radio reporting. All tracking and control stations reported or relayed in." There was a pause, then, "Stand by." The silence seemed to grow even more intense. The ticking of clocks and watches could be heard. The unreal atmosphere of a dream settled over the clustered buildings on the plain. "Activators." Out on the plain, the rocket came to life. It surged and clattered against its launching rack, nearly leaping, pawing the ground with hot explosive blasts. Now it became a living, wild thing, a bound monster surging against its chains, fighting to be free and away. The voice, in a short while, came again, a little strained. Ready? 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 Rocket away! The great gleaming monster lifted up from the plain, bellowing its defiance of space with the voice of 10,000 waterfalls. It rode up from the center of a tremendous flower of glowing dust on a pillar of intense blue flame, slowly gathering speed, like a whale rushing up from the depths of the ocean. For a while, it lighted up miles of rolling plains with its glare and sent its thunder out to crash against distant hills. Then it was gone beyond heavy clouds, leaving only a smear of light above and a hollow, boiling rumble, muted by distance. In the thin, cold air above the clouds, the rocket pointed its sharp nose eastward. It raced across the sky, a blue streaking and a stuttering scream. It crossed a nation with amazing speed and moved over the Atlantic. In an instant, the moon and the stars were gone, and the rocket was looking at the sun. Clear morning fled away in fear of this flaming beast, and it was noon within minutes after sunrise. In an hour, the night returned, the stars and the moon with it. "Brother, we're in!" cried PFC Walter Jones in the head of the rocket. "Boy, the babes'll mob us after this. Real big shots, that's us. The men in the moon, ha!" "If we get back," Private Robert Moore shouted over the roar. "Remember, we gotta get back." "Chicken?" shouted Jones. "Chicken's what you are." "Oh, yeah? So what's happened to them guys that went before?" "Nuts to that," Jones sneered. "I hear there's a lot of places up in space we don't know nothing about, where there's maybe a lot of nice babes and buildings made out of gold and stuff like that." "Scientists don't go much for babes," Moore said. Jones kicked back in his seat, roaring laughter. "Ha ha! Don't kid yourself, son. Anyway, so what? So they get a chance to be kings or something on account of being from Earth? What do? They stay and be kings, Natch." "It ain't for me," said Moore moodily. "I know babes on good old Earth, and who wants to be king?" "That's what I'm telling you," Jones shouted. "We ain't got no worry at all. All we got to do is not let them guys up there sidetrack us." "I hope you're right," said Moore. They fell silent, looking down at the reeling earth. On the ground, 200 miles below, at every tracking and control station around the world, men worked without pause, trying to make their tired minds outrace a speeding rocket. Nightside and dayside, messages flashed through the ether. They reported in, position, time, corrections made, passing the rocket quickly, from one to another like a hot potato. On its last lap around the world before flinging itself moonward, the rocket screamed across the much-worn boot of Italy. It climbed swiftly up the sky to the Holy Land and plunged down in the east, drawing a blue pencil line across the heavens that faded slowly. At last it turned upward, and breathing streamers of fire and light shot into airless space, a silver arrow gone from the bow and dead on its mark. "It sure seems quiet," said Moore. They looked through the glassite port into the great distances. Quiet and empty. Yeah. Do you feel different? Jones asked suddenly. I don't know. Maybe, in a way. Like you can think a lot better? Something like that, Moore said. They sat and thought about it. The rocket was now 1,500 miles up, climbing swiftly. For one thing, Moore said, we are lighter. What do they call it? Gravity? Gravity is less. I don't like it, cried Jones. I don't like it at all. What? Moore looked at him. Jones stared back, frightened. It's nothing like I thought it would be. Maybe we'll get so light there won't be anything left. Where is everything? It's so empty it don't make sense. Something's wrong, Bob. Let's try to turn back before we die like the others. I don't want to die. I want... Moore reached over and slapped the other's face, hard. Jones focused, glassy, unsteady eyes, surprised and hurt. Why'd you do that? You called me a yella a while ago, Moore said, disgusted. Now it's you who are acting like a woman or a child. You would really kill us, trying to turn back at this velocity? I'm still afraid, Jones said, but not wildly. I don't know what's happening to me. I can remember things that happened years ago, things I hardly noticed. I'm starting to understand things I never understood before, and some of the things are hard to take. Don't you think I feel it too? Moore looked out at space in a new way, understanding. For a while there was silence, a little strained, while the rocket sped another 1,000 miles. After that it was not so strained. It was more an atmosphere of concentration, of two men thinking within themselves. There was no more fear. So this is what happened to the others, Moore said finally. But what do we have to fear? Jones shrugged. I'm not afraid anymore, but maybe I should be. He leaned back and looked at Moore. Have you any idea what is happening to us? I'm not sure, Moore frowned. It's as if some great obstacle to clear thinking has been removed. Have you noticed how we have been speaking? Our memory has so improved that we are able to use words we may have seen or heard used only a few times. And the new sharpness of mind that enables us to use these words properly also makes us able to grasp quickly new ideas and to reason logically. As to what causes the change, I do not know. I have been thinking about gravity, said Jones, reflecting. It seems to me that the change in mental power is just about inversely proportioned to change in gravity. That might, in some way, have something to do with it. Moore sighed, frowning. You may be right, but granting that you are, we are still in the dark as to the nature of the danger we must face. I think I'm beginning to get some idea, said Jones. I wouldn't be surprised if my first crude idea, in a way, was very nearly right. Moore showed surprise. You still think those others found someone out here who made them kings or some such? He laughed. Not exactly, Jones said, but there may be even stranger things. And he would say no more. At 50,000 miles, they had lost all thought of danger. They spoke of space and the unseen medium that must be there. After forming the only logical conclusion about the nature of this, they passed on to matters of relativity and the nature of time and of life itself, understanding each in its turn. They became so absorbed in conversation they did not even notice when they stopped talking and conversed in pure thought. Not even did they realize that a golden glow had come to their faces and bodies that was not simple light. And they were content in knowing they would never return to Earth, knowing also that they would not die. The rocket carried them 100,000 miles through space before it happened. "There is someone behind us," Jones said simply. They looked and beheld a man standing in space. He was hardly a man anymore, as men are called, but one like themselves. A golden glow seemed to blend with him. He smiled. "Welcome." "We have been expecting you," said Moore, smiling in return. "Your voice, your thoughts reached us. We know you are one of those who came out in a rocket before us, but your name is not clear." The being seemed mildly surprised. Then he laughed, a thing that was as the tinkle of small bells, as the dew of a cool meadow before the rising sun, or the joyous song of a nightingale. "I am one of them," he said, "and all of them. We who have overcome the chains of gravity, who have become one in thought and find it impossible to do otherwise, have no need for individuality." "But you have a body," said Jones. "Surely that gives you some sort of individuality." "Yes, if one's mind is bound, controlled by matter. But the mind working without resistance is a perfect machine. It is able to control matter in every respect. We take this form or that form as a matter of expedience." "We have reasoned that all this is due to release from gravity," Moore reflected. "But we do not understand completely. Will you tell us?" "Even those on Earth know that gravity hampers the mind," the being said. "This they have learned through observation of mental factors in relation to the gravitational pull of the sun and moon. But look into my mind, and you will see more clearly." They looked and saw a copper disc turned before a powerful magnet, and they saw resistance caused by electric currents induced in the copper, so that a great deal of power was required to turn the disc, even slowly. This, the thoughts indicated, was a principle well known to those yet on Earth. Next came the relationship between magnetism and gravity, clearly demonstrated. They then saw a human brain, locked in the powerful embrace of gravity, and the tiny pulsations and complex notions, the processes of thought, were, as with the disk, sluggish, in large portions not even present. They watched a brain come alive as gravity decreased. It bulged, the tempo of motion rising, parts long dormant surging with power. They saw, and they understood. "If only we could go back and help them," sighed Jones. "If we could overcome that gravity on Earth." Again the being smiled his kind smile. If you returned, it would be to the same mental prison. You could not, in your crude manner, convince them. The two knew what they must do, even before the being spoke again. The others, the rest, wait beyond the light of universes, he said. We think, we learn. Soon, we will find a way of helping those on Earth, and we will return. Come with me. They replied together, We are ready. On the dark side of the moon, where they had been projected by identical velocities, lay the battered wrecks of 4 gleaming rockets. And in all the wreckage, among all the bits of twisted metal, there was not a single drop of human blood. End of They Reached for the Moon by William Oberfield.
The Leaf by Robert F. Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Melin. The Leaf by Robert F. Young. He could remember the afternoon as if it were yesterday. It wasn't, of course. Actually, it had been several years back. It had been around the middle of autumn, about the time when the last incarnadine leaves were making their fluttering journeys earthward. He had taken his .22 and gone into the woods where the hickory trees were, and he had settled himself comfortably against the shaggy trunk of one of the hickories, the .22 balanced across his sprawled knees. Then he had waited. The first red squirrel had come out on one of the high limbs and posed there. That was the word, all right, posed. It had sat there on its haunches with utter immobility, almost as if it had been painted on canvas against a background of leafless, naked branches and milk-blue sky. He had raised the .22 lazily and sighted along the slender barrel. There was no hurry. There was all the time in the world. He didn't squeeze the trigger until he had a perfect right-between-the-eyes bead. Then he squeezed it ever so lightly. There was the sharp sound of the report, and then the small body falling swiftly, bouncing and glancing off limbs, tumbling over and over, making a rustling thump in the dry leaves at the tree's base. He hadn't even bothered to go over and examine it. He knew he'd got it right where he'd aimed. They didn't die instantly like that unless you got them in a vital spot. They thrashed and kicked around after they hit the ground, and sometimes you had to waste another shell on them, if the noise bothered you. Of course, if the noise didn't bother you, you could save the shell for the next one. But it was better in the long run to get them right between the eyes, because that way the others wouldn't be frightened away by the thrashing sound, and you didn't have to get up. That had been the first one. The second one had been coming down the trunk of the same tree, spiraling the trunk the way squirrels do, stopping at frequent intervals and studying their surroundings with their bright BBs of eyes, looking right at you sometimes, but never seeing you unless you moved. This one had stopped, head down, and was looking off to one side when he got it. The force of the bullet, striking just below the ear where he'd aimed, tore the small red body right off the trunk, spun it around several times, and dropped it into a wild blackberry thicket. He hadn't bothered to look at that one either. He had lit a cigarette and leaned back more comfortably against the hickory. It was a pleasant afternoon, mild for November, a time for wandering in woods, a time to take it a little easy, a time to knock off some of the scavengers and pests you'd neglected during the first days of pheasant and rabbit season, a time to get your eyes down to hairline fineness for the first ecstatic day of deer. Red squirrels were easy, of course, a little beneath the dignity of a true hunter, but when you tried to bore them in vital spots, you got some pretty good practice out of it. He yawned. Then, out of the corner of his eye, he caught a red wisp of movement high in the tree to his right. He brought the .22 over casually. He hardly needed to turn his body at all. The stock fitted his shoulder snugly, lay cool against his cheek. There was no recoil, only the sharp ripping sound, and then the dark red body falling, hitting limbs, caroming, dropping, making the familiar thrilling rustling sound in the dead leaves. That had been the third. The fourth and the fifth had been about the same. After the fifth, he had become a little bored. He decided to vary the game a little. He drew his knees together and rested the barrel of the .22 in the niche between them, then sat there quietly for a long time. Presently the sixth squirrel left the security of the trees and made a few quick jumps into the small clearing. Then it stopped and stood poised, a statuette except for its alive, bright eyes. It was a perfect target, but he was in no hurry. He was enjoying himself immensely. After about half a minute the squirrel moved again, several yards closer, almost in an exact line with the dark little eye of the .22. It sat up on its haunches then, its tail an arched question mark behind it. It put its tiny forepaws together and sat there, not moving, almost as though it were praying. That was the part he remembered most vividly. He had hardly needed to move the .22 at all. The slightest shift had aligned the sights with the imaginary mark between the little eyes. He had squeezed the trigger nonchalantly, and the part of the head just above the eyes had come right off, and the small red body had completed a perfect somersault before dropping into the dead leaves of the clearing. After that he hadn't bothered with the trees. It was so much more fun in the clearing, waiting for them to come right up to you and pose. Of course, it wasn't such good practice, but it was fine entertainment, an ideal way to spend a lazy afternoon in fall, when the wood was all cut for winter, the crops in, the barn roof repaired, and Pa off to town where he couldn't be finding annoying little things for you to do. He had got 11 of them altogether. He hadn't missed a one, and he had felt pretty proud taking them home to show to Ma before feeding them to the dogs. He shifted his cramped legs and peered down through the interstices of the foliage at the gray shape of the hunter. Some of his initial terror had left him when he'd finally realized that they couldn't see through leaves any more than he could, that they, as well as he, needed an open target in order to make a kill. So he was relatively safe in the tree, for a while at least. Perhaps he could find safety in trees for the rest of his life. Trees might be the answer. He felt a little better. A portion of the fear that had followed the meteor shower was still with him, however. The fear that had detonated in his mind the morning after the shower, when Pa had come running to the barn shouting, "The cities! All the cities have been blowed up! They ain't no more cities in the whole world! Radio just said so 'fore it went dead! We're being invaded!" Invaded? Invaded by whom? He hadn't been able to grasp it at first. At first he'd thought Russia, and then he'd thought, no, it couldn't be Russia. Pa had said all the cities in the whole wide world. And then he'd begun to see the people on the road, the terrified people, the walking, running, stumbling people heading for the hills and the forests, the hiding places that ships couldn't see, that bombs couldn't find. But that hunters could. Hunters hunting with incredible silver guns, skimming along the roads to the hills and the forests in fantastic vehicles, alighting by roadsides and lumbering across fields to timber stands, routing out the people from elms and oaks and maples and locusts and even sumac, flushing them out like rabbits and shooting them down in cold blood with blinding shards of bullets. He had run when he'd seen the first vehicle. He'd run wildly for the woods. He'd forgotten Pa and Ma. He'd even forgotten his gun. He'd been scared, crazy scared. What did they want to kill people for? What was wrong with people? He shivered on the limb in the chill morning wind that had sprung up after the first frost of the season. Martians, he'd bet. Martians landing on Earth and wanting everything for themselves, afraid to let people live for fear they'd get some. Greedy Martians, trying to hog the whole world. The gray shape below him moved slightly, and his terror broke out afresh. The hunter appeared to be reclining against the trunk of a nearby tree, its gleaming weapon resting on its huge tentacular legs. Waiting. For an irrational moment he considered climbing down and approaching it, getting down on his knees and begging it for mercy. But he'd only be wasting his time. He realized that right away. He knew he'd see no pity in those cold, inhuman eyes. He knew he'd see nothing but death. The trees were the only answer. The trees with their friendly screens of foliage, their lofty, leafy hiding places. By living in the trees, a shrewd man might be able to elude the hunters forever, if he was careful, if he never let himself be seen. He peered cautiously down at the hunter again. He looked at the gray patches of the gargantuan body that showed through the interstices of the foliage. As he watched, the first frost-nipped leaf fluttered down past his face, hovering for a moment before his eyes so that he could not miss its new autumnal coloring. End of the Leaf by Robert F. Young. Recording by Roger Melin. The Moon and the Sun by James McKimmey, Jr. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Roger Melin. The Moon and the Sun by James McKimmey, Jr. The rocket waited, a gleaming yellow-fin tube, pointing its nose at the depths of space. Time ticked in the control tower, which rested in the shadow of the great monster. 6 minutes left. Sunlight danced on silver curves. Tick, 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 tick. The time was in Charter's brain like the sound of a pendulum in a grandfather's clock. The end was nearing. It was almost over. Charters turned his thick wrist and looked at his watch. Outside the sun was a strong white fire in a blue sky. Sand stretched away endlessly from the circular cluster of buildings from which the rocket had been conceived and nurtured and born. Seconds crept, and there was a dead silence in the tower room. "We've done it," Charters said, his voice like a snapping of brittle wires. Lamson, his assistant, nodded and watched the rocket. "Yes," he said. "Greatest victory of the age," said Charters, grinning and gaily wiping his hands together. Lamson watched the way the sun struck the glistening silver body of the rocket. "Have you nothing to say, man?" Charters asked. "I was just thinking." "This is no time to think," Charters said, his eyes bright and winking. "This is a time to let your thoughts drain out of your head, to feel the damned meaning of this thing, to let it get inside you and fill you up to the brains. This is the time to laugh and cry, Lamson, to let your insides quiver with the pure joy of it. We've done it." Yes, Lamson said. Only I was thinking about Randall sitting out there waiting. He'll be all right. I know he will. I don't mean that. I mean the way he feels about things, yet sitting there, waiting to guide it to the moon, to prove its reality. And all the time He's caught in a stream, Lamson. A swift, driving stream that won't let him stop. He can't help himself. Lamson shook his head. I can't believe he's really going through with it. He's different now, Charters said. A few months ago, he had all these ideas about the rocket being used for military reasons, for killing, and all that other nonsense. Now he's caught in the grip of this thing. He's watched his own work blossom and turn into a remarkably beautiful finished miracle. Charters watched the rocket, eyes half closed, seeming to feel the strength of it in his own hands as he closed them slowly, tightly. Ah, he said, lips curling, the beautiful, beautiful thing. Lamson watched through the thick window, unblinking. He was right, you know. Who was right? Randall. He was right about this rocket. We won't use it for anything but just another weapon. All this work and planning. All Randall's sweat and blood, for no reason but just another weapon. It's too late now. Yes, and you knew it, didn't you? Lamson said to Charters, looking at the man. You knew what this would mean. When Randall wanted to quit and you finally got him to go ahead, you knew what we'd use it for. You don't quit after 10 years. Charters looked at his watch, counting silently. He's been sold out, Lamson said, thinking of Randall sitting in the rocket. A lifetime of worry and work and prayer. Now he's been sold out. Damn it, man, Charters said. It's nearly ready to happen. The room was silent, and the ticking was in the air again, a steady, rhythmic ticking that got into the brain and beat time with the heart. 1 minute. The rocket rested on its launch, as though tightening its metallic muscles and cords to spring into the air like a wild, frenzied terror, to cut through the sky, through space, to touch the moon. 30 seconds, Charters said, his voice trembling. Lamson closed his hands and his eyes. 20 seconds. Charters bent his head over his watch. His breathing shortened, and he waited, tensed, crouched. 10, 5, 4, 3, 2. The ground shook as though a chasm had split beneath its surface. There was a streaking in the air. The rocket sped away and away. Over, said Charters, his face to the sky. It's over. Lamson turned from the window and stood quietly, watching the floor. His shoulders were limp, his hands still and quiet at his sides. By God, said Charters, whirling, slapping his palms together. What an entirely immense thing. He grinned widely and moved his feet as though he were dancing. Randall, said Lamson, his voice a lost, dead sound. Randall, Charters mimicked. He moved about quickly, this way and that, waving his hands, grinning. This is much greater than Randall. Lamson was silent while Charters cracked his hands together. The moon, Charters breathed. The moon. There was a loud shuffling outside the door then, and suddenly the door swung open, and a wide-eyed man in the white coveralls stood staring at Charters. What's the matter? Said Charters, freezing. I can't believe it, said the man. I really can't believe it. What, man? said Charters, moving toward the door. "Mr. Randall. He just climbed out of the rocket and walked away, 6 seconds before it went up." Charters stopped, staring with wild eyes. His face colored. Rage choked his voice. "Why?" barked the man. Lamson stood at the window, his eyes lighting. He smiled, then laughed, and far away a gleaming yellow-finned rocket drove up, finding the path through space that would carry it alone past the moon to the sun. End of The Moon and the Sun by James McKimmey, Jr. Recording by Roger Melin.
The Old Martians by Raj Phillips. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Old Martians by Raj Phillips. The man with the pith helmet had his back toward me. Hunched forward, he was screaming at the girl in the lens of his camera. "Don't just stand there, Dottie. Move! Do something! Back up toward that column with inscriptions on it." The girl was tall and long-legged with ideal body proportions, her features and skin coloring a perfect norm blend with no throwback elements. Right now she seemed confused and half frightened as she tried to comply with the directions of the man with the movie camera. She smiled artificially, turned her head to look at the fragment of a wall behind her, reached out with a finger and started tracing the lines of an almost obliterated inscription in its stone surface. The camera stopped whirring. Its owner straightened and grumbled. "That's all?" Now the girl was allowed to go back to her worrying. Swiftly she surveyed the crowd, but didn't find the person she was looking for. She started moving toward one of the arches that led deeper into the ruins. I followed her slowly. She passed through the arch, stopped, and turned her head toward the right, her eyes on something out of sight. She had found him, but she saw me at the same time and her worry deepened. When she moved back into the crowd, I strolled casually through the archway. There was a vaguely defined passageway, the roof over it gone for 500,000 years, of course, and 20 feet away, oblivious of his surroundings except for what was directly in front of him, was my man. His height and build were somewhat less than the norm, but it was his profile that drew my attention. A remarkable throwback. A throwback of a distinct type. In fact, he might well have served as the model in types textbooks labeled British. The resemblance was subtle. Only one trained to differentiate would ever have noticed it. I let my attention take in his whole figure. His elbows had a habit of making fluttery movements when his exploring hands paused, so that a strange bird-like impression was given. Also an air of ungainliness in the lines of the lean body, rather than the feline smoothness and grace of the norm blend. It was so in keeping with his features that it served to strengthen the psychodiagnosis. A throwback to an era 10,000 years in the past, and therefore, as the textbooks say, prone to mental instability. It was no wonder that the girl called Dottie had had the air of being perpetually worried. She appeared now from the far side of the ruin and approached the man. He sensed, rather than saw her, and straightened up, every line of him etched with excitement.
"Dottie," he said, "I've found it. I found the proof. I've been here before, thousands of years ago, when this wasn't a ruins. I remember."
The girl's manner reflected wariness.
"Please, Herb, you've got to forget all about it. You'll talk too much."
His shoulders stiffened.
"Don't worry. I won't talk until I have proof to convince even them. Somewhere around here, something lies buried. Something I will be able to remember. They will dig where the rocks haven't been touched for 5,000 centuries and find what I say is there."
Dottie was shaking her head.
"No, Herb. If it were on Earth, I might half believe you. But not here on Mars. These people weren't even humanoid." "Neither was I," Herb whispered hoarsely.
I sighed regretfully. I'd seen too many cases like this one. I'd grown to dread them. But it was a job and a man had to eat. The guide began herding the tourists back to the bus. I mingled with the crowd, and when Dottie and Herb climbed aboard, I managed to stick close to them.
"Where did you go to?"
the man in the pith helmet called from where he was sitting.
"Stick close to me. I put a new roll in the camera. At the next place, I want to get some shots of both of you together."
"All right, George," Dottie said obediently. She and Herb were forced to find separate seats. They would do no talking, so I faced around and studied the three alternately. The man in the pith helmet, George, was a normal blend, totally unconcerned about his reactions on others, so long as he could pursue his hobby. The bus detoured a roped-off area in the center of the ancient city, the part considered too dangerous because of cave-in possibilities, and made its way out to the northern edge of ruins to the part that resembled the ancient cemeteries on Earth. The only major difference was that there were no remains under the evenly spaced stones. There was some doubt that it had been a cemetery, but the guide announced it as one, and that announcement, as the bus came to a stop, had a pronounced effect on Herb. He began his fluttery elbow movements again and looked around at Dottie with a triumphant smile. I moved up quickly to keep him in earshot. He protested when George insisted on taking camera shots, then gave in and cooperated in order to get it over with. Finally, George snapped his camera shut. Herb mumbled something to Dottie that I didn't catch and started down one of the lanes between rows of stones as though headed for a definite goal. I couldn't very well follow after they left the main group. It would have been obvious. Instead, I veered off to one side, gambling that when they reached their destination, I would be able to read their lips. I got well away from stragglers and took out my mirrorscope, pointed it off in the distance, and swinging the objective lens around until it centered on them. I was lucky. They were facing in my direction.
"It isn't a cemetery,"
Herb was saying with emphatic motions of his hands.
"It was a parking area, and the stone was where I parked my air sled. I can remember it as though it were yesterday."
I had to admire the man's subconscious. It was a remarkably shrewd guess. The experts wouldn't play along with it, but they would probably never be able to prove him wrong on that count. But Dottie was arguing with him.
"How can you prove it was a parking area?"
Her eyes roamed over the large field with its regularly spaced stones.
"It certainly looks impractical for a parking lot." "Just the same, that's what it was. I wish I had a shovel here. I seem to remember burying something near my stone. If I could find that, it would prove I really remember."
"Why don't you forget it?"
Dottie pleaded.
"After all, even if it were true, what does it matter now?" "It matters to me. Ever since we arrived here, I've seen familiar things, too familiar to be coincidence. I never felt this way before. I always considered reincarnation as ancient superstitious belief, just like everyone else, but not anymore. I know. I lived here when all this was new."
"But can't you just be satisfied to feel that you did and let it go at that?" Dottie asked.
"I'm afraid of what they would do to you if they found out what you were thinking."
"Ha!" Herb snorted.
"I have a feeling that before we leave Mars, I'll be able to prove it to them. Somewhere in this city is something that only I know exists. It's hidden under stones that haven't been disturbed since man first set foot on the planet. It isn't entirely clear yet, but it will come. It will come. Then I'll make them listen. They'll dig, and they'll find what I say is there. You wait and see."
"They'll lock you up, darling,"
Dottie said.
"They won't believe you."
The guide was calling everyone back to the bus. I watched Herb scowl fiercely at the stone marker that he believed to have been his, opened his mouth to say something, then turn away so that his lips were out of sight. Regretfully, I put the mirroscope away and went back to the bus. I knew where we were going next, and I was uneasy about it. Herb and Dottie managed to sit together, and I got a place right behind them, where I could eavesdrop, but they sat in silence. The bus had left the ancient city behind, to head out over the desert toward one of the few structures on Mars which had withstood the ravages of time without crumbling. An immense dome of solid concrete reinforced with pure copper rods, harder than steel. The Martians had known what Earth civilization didn't learn until around the year 3000, that copper can't be tempered, but pure copper becomes tempered of itself in 1,000 years. That immense dome was a honeycomb of passageways and rooms, some of which were not open to tourists. It would be a natural for Herb. The bus stopped. The people were piling out and staring curiously at the smooth surface of the dome, especially at places where the reinforcement rods were protruding and glittering like tarnished gold. 2 of the permanent guards had come out to take charge of the tour. I caught the eye of one of them and nodded toward Herb. The guard caught my meaning, edged over to his partner, and soon both men were warned that Herb was to be closely watched. I felt better knowing that a couple of others knew about him. Maybe it would have been smarter to have taken him in custody right then. But it would have meant a scene. The procedure of the tour was for the guide to do all the talking, leading the procession through the roped-off parts of the dome, while the 2 guards followed along behind to make sure no stragglers got left. I let 3 or 4 people move in front of me so Herb wouldn't get suspicious. Dottie was sticking close to him, plainly worried, and he was more excited than he had been at any of the other spots. He fairly quivered, his eyes caressing the walls with a fevered look. Dottie didn't miss his increased agitation, especially after he whispered in her ear a couple of times. The guide took the usual path, straight into the dome, pausing at 6 small rooms with carved walls, to arrive at a bank of elevators installed in the exact center, then straight up to the roof and the observation platform, from which miles and miles of desert and ruins could be seen. Then back down to the 2nd level, a zigzag course through other rooms, and finally down a flight of steps to where the tour started. I kept my eyes on the back of Herb's head. You can tell a lot by doing that. At first his head turned this way and that, indicating he was full of curiosity. I was waiting for that telltale sudden tensing, with the head directed at some spot that would tell of a sudden memory stirring in the man's mind. I almost missed it when it came, because it was between 2 passages, a blank wall. The briefest pause, then Herb was going on again as though nothing had happened. But now his head had stopped its curiosity-motivated pivotings. It was the head of a man who was no longer curious, who had made up his mind about something. I didn't like it. And when the group emerged into open air once more without Herb having tried anything, I knew as certainly as I had ever known anything that he intended to come back here, and soon. In the comfort station before boarding the bus, I scrawled a hasty note to the guards to investigate the spot halfway between passages 14 and 15 on the 1st level, and slipped it to one of them as I passed him to get on the bus. We visited 4 other spots on the tour. When Herb showed no real interest in them, it only clinched what I already was sure of, that he planned on returning. At the ancient city hotel, once again, I gave the high sign, and shortly Herb and Dottie were being watched by capable men, leaving me free to go to my room. Once there, I called the dome. They were just getting the X-ray set up in place to explore that wall and promised to call me as soon as they were finished. Next, I called CI and made my report. I was still making it when the operator broke in.
"Steve Merritt wants to talk to you,"
she said crisply. "Make the circuit 3-way, I said. Steve's voice came in. "I had to get to you, Joe. This guy Herb and his wife just left the hotel." "CI's listening too," I said. "Did they take anything that would point to where they were going?" "To the cemetery first. He swiped a couple of knives and forks when they finished eating their dinner. Maybe for weapons." "I doubt that," I said. "But I think it's time to pick him up. He's got to be committed." "Wait a minute," CI said. "Joe, you catch up with them. Join them and play along. Tell this guy Herb you overheard him and guess what was going on. Gain his confidence if you can." "That's pretty dangerous," I replied. It's orders," CI said. "Steve, you lay the net so that whatever happens we can contain it." That was that. Orders. But I still didn't like it. I went to the desk and took out my compact paralysis tube. Then, reluctantly, I put it back. I would have to play the part. The paralysis tube would give me away as an agent. It would have to be up to Steve and the others to contain the threat. Down in the lobby, I saw Steve waiting impatiently. He was uneasy, too.
"What's come over CI? They're toying with dynamite on this."
"I think I know what they want. They want to let him go far enough so we can see more of the nature of the danger. And I hope nobody gets killed. They should have spotted this Herb guy and not let him come here at all. I suspected they did spot him and let him come to conduct another of their damned experiments. They don't want to leave well enough alone." We were outside now. No one was around. The sun was just beginning to set, and the instant it disappeared, the night would be pitch black, even if one of the moons was out.
"We'll be watching on the standard CI band," Steve assured me. "They're at the temple right now, waiting for it to get dark."
He grinned.
"Good luck."
There was a mixture of genuineness, half-mockery, and worry in his voice. At the temple ruins, I found them easily enough and took the simplest course. I walked right up to them. "Hello," I said. "I thought I'd find you here. I want to go along with you. I'm interested." "What do you mean?" Herb was hostile and suspicious. "You remember me. I was on the tour this afternoon. I accidentally overheard you. It would be something if reincarnation could be proven." "Do you believe in reincarnation?" I frowned as though being cautious. "I don't know." Then I put a disarming grin on my lips. "Since believing in it is legally classify it as insanity for the records, no. It was a nice statement. It could imply that I did, and Herb took that implication. He accepted me. Dottie was different.
How do you know he isn't an agent? She asked Herb uneasily.
If I am, the fat's in the fire, I told her. But wouldn't I be locking him up? This quieted, but didn't satisfy her. Anyway, I said, if you can dig up something that you remember burying, an extra witness won't do any harm. That's what you're after, isn't it? Proof that will end the last bit of doubt?
That's right, Herb said. And you can help me dig.
Okay, then, I said, and it was settled. We introduced ourselves, then lapsed into silence while we waited for the sun to set. It wasn't long. The place looked more like a cemetery than ever in the eerie glow of black light pencils. As we made our way along a row of stone markers, Herb strode purposefully. Dottie stuck close to him, still a little suspicious of me. I trailed half a step behind. Finally, Herb stopped beside one of the markers.
This is it,
he said softly. I blinked at the marker, then at Herb. It wasn't the one he had singled out in the afternoon. Was he mixed up? If he wasn't, he was a good actor. He took out one of the dinner knives and squatted down and started to probe the soil, loosening it so that it could be scraped out by hand. I watched him dig. Part of the time I helped him. We found nothing. After a reasonable amount of this, Herb stood up with a resigned sigh.
Guess I was wrong, he said. Poor Herbie, Dottie said. Yeah, poor Herbie, Herb said with every appearance of tiredness and defeat. But that's that. Sorry to have gotten you all excited about nothing, Joe. Guess it was too much to expect anything.
He turned to Dottie.
As long as we're out here, let's take a walk by ourselves, huh?
That was an obvious cue as I had ever been handed. Neat. I was confronted with the alternatives of scramming or calling him a liar. Guess I might as well go back to the hotel, I said cheerfully. See you in the morning. I headed back the way we had come until I was sure they couldn't hear me or see me with their blacklight pencils. Then, ducking down next to a marker, I waited. After a couple of minutes, I heard cautious footsteps.
It's me, Joe. Steve.
Good, I grunted. What are they doing now? They gave me the brush off.
I got the play, Steve said. Slick. Shall we close in now or wait?
I think I'll play my part a little further. Don't want CI to think we're timid.
Okay, Steve said. The next funeral we attend may be our own.
Yeah, I said. It might. I moved into the darkness, not using my blacklight pencil, but keeping my sensitized glasses on, so I could see Herb's if I got close enough. I reached the spot where we had done the digging. I hesitated, then kept on, toward the spot where Herb and Dottie had been so engrossed that afternoon. In my mind's eye, I knew exactly where it was. My hands explored ahead of me, searching out each stone marker along my path, clinging to it as I passed it, and slipping off as I went on to the next. They were my only contact with reality in this total blackness. I was thinking, too. I was thinking of what Herb had said about this being a parking area for air sleds back before the earliest known records of man on Earth when this city was alive. He was probably right about it at that. Analysis had shown the presence of copper and aluminum in the top surface of some of the markers that could only be accounted for by some metallic object setting atop each one long ago, and remaining so that molecular and atomic creep could set in, carrying such atoms deep into the surface crystals of the stone. And I was wondering what it was he hoped to dig up. If it were some sort of weapon, it probably wouldn't work after all this time. It couldn't. Or could it? A few things had been pieced together about the ancient Martian civilization. Not much, but enough to be sure that they knew a few things we had never discovered. They had been masters at creating machines with no moving parts. The electronic devices we had found had proved they knew far more about VHF than we did. I could see what CI was aiming at now. We might not even recognize what Herb was searching for. It would be better to let him find it, and get it from him before he could use it. If it was a weapon. And it probably was a weapon. I was pretty sure his main objective was hidden in the wall in the dome, and that this thing in the cemetery was something that would help him get to that objective. My thoughts came back to my surroundings. I was less than a dozen feet from where Herb and Dottie should be. I stopped. There was no trace of black light. I held my breath and listened. And I heard the faint scraping of the knife against stone. I wished fervently that I had a standard CI infrascope so that I could see. Steve probably knew more of what was going on than I did. I counted on watching Herb by his own blacklight pencil, and he was working in darkness. Carefully, I stole forward, inch by slow inch, my ears tuned for the faintest significant sound, such as a grunt of satisfaction that would tell of finding what he was digging for. And a million thoughts taunted me, thoughts about the latest discoveries and disintegration frequencies, thoughts about how little we knew of that ancient Martian civilization. But also I was figuring what Herb would do. He would find the object he was digging for. Unwittingly, he would grunt his triumph. Dottie might forget his strict warnings to be quiet and say something. Regardless of that, he would stand up slowly, fondling what he had found, remembering what it was and how it worked. There would be a few seconds before it would become a weapon in his hands. Seconds that I had to make the most use of and be ready for. It was the triumphant grunt I had known would come. Suddenly panic made me cast aside whatever vague plan of action I had had. I turned on my pencil, bathing the two in its black light. At the same time, I said, "I thought it was a scheme to get rid of me." It was the element of surprise that saved me. A still picture of the scene the black light disclosed etched itself into my mind. There was an object in Herb's hand. A strange, meaningless object. Dirty, yet with definite form. It was cradled in his hand like a weapon. It was pointed almost at me. I dropped my pencil and went in low, diving for his legs. I felt the air crackle where I had just stood. As my arms encircled his legs, I heard thunder exploding nearby. Training has its advantages. The moment I felt contact with Herb, that training took over. I jerked and rolled in a movement calculated to throw him to the ground face down, the motion ending in a backbreaker hold. But only a part of my mind was concerned with that. The other part was frozen with horror. Approximately a half-acre of the cemetery was glowing. I saw Steve in the center of it with Herb's weapon pointing his way. The very inertia of matter held Steve together for that brief instant. Then he was falling apart, melting and evaporating at the same time, just like the stone markers in the ground around him. I had the thing away from him suddenly, and I wondered what to do next. Running footsteps gave me the answer. It was other CI agents closing in. Seconds later, they had Herb under control. Dottie was wringing her hands and crying. Me? I was holding the thing, afraid to let go of it and afraid to keep on holding it. But as the seconds passed by without it exploding into destructive action again, I began to let myself think I might live a while longer. The area of destruction was molten now. Its heat was like that of an open blast furnace. We skirted it and headed toward the road, lights in the distance telling us that cars were on the way to get us. I saw Dottie stumble. I took her arm. She looked up at me, recognized me in the light from the glowing pool of bubbling lava, and tried to pull away. "Take it easy," I said gruffly. "I'm your friend. Maybe the only friend you've got here." Her look told me she didn't believe me, but she didn't pull away anymore. We walked along, and after a moment she seemed to struggle up out of her mental paralysis.
"Herb was right," she said in a low, wondering tone. "He really did remember."
"It was plain coincidence," I said sharply. "And don't ever let yourself think differently. He's insane. It's a recognized form of insanity. He'll be sent to a good mental hospital, and in a year or two he'll come out good as new."
"Coincidence?"
she echoed. Then she laughed. It was mirth that drifted quickly into hysterical hopelessness. I dug my fingers into her flesh until the pain brought her to her senses. "Coincidence," I said. "Nothing more. I've seen 17 cases just like his. How else did I spot him? I recognized the type. None of the others found what they rationalized themselves into thinking they remembered from the time they were Martians. Eventually one of them would stumble onto something. That's coincidence, not incarnated memory." She turned her head and blinked at me. I nodded grimly. "I'm an agent," I said. "I go out on the tours for one purpose only, to spot psychos and make sure they don't get out of control. You'd be surprised how many there are. Some of them, like your husband, probably show no sign of instability until they get here. They look around at the evidence of a civilization that existed before Homo sapiens had evolved on the Earth, and it throws them. If you want to understand more about it, read the medical books. They get irrational pre-memories. They look at something, and the idea of familiarity associates with the new impression. They look around a corner and see something, and build up the conviction that they had consciously known what was there before they looked around the corner." I felt that I was making headway with her. I wanted to. I had to.
You say there were others, and they didn't find anything," she said.
She was groping for something logical to grasp. I had to give her that something. "That's right," I said. "And the law of averages said that someday someone would uncover something that's been missed." She was nodding slowly now, accepting what I was saying. It was authoritative. She would find confirmation in authoritative books. If she wanted to pursue the subject, she would find plenty of evidence, real evidence, to support it. It is a common form of insanity. It was important that she believe that. We reached the road. CI had been prepared. There was a car to take her back to the hotel, a station wagon for Herb, who was now very submissive and somewhat dazed, and a third car for me and my precious cargo. 10 minutes later I was in the science building basement, laying the thing on a wooden table very gently. It seemed solid, each integral part of its form being of a different metal. None of the men watching me lay it down discounted the danger it contained. They knew too much about how shape and dimension can affect the electronic properties of metal. They knew the thing probably didn't contain an erg of power of its own, but probably triggered and directed the release of cosmic energies as yet unknown to them. They stared at it. One of them reached out to touch it, then slowly drew his finger back. I could see the decision crystallizing in their minds behind their serious eyes. This thing would go with the other strange and incomprehensible machines locked in vaults in a concrete building, far out on the Martian desert, away from the tourist trails of this dead planet. It would remain there until the day when human science advanced far enough to understand it. "What about the wall in the dome?" I asked. "They roped it off. They're afraid of it."
"Did you convince his wife he's insane?"
one of the science staff asked. I nodded. I used the same old line. Told her there were dozens like him, and the law of averages made it certain at least one of them would find something. He nodded, grinned without humor.
"How we love to lie."
I turned away. There was a bitter taste in my mouth from all the lies I'd told, all the bilge. But I knew the truth, too. I was as sure of that as I was of anything. It wasn't insanity, of course, and it wasn't reincarnation. It seemed to be, because the mind has a habit of possessing for its very own anything that enters it. The truth of the matter was that somehow, in some incomprehensible way, the Martians were still with us. They hated us, and they knew how to use our weak ones. The Old Martians and their science. I took a last look at the weapon lying on the table, then left the room and climbed the stairs to the first floor. I walked down the silent, empty hall to the exit and out into the night. I let my eyes roam the blackness of the lifeless Martian desert. With an effort, I pulled them away and fixed them on the warmth, the human warmth, beckoning from the hotel. I started walking toward that bit of comfort, and as I walked, the eternal question that haunted all of us in CI hovered in the background of my thoughts. Would we be able to contain the Martians until we understood the terrible machines they had left as a deadly heritage? Tonight we almost hadn't. I thought of Steve. End of The Old Martians by Raj Phillips.
Birthday Present by Arnold Marmer. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Birthday Present by Arnold Marmer. Diane's husband spent most of his time on Mars, and I spent most of mine with Diane. It was a nice arrangement, much too nice to last. "It's tonight or never," Diane said. "Yes," I said. I watched her as she walked back and forth across my bedroom floor. She had on a sheer plasto dress that clung to her round white breasts and full milky eyes. "I'm picking him up at the Spaceway," she said. "We're supposed to go dining and dancing tonight." She stopped pacing. "It's my birthday. I'm 30 today. And I was 24 and in love. 6 years between us. So what? I didn't give a damn. I wanted to marry her, to live with her. I'm 30, she said. "Again, do you mind?" "I know your age. Why bring it up? Someday you'll find out you married an old woman, if we ever do marry. Stop it." I got off the bed, went to her. "Just tell me what to do and I'll do it. Do you love me?" She looked up at me. "You know I do. Say it. I love you." "Never stop saying that." She put up her face and I kissed her. A long, hard kiss. She broke away. "You'll be back in the racer. Just crouch low. As soon as we're away from the Spaceway, You hit him with the wrench. It has to be quick and sure. Then we carry him up to the apartment and drop him out the window. I shuddered a little as she talked. She was so calm about the whole thing. You'll have plenty of time to get out. It'll be listed as a suicide. He's been sick for a long time. His doctor will testify to that. He was so sick and worried he jumped to his death. She stared at me hard. Is it all clear? Yes, I looked at her. Her long blonde hair, her oval face, the slim white column that was her throat. It's all clear, like glass. I poured myself a drink. I needed it. I was going to need a lot more. We won't be able to see each other for a long time, she said. She watched me drink. We don't want to give our friends something to talk about. I won't like not seeing you. She patted my face. I put down my drink, caged her slender hand in mine, and kissed her wrist. I saw the light blue veins crisscrossing under the delicate skin. I brought her close to me. I kissed her warm lips. Baby, I breathed. Diane, baby. Paul, listen to me. We haven't much time. All right, sweet. I kissed her again. Come on. We can't afford to get there late. I crouched low in the back of the racer. I heard the street noises, the gab of the night crowds, the not so mild cursings of the taxi jet drivers. It all seemed so unreal. Back there, on my haunches, a wrench gripped tight in my sweaty hand. I was going to kill a man I knew, a man I respected, and for a woman, all for a woman. I thought about getting up and telling Diane to go to hell and to get herself another stooge. I thought about a lot of things. Then I thought of Diane, her sweet white body, the way she sighed when I kissed her hard, and I knew I was going to go through with it. The racer stopped, its jets cut off. I heard the hum as the door opened and she got out. This was it. I sweated. It dripped down in an endless stream. The seconds went by, then the minutes. They got in, and the door hummed shut, and I heard their laughter blending together. They settled back, and the jets roared. The racer woke up to new life, and it shot away. How was the trip? I heard Diane asking. Cold, and I'm not sure it was worth it. Those Martians drive a hard bargain. He coughed. Diane, you're not too set on going out tonight, are you? Why? She asked. I thought how nice it would be if we spent the evening at home. Just as you say, Roger. You don't care? Of course not. She was so calm, so damn calm. There would never be another like Diane. You won't regret it, Roger promised. My, but this boulevard is deserted, she said. Not a soul in sight. That was for my benefit. It was my cue. I sat up silently. He saw me then in the rearview mirror. What the hell? He started to turn. My arm sprang alive. The wrench thudded against his skull. A half cry spilled from his lips. Then his head fell forward on his chest. Hit him again, Diane urged, but do as I say. I hit him again, hard. It was done. I settled back. The wrench was still in my hand. I looked at it, then let it fall. Are you all right? Diane asked. Yes, I said. Why shouldn't I be? You're not going to be sick, are you? No. You think I'm a kid? You did it for an old woman. Stop it. Today is my birthday. Don't you know? I'm 30. Shut up. I wonder what he got for my birthday. Please. I'm sorry. Really, I am. I feel like talking. If I don't, I think I'd scream. So I let her talk. I didn't answer her. She babbled away like she was crazy. She kept it up till we got to their apartment. Diane got out first and made sure the way was clear. We'll use the back stairs, she said when she got back. We both can manage him. It was dark and it was late, and we didn't see anybody. We went through the service entrance. It was too heavy a load for me to do it alone. 2 flights up. Diane helped me with him. I breathed easier when we were in the marble hall outside the apartment. She quickly unlocked the heavy plastic door, and we got him inside. She fumbled for the inner lighting switch. Happy birthday, they shouted. Now I knew why Roger had wanted to spend the evening at home. We stood there, Diane and myself with Roger between us. Then they stopped shouting and stared at us. I thought they would never stop staring. End of Birthday Present by Arnold Marmer. Recording by Ronald Gardella.
How Don Flashed the S.O.S. by Mabel M. Davis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. read by Ben Tucker. How Don Flashed the S.O.S. by Mabel M. Davis. Donald Johnson's mother says she feels sure the careless nursemaid they had when Don was a baby must have mixed an electrolytic solution with the milk he was fed. She cannot believe that otherwise any boy could be so permeated with electricity. He could not have caught it from his family, as he was an only child. And his mother could not tell a fuse plug from a dry battery, and his father's abilities in electrical matters were all confined to paying the electric light bill on time each month. It was different with Don's chum Will Merton. He was the youngest of a large family, all of whom were wound up and went by electricity, and that was their sole motive power. The story of all the weird and wonderful inventions and imitations of inventions that were produced by these two boys in Don's lab would fill a book. One worthwhile and early accomplishment was the mastery by both boys of the International Morse Code, and they often flashed or tapped out signals to each other from various points in the neighborhood. One evening near dusk, Don was hurrying home from their favorite resort, the dumping grounds of the Ajax Electrical Company's factory. He heard a faint mewing that seemed to come from overhead, and looking up he finally located a cat at the very top of a nearby electric light pole. The 9-lived feline was crying pitifully, and Don's sympathies were touched. Being a senior in high school, Donald was rather ashamed of showing any fondness for cats, but he glanced this way and that, and not a soul was in sight. So he made a jump and a scramble, hoping to shinny up the first spikes on the pole. He did not make it, and realized for the first time how heavily he was loaded. In the pockets of his mackinaw he only had a piece of zinc rod, a large magnet for a telephone magneto, some brass rod, copper tubing, a pocket full of assorted screws, bolts, nuts, and washers, another pocket full of lengths of iron core wire, and nearly a pound of miscellaneous binding posts. So he cast his treasures from him, coat and all, and went to the rescue. After a hard scramble, he gained the spikes and climbed quickly up. Standing on the lowest crossarm, he tried to persuade Pussy to come within reach, but she was suspicious of the proffered help, and remained fast at her post. He gained the next arm, and his persuasiveness brought her down a little way. He reached for her, but she backed out to the end of the arm over his head. Donald followed along to the end of his crossarm when, horrors, his foot slipped and he started to fall. Donald never could tell just how it all happened, but he suddenly found himself with his 2 feet on the crossarm below and the peg of the arm above hooked through the belt of his Norfolk coat. In falling, his foot had struck the glass, broken it, released the wire, and, as his body slid by the peg, it had hooked him. Luckily, his belt had held until his feet found the arm below and relieved the strain a little. He was in a very awkward and uncomfortable position. He tried cautiously to squirm about and get the belt off the hook, though he was very much afraid that if he succeeded he might not be able to hold on to the crossarm without the support of the stout peg under his belt. Fortunately, his belt was securely buckled in front, not buttoned. He twisted and tried to turn, finally fingering his belt to see if he could unbuckle it in case he got up, his courage to try it. But that question was not to be put up to him to decide, as the buckle had slipped around to the back, and with all his squirmings he could not get it within reach of his fingers. He rested with one arm over the crossarm, his feet very insecurely placed on the crossarm below, and the pole too far away to reach. He tried a few yells for help, but they cracked in delivery, so he gave that up. He had come across lots from the factory and struck into his own street near the end of it, where there were no houses for a long distance and rarely a passer-by. Another factory recently built on a side street had caused the electric lighting company to put up a transformer for that neighborhood. Don and Will had watched and assisted at the installation of the transformer. The cat had chosen to ascend the very pole that held the transformer. As it began to get dark, Don noticed the humming of the transformer increasing. He could see Will Merton's house away down the street. Their lights appeared, and Don could imagine the family all gathered about the supper table. The transformer was humming louder now. An idea suddenly came to Donald. After a terrific squirm, he succeeded in getting the fingers of his free hand on the chain of his wire cutters, which, out of school hours, he always carried attached to his person. With the wire cutters clasped firmly in his right hand, he reached for the secondary lead of the transformer, which hung in a loop over his head. He knew that it was safe enough to tackle that wire without gloves, as it carried only 110 volts. It was hard work and took a long time, but the trusty wire cutters did the trick. There was a blinding flash, and the loop was cut. Donald could see that the Mertons' house and others nearby were dark. He grasped one wire in his right hand, then by touching this to the other, which hung loose, he caused a short flash of light in all the houses, then followed this by 2 long flashes, which was his chum's private wireless call. He repeated this carefully. Then flashed out, dash dot dash dot, dash dash dash, dash dash, dot dot dash dash dot, dash dash dash, dot dash dot dot, dot. Come pole. In 5 minutes, Will Merton was dancing excitedly about on the sidewalk below Don, yelling to his brothers to bring the extension ladder. Other neighbors were gathering and demanding of Don why he was up there. Don glanced about and saw no sign of the cat he had come to rescue. When the wire flashed, the cat had acquired a little common sense and gone down the way it had come up. So, that embarrassing element of the situation was, thank heaven, eliminated. At the next call, "Donald Johnson, what are you doing up there?" Don replied. "Fixing the transformer. Bring up my supper, will you?" Donald's father took his place at the bottom of the ladder, steadying it while Will Merton's older brother climbed up, unhooked Don, and helped him get a place on the ladder. At the bottom, he was besieged with questions, but evaded them all. Will picked up Don's loaded coat, and the hungry, shivering S.O.S. man was glad to slip into it. All he said was, "Let's get out of here before the company's trouble man gets here to splice that wire." When he got home, he confessed rather shamefacedly to his father and mother and Will Merton that he went up the pole to rescue a cat. "But I've learned my lesson. No more cat rescue work for me. Of all the ungrateful creatures, that beast is the limit." Donald's parents had to admit that this was an occasion where practical knowledge of electricity was of some use. Several of the neighbors grumbled at being in the dark for an hour, but as soon as the lights flashed on again, they forgave Donald for the inconvenience. End of How Don Flashed the S.O.S. by Mabel M. Davis.
Utopia? Never, by Thomas M. Dish. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. The stranger would not admit that New Katanga was a paradise, though he accepted citizenship willingly enough. Little did he know that he was right. Utopia? Never, by Thomas M. Dish. "But I assure you," his guide replied. "There's always a fly in the ointment," the visitor continued. "Injustice is part of human nature. A society can't do without it. These are special conditions. That is the first injustice. Other planets don't have gobblers. But they do. It's not the same thing. You've seen the gobbler fleece of Morpheus 9. It's no better than wool. Only here in New Katanga, Utopia, the guide corrected. Only here is their fleece as tough as iron, and as soft to the touch as watered silk. His guide sighed deeply. Truly, there was nothing like gobbler fleece. Your planet's prosperity is possible, however, only at the expense of Federation worlds that can't raise gobblers. True, the guide agreed wanly. If New Katanga would reveal to the Federation the secret of the gobbler fleece, the special process that you've developed here, I assure you, on your right, his guide pointed out, you will observe our new civic auditorium, renowned throughout the galaxy for the classical beauty of its proportions. I assure you that I would not be so apt to suspect the motive of your utopian pretensions. Each panel of the glass wall is a ratio of 2 to 3. The sculpture in the center of the fountain was executed at tremendous expense by Brent Thornwald the Terran, who has since naturalized. It is an allegory of peace, prosperity, and freedom. Huh, the visitor grunted. Perhaps it is necessary, as you suggest, for a utopia to be isolated to a certain degree. We do enjoy advantages here that are wanting on... What did you say your homeworld was called? Aridit 4. Just so. Yet our chief advantage is not our monopoly on gobbler fleece, but the perfection of our social institutions. Here there is no crime, no war, no politics, no hunger, and little disease. Our Utopians are not greedy, envious, wrathful, lazy, or bedeviled with lusts. Come again? Every night there's a line outside my bedroom door, 5 deep. Not that I object, but in the land of the pure it seems a strange thing. His guide tried to conceal his smile. It is because you are a visitor. A certain romantic charm attaches to your particular position, an aura. On the whole, our citizens are more moderate in their appetites. Puritanism, too, is a shortcoming. You have been enjoying your stay, I take it? Oh, yes. And the food? Excellent. I must have gained 30 pounds. His guide nodded appreciatively at the visitor's girth. You will find, as you grow accustomed to plenty, that even moderation has its pleasures. But I will not make sermons. Have you enjoyed the weather? Just the right amount of zip. Your engineers are geniuses. Our schools and hospitals, our roads and public buildings? In all those things you are the paragon of the galaxy, and the private homes that I have seen are models of restrained munificence. They were selected at random. Of course, I knew long before my visit that your artists and scientists, virtually the whole population, his guide put in, are without peer. And yet you deny us the title of Utopia? Utopia? Never, the visitor said adamantly. There's always a worm in the rose. I just have not found it yet, but it's there. Injustice is a part of human nature. What a shame! I had hoped that you would accept full citizenship. The visitor gasped, letting his 280 pounds settle slowly onto the teakwood park bench. Yes, but since... Show me the papers. But as a representative of the Federation, I renounce my Federation's citizenship. What do I sign? Here, and here, and here. Good. He tucked the papers into a small leather carrying case. It seems to me that with so permissive an immigration policy, New Katanga will soon be overrun. On the contrary, exclusivity would be unjust, and in the long run, unprofitable. A society always could use fresh blood. Besides, we have a stable population rate, all things considered. Well, I feel like celebrating. Why don't we take in a matinee performance at the auditorium, then? Admission, like everything else in Utopia, is free. The performances are quite hair-raising. Something on the order of the Roman circuses, I'm told. The new citizen raised an eyebrow. In Utopia? It's a healthy outlet for our small aggressions. They walked up the marble staircase to the grand circle. Would you wait for me a few minutes in my box? I have some things to attend to. The visitor entered the box through the great door, heavily crusted with gold. His seat afforded him an excellent view of the arena. All the Utopians in the tiers above and across from his box stopped chattering and turned as one man to gaze at him. The new citizen recognized several women of recent acquaintance and waved to them. They waved back. One kissed her sheer, gobbler-fleeced scarf and threw it toward him. It billowed in the warm air of the auditorium and sank gracefully to the floor of the arena. There was restrained applause. The lights dimmed. The gobblers bounded out with that curious, lithe motion so strange in creatures of their bulk. They circled the arena, and then came to a stop underneath the new citizen's box, where, lips pressed back from their terrible fangs, they mewed softly. With an almost imperceptible click, the box was disengaged from its mooring and swung free over the arena. Then, with slow, pendular motions, it descended to the floor. The audience cheered wildly as the gobblers leapt, like great maned antelopes, over the railing of the box, and tore the new citizen of Utopia into shreds. Even as they gulped down the huge chunks of fatty tissue, the spectator could see their fleece change from a tone of drab nickel to a sheen, something between the glint of polished steel and the shimmer of watered silk. The end of Utopia? Never, by Thomas M. Dish.
The Happy Homicide by Frank Banta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Bischoff. The Happy Homicide by Frank Banta. Attendants pushing an ambulance cot wheeled what was left of murdered Fanny Bork into the center of the courtroom. The body was covered with a white sheet, except for the long, slim feet which were sticking out. Her toenails were painted red. 40-year-old John Bork listened while the prosecutor read the indictment against him. And the same John Bork did on the 12th day of March, 1986, fire a pistol at his wife, having then and there a long preconceived desire to kill her, and then and there did achieve his felonious intent, and did murder the same Fanny Bork. John Bork, have you heard the indictment? Stated the judge formally. How do you wish to plead? Not guilty, no contest, or wait and see? I'll wait and see, Your Honor. I thought you would, sighed the judge. We haven't had a straight not guilty plea in ages. Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor. Roll in the very complicated, monstrous proximulator machine, commanded the prosecutor. Two burly laborers, panting, rolled the machine on its creaky casters across the courtroom floor to Fanny's head. The machine was 6 feet tall, 3 feet wide, and 12 inches deep. On its face were 43 meters and one on-off switch. The laborers plugged the machine's line cord into an outlet and got out of the way. The prosecutor flipped the switch from off to on, then he folded his arms and waited till all 43 meters ceased their dancing and went back to zero. That done, he turned to the jury. In this machine rests the proof of the crime charged against the defendant, he said dramatically, patting the smooth gray side of the machine. This machine will tell you all you need to know about the murder. Oh, to be sure, I shall show you the corpus delicti presently, but why and how this crime was committed shall be revealed only by this machine's simulation of the deceased's brain. She will herself relate who her killer was. There was a shocked gasp from the jurors and the spectators in the courtroom when the prosecutor pulled back the sheet from the body, uncovering her head and chest. The jury will note that the government has removed her skull down to her eyebrows so that we could contact her brain's recordings with the machine's probe. The jury will also note the 4 bullet holes in the deceased's chest, which we intend to prove were put there by John Bork. I missed twice, said John Bork, nodding. Silence! Shouted the enraged judge. This court depends entirely on the very complicated, monstrous proximulator machine for its evidence. He turned to the jury, still seething. The jury will completely disregard the defendant's utterly uncalled-for admission. Proceed, Mr. Prosecutor. The prosecutor fastened the ground cable of the machine to Fanny's big toe by means of an immense alligator clamp. Then, taking the bulbous radio frequency probe in his hand, he said portentously, Now we shall search for the memory recordings of Fanny Bork's moment of death. He touched her brain lightly with the probe. Those seeing it for the first time were chilled by the dead body's sudden animation. Oh, Winston, cooed dead Fanny Bork, her arms raising from the cot to embrace an invisible something she kissed. You taste good. The prosecutor moved the probe. George, called Fanny, her slim arms searching at the side of her cot. I didn't hear you leave, George. She relaxed. Oh, I hope he found his shoes. He didn't, though, contributed John Bork. The prosecutor moved the probe, hurrying on by emotion-stirred quavers, Angelo, Moose, Maudie, Deacon, and Quasimodo. Speed, darling? What's your hurry? Asked Fanny in her plaintive metallic voice. as she held out her hands beseechingly. "I never got to know him very well," interjected John Bork. The prosecutor moved the paws. "Bork, Bork!" "Ah," said the prosecutor, "now we're getting down to cases. I shall try that spot again." "Bork, Bork!" "She's not calling for me," advised Bork. "She just had a cold that week." The prosecutor moved his probe. At each touch, the body broke into quaking action. Ferdinand, Frenchie, Jacob, Peyton, Rebel, Young Fu Yum, and John. "Ah," said the prosecutor, "here we are now." "John," whispered Fanny. "John, John, John. Oh, Johnny, Johnson, my love, stay here forever." "What's other John?" said John Bork succinctly. The prosecutor moved his probe. Sinclair, Henrik, Sitting Duck, Oscar, Kenny, Aqueduct. That Aqueduct is Sitting Duck's educated brother. Before he went to Princeton, his name was Wet Duck. The prosecutor moved his probe. Peace, Reese, and Meese, Acuff, Eolf, and Beowulf. Bork, Bork. "That cough again?" muttered the prosecutor, ready to move on. "No, she's calling for me that time." "How can you tell?" "It has more of a snarl in it than her cough has." The prosecutor tried the spot once more. "Bork, Bork!" "Why are you pointing that thing at me, Bork? What are you going to do, Bork?" She held out her hands to ward him off. "Oh, oh, oh, oh!" Then she dropped her hands. "I missed twice," John said, nodding. "The defendant will keep his lousy confessions to himself," shrieked the judge. "I will not have that importance of our very complicated, monstrous proximulator machine vitiated by these unwanted confessions." Bork shrugged. "I just wanted to clear up a couple of details, Your Honor. I just like to be tidy." "We don't need your help," responded the judge crushingly. "The very complicated, monstrous proximulator machine tells us all we want to know." He turned to the prosecutor. "You may proceed." "The state rests." Bork's lawyer advised the court that no defense would be presented. The prosecutor exhorted the jury that its duty was plain. The judge gave final instructions, and the jury filed out. It returned in 4 minutes. "Gentlemen of the jury, have you reached a verdict in such a gratifying short space of time?" the judge asked, beaming. The foreman arose. "We have, Your Honor." "Just for the record, what is your verdict?" twinkled the judge. "Not guilty, Your Honor." The prosecutor jumped up. "Why, that can't be!" he shouted. "It's a prima facie case, unrefuted and therefore patent. What else do you need?" "Yeah," agreed the judge, outraged. "We need some plain, old-fashioned evidence of a crime," answered the juryman, unperturbed. "Old-fashioned!" The fuming prosecutor rejected the heresy, pushing it away from him with both hands. "This is all unscientific now," he warned. "The very complicated, monstrous proximulator machine, especially the new model with 43 meters, which replaces the old 39-meter machine, is the ne plus ultra of justice." "Oh, no it isn't," dissented the foreman. "Did your evidence place the deadly weapon in the defendant's hand? Did your evidence even tend to show the holes in the woman's chest were made by a gun? She said nothing about a weapon, if you will recall. She merely said, 'Why are you pointing that at me, Bork? What are you going to do, Bork?'" "But he had plenty of motive," pleaded the prosecutor. "Oh, we'll go along with that," assented the foreman. "And the defendant admitted it," pursued the prosecutor triumphantly. The foreman shook his head. "Admissions don't count. The judge said so himself." "So even though you know he's guilty," the prosecutor said hollowly, "you're going to let him go?" "That's right," agreed the foreman happily, and cleared his throat. "We, the jury," he pronounced, "find this fellow innocent of what he did." End of The Happy Homicide by Frank Banta.
Pangborn's Paradox by David Mason. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Dale Grothmann. So you know all the punchlines to the old kill your own grandfather gag, eh? Wanna bet? Pangborn's Paradox by David Mason. Temporal paradoxes, Pangborn said in that extra stuffy tone he used when he wanted to give us an adequate idea of his superiority, are not to be regarded as inconsistencies per se. Why not? Demanded Professor Randall's voice from the depth of his wing chair. All we had been able to see of him for the past half hour had been his legs, but apparently Pangborn's tone had been too much. Prove it! Pangborn's tone became even more lofty. My own theory is that such paradoxes, if reduced to practice, would prove not to be paradoxical at all. Such as the famous idea about going back and killing one's grandparents? Von Juntz asked, stroking his beard. We all have our little oddities on the faculty of Miskatonic. Von Juntz liked to look like a 19th century Heidelberg. Pangborn of physics liked to assume a personality pattern that would annoy people. Dr. Randall of the Department of Advertising Arts wrote poetry in secret. I like to drink. The problem of killing grandparents before parents were born, I said, pouring myself another. Question, if you can be born after that? Question, if you can't be born, how did you do it? Not really possible, Pangborn. You can't test it. I made a mental note to bring up the low quality of faculty club whiskey at the next business meeting. It had everything else a good faculty club should have: brown leather armchairs, old magazines, fresh newspapers, a dusty chessboard, cut glass decanters. It was a place well suited for comfortable reading, talking, and drinking, except for the quality of the whiskey. Can't kill Grandpa, Dr. Randall said from far down in his comfortable chair. No such thing as time travel. You underestimate the physics department, Pangborn told us coldly. In spite of heavy losses to our staff, last year's treason trials cost us 3 of our most brilliant young men. We've made some very remarkable strides. We have what is crudely termed a time machine, although the correct term is temporal transducer. In fact, we are currently conducting some very interesting research with it. Have you tried the killing of a grandfather, Herr Doctor? Von Juntz inquired. You have found why it can't be done, yes? We have not yet gotten around to such minor matters, Pangborn said. But, in time, he began to look interested. Ah, wait a minute. In practice, that would be, whose grandfather should we choose? His eyes glinted. There is always the question of risk, of course, but it would be difficult for the law to consider it an actual murder. My grandfather is already dead. He hesitated. There is the possibility of disappearing. That, Van Juntz reminded him, by your own statement you said it, that it is no paradox and no risk. Grandpa would be dead. You would be alive. And there is no paradox, yes? QED, Pangborn snapped. Reductum ad absurdum. Et pons ansorium, Van Lutz snapped back, his beard bristling. These exchanges would have been ever so much better if any of us had ever taken Latin, but I could see that Pangborn was ruffled. Very well, he bit off the words. We'll do it. Whose grandfather? Asked Dr. Randall. Pangborn's eyes glittered. Mine, naturally. I wouldn't want to endanger any of you gentlemen. After all, it is my demonstration. I remember my grandfather jabbing me in the belly with the great thorny finger when I was too young to defend myself. Giddy, giddy, he used to say, the old buzzard. Died naturally. Apoplexy with a fan dancer, it was, in a hotel room at the age of 93. Disgraceful. Nobody ever shot him. Don't understand why not. Long overdue. Pangborn rubbed his hands together and started for the door. How about it? Will you gentlemen accompany me to the physics department? On the way over, Randall nudged me and spoke out of the side of his mouth. 3-1, Pangborn vanishes. It seemed like good odds. If Pangborn managed to prevent his father from being born, logically, he should prevent himself from being born. But I couldn't visualize his vanishing. Common sense was against it. I'll cover that. I gave Randall $3. If Pangborn did not vanish, Randall would owe me $9. If Pangborn did vanish, I would be disappointed, and the money would be some consolation. Pangborn passed us through the security guards and into the physics laboratory. No need to describe the temporal transducer. It looked like the usual thing in gadgets. Coils, tubes, pipes, condensers, wires, tubes, with a little screen overhead that let the operator, who stays behind, watch what happened to his passenger. Pangborn was extremely proud of it. He showed us all over the machine, pointing and naming each part. Van Joonst got his beard caught in the control wheel. That made Pangborn almost good-natured. Then he wanted to choose someone to operate the machine for him. He saw my hand shook too much, and Van Joonst would not allow his beard to get within 5 feet of the controls. So he steadied Dr. Randall against the safety rail and instructed him how to operate the machine. Pangborn set the dials. There's one place where I'm certain to find Grandfather any time between 1893 and 1906, Pangborn told us. The Andrew Jackson Saloon Bar on Decatur Street. He spent a lot of time there. Used it for his office, they tell me. He was a lawyer. I've set the machine for there for the month of September, 1896. A good month to die in. Ha! Pangborn ostentatiously checked the cylinders of a huge antique revolver. .45 caliber, Pangborn said grimly. Poke me, will he? Ha! And he climbed into the machine. All of us crowded around the screen, Van Joonst carefully holding his beard. We saw the picture forming, the cut glass and bright gas lamps and polished wood of the saloon bar. 4-1, Pangborn vanishes, Randall said suddenly. Any takers, speak now. I reached for my wallet. Van Joonst said, if he vanishes, it will be because he was never born. And if he was never born, you won't remember taking bets on him. Here, I said hastily to Randall, I gave you some already. I'll hold my money. Hand it back. Randall withdrew a little. Don't you trust me? He asked in a hurt tone. I'll pay you if he doesn't vanish. Shish, Van Joonst said. We crowded around the screen again. The screen looked down upon the bar from above and behind it, like looking in through a window set above the mirror. And at the bar was only one solitary customer, a tall, lean man in a frock coat and plug hat, with a cigar from which smoke curled richly, and a schooner of beer before him. He looked up at the bar mirror, and we saw a lean, evilly humorous face, with the Pangborn features clearly marked on it. Grandpa, Van Joonst whispered. In the dark angle of the place, Pangborn himself materialized from the machine. We saw a glimmer of his raised gun. "See," Van Joons whispered, "he's forgotten to uncock the safety. Now he has. Now he creeps closer. Soon now we shall know the paradox." Grandpa Pangborn had put down his cigar. His hand had slid under the lapel of his frock coat. Just before he whirled, I realized that he had been watching Pangborn in the mirror all the time. He whirled. His hand whipped out from beneath his lapel, and the sound of a gunshot echoed in the saloon. We had a clear view of the angry surprise on Pangborn's face before he toppled nose down into the sawdust. He was quite obviously dead. "Whippersnapper," Grandpa Pangborn muttered. He holstered his gun and looked up, and his lean face oddly seemed to be looking straight into the peering eyes of the time viewer, and into our staring eyes. We could not be seen, or could we? Looking at us, he spoke. "Figure that one out," said Grandpa Pangborn. I cut the switch, and the viewer went black. The way I see it, Pangborn vanished, but not in the right way. So Randall owes me $9. But he said he won the bet, and he won't even give me back the $3 I handed him before Pangborn got into the fool machine. The end of Pangborn's Paradox.
Is That You Xeluchli? By Dick Hetchel. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Bischoff. It was a perfectly conventional tour, once around the Milky Way with stops at several of the major stars. It was supposed to take about 88 million years, so they planned to be back for supper. In the beginning, the students had remained in a fairly close knot around Mundu Karftahidi, their instructor, but as the tour progressed, some of the more venturesome strayed further and further from the rest of the class. Dro Orena and Dro Xeluchli had wandered a greater distance than usual from the crowd and were jamming experimental thought webs into a large space vortex when Xeluchli signaled to Orena to turn her mind off the lecture channel. It was against the rules, of course, but then Orena supposed Xeluchli would take the blame for her if they were caught. "Want to have some fun?" asked Xeluchli. Orena continued to stare into the space vortex. "How?" she asked. Xeluchli waved a visible thought fragment in a circle about her. "The stars," he said. "Let's explore a little on our own. They never hit the really good spots on these tours." Orena had been thinking for a long time of doing that very thing, so she hardly argued at all for letting Xeluchli convince her. "We'll be gone only a little while, and they'll never miss us," said Xeluchli as they headed for a nearby star cluster. Everything would have been all right if they had obeyed the rules. "Hands off the planets," the rules said, and that was really a reasonable and intelligent demand. In all fairness to them, it must be admitted that Orena and Xeluchli had no intention of breaking that rule when they strayed away from the crowd. They found this little planet, which was listed in the textbook as BUP, an O2F star with 9 planets. By a lucky chance, they were just in time to see a transient little civilization spring into being on its 3rd planet. This was too wonderful a chance to miss, so they decided to stay a few 100,000 years and see how it would end. They would catch up with the rest of the tour afterward. The creatures entering into civilization were bipeds and of a physical appearance rather low on the aesthetic scale, but Orena and Xeluchli soon discovered that they were bisexual. This pleased them very much and made them feel that they had something in common with this little civilization, for Orena and Xeluchli were bisexuals too, and bisexual civilizations were rare. Orena and Xeluchli had in fact been the only bisexuals in the touring group, which had been composed mostly of the slow-moving amoeboids from Procyon and the emotionally unstable pentasexuals from Antares. It was a land civilization which they had found, and just as the textbooks said, it was having its beginnings in the river deltas of the continents. The bipeds were both herbivorous and carnivorous, and the duration and bloodiness of their early wars was almost exactly as predicted by Globnung's food war formula. The speed of advance of the civilization was a little slow, but still comfortable within the lower limits of the Atati equation. Everything went well for the first 5,000 years, but then Orena and Xeluchli began to catch signs of Gibrate's anachronism. They watched anxiously for a while, and soon they saw that their fears had been justified. Sociological advance had fallen so far behind technological advance that the law of socio-martial flux had been brought into play. The little civilization would almost certainly die a premature death. Orena and Xeluchli watched the invention of greater and greater weapons and the hopeless retardation of the social system, and were saddened. They had hoped to watch a real civilization, and this one was not even going to go past the one-planet stage. They did not see how it could last half a century more. "And they're bisexuals, too," said Xeluchli. "It's a shame. I wish we could do something." "Yes, but you know what the rules are," reminded Orena. "We can only watch. We can't help them." "I know," said Xeluchli a little crossly. "A bunch of polysexuals and sixth-degree intellectuals make rules, and we're supposed to obey them. You know, I'm tempted to interfere. No one would know." Orena objected, but she was really in favor of violating the rule too, and after a while she let Xeluchli have his way. "We'll start the civilization over," he suggested. "It was low in some qualities at the very start, but if we begin it over again with 2 above-average specimens, I'm sure it will turn out better this time." "We'll save one of each sex and destroy the rest of the race," agreed Orena. "It will be just like one of the controlled experiments in the laboratories of Arcturus 7, but on an even larger scale. Oh, this will be interesting." "We'll go down to the planet ourselves," said Xeluchli, "and pick the 2 creatures we'll use. We'll guide them and their descendants for a while until we're sure they'll turn out all right." They had been heading down toward the planet, and now they landed on a mountaintop. "Shall we stay together?" asked Orena. "No, let's each of us observe the creatures separately at close range for a while. Then, after we've seen enough to make a good choice, we'll pick 2 of them and destroy the rest." "We'll each pick one," suggested Orena. "You pick the female, and I'll pick the male." Xeluchli agreed, and added, "When you found him, enclose him in a bubble of mental protection, and turn your mind to wavelength OEC. I'll turn my mind to wavelength HHW when I have a female protected, and the combination of these waves, each harmless by itself, will result in a .008W wave, which will destroy the rest of the race. Afterward, we'll meet on this hill." There was a city at the foot of the mountains, and Orena headed there. She intermingled her atoms with those of a building for a while and watched from one of its inner walls, trying to get some idea of the habits of the bipeds. At first she was puzzled by the fact that only one sex of the creatures entered the room she was watching. After a while, though, she began to suspect its true nature. She was learning little here, so she went out into the streets of the city where she could observe all phases of life. At first she assumed a shape that the bipeds could not see, but after a while she decided that she could best accomplish her purpose in the guise of one of the bipeds themselves. She turned herself into a female of the species and began in earnest her search for a desirable male. She found that the society was very primitive in most respects, and that it was not at all difficult to integrate herself into it. This was a new experience for her, and one of the most thrilling things that had ever happened to her. One by one, she dropped the use of senses and mental ranges not possessed by the bipeds to make the game more exciting. Soon her senses and thoughts were operating on a level hardly above that of the creatures themselves. She often found herself wishing that she had paid more attention to her classes in the lower civilization so she could better understand the things she was seeing. She was in no hurry to bring this adventure to an end, so for several weeks she investigated male after male, looking for one with a high sociokinetic rating and a low or average technokinetic rating. It was about 30 days later that she made her decision. She had been talking to a young male biped in a bookstore when she realized that he would do at least as well as any she had come across so far. She found that his name was Adam Hennessy, and she proceeded to sound him out a little further. "And literature, then?" she asked, picking up a book from one of the tables. "Wouldn't you say that great literature should be placed above science?" "Yes," Adam agreed. "The material is emphasized too strongly at present. We must pay more attention to the spiritual." He adjusted his eye lenses. I believe that is one of the major troubles of civilization. He tapped the ashes from his cigarette and looked at her for confirmation. Hell yes, she agreed heartily. We are concentrating on the means and forgetting the ends. We are concentrating on the transient, he echoed, and forgetting the eternal. This bit of conversation was enough to convince the somewhat satiated Orena. She cast a web of mental protection over the biped and set her mind to an OEI wavelength. Obviously, Xeluchli had already made his choice and set his mind to the HHW wavelength, for all the bipeds she could see, except the protected Adam Hennessy, immediately fell to the ground and lay still. The effect was odd and uncheerful. Now came one of the most interesting games she had played in her stay on the planet. She tried to match the biped's state of bewilderment and terror with one of her own, and at the same time lead him to the top of the mountain. She could, of course, have transported him, protective web and all, to the mountaintop in a split second, but that would have seemed like cheating at the game. The web protecting Adam Hennessy was invisible to his eyes, and Orena continued to play the part of a fellow biped. In his confused state, it was not difficult to lead Adam up the mountain by little suggestions, or often by merely taking the first step. She suggested that from the mountaintop they could see better what had happened and whether anyone else was alive. He even added the idea that they might get out of the area of contamination, or whatever it was, by climbing. Heavy gases stay low, he said, assuming apparently that another war had been declared. They were the first to reach the top. Xeluchli and his find were not yet in sight. Orena kept up her act while they waited. She and Adam Hennessy searched out over the valleys below and chattered worried ideas at each other. Orena was secretly watching for Xeluchli whenever she looked down the mountain, but soon the sun set and the light faded. It was very dark in the valleys, and she did not wish to use any but biped eyes in the presence of Adam Hennessy, at least not until Xeluchli arrived, so she gave up looking. As time went by, she began to get worried. It was cold on the mountaintop, and she grew impatient to change to some other form. She searched the valleys below again, but not even a light of the dead city was visible. The biped was growing nervous, and she was not sure how much longer she could keep him here. He was standing sheltered by a crag of rock and gazing out into the dark spaces where the city had been for a long while Orena stood near him and looked far out into the valleys to the left. Time passed, and finally the sun began to rise, and she grew more worried than ever. A terrible thought hit her, and she shivered. She stole glances at Adam Hennessy from time to time, and she noticed that he was glancing queerly at her now and then. This continued for some time. Finally, she could stand it no longer. She turned to him and asked, "Heavens, is that you, Xeluchli?" She really did not need an answer. End of Is That You, Xeluchli? By Dick Hetchell.
Hagerty's Enzymes by A.L. Halley. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. Hagerty's Enzymes by A.L. Halley. There's a place for every man and a man for every place. But on robot-harried Mars, the situation was just a little different. Harper Breen sank down gingerly into the new Relaxo lounge. He placed twitching hands on the armrest and laid his head back stiffly. He closed his fluttering eyelids and clamped his mouth to keep the corner from jumping. "Just lie back, Harp," droned the sister soothingly. "Just give in and let go of everything." Harper tried to let go of everything. He gave in to the chair, and gently the chair went to work. It rocked rhythmically. It vibrated tenderly. With velvety cushions, it massaged his back and arms and legs. For all of 5 minutes, Harper stood it. Then, with a frenzied lunge, he escaped the embrace of the Relaxo lounge and fled to a gloriously stationary sofa. "Harp!" His sister Bella was ready to weep with exasperation. "Dr. Franz said it would be just the thing for you. Why won't you give it a trial?" Harper glared at the preposterous chair. "Franz," he snarled. "That price fathead. I paid him a fortune in fees. I haven't slept for weeks. I can't eat anything but soup. My nerves are jangling like a 4-alarm fire. And what does he prescribe? A blasted jiggling baby carriage. Why, I ought to send him the bill for it. Completely outraged, he lay back on the couch and closed his eyes. Now, Hop, you know you have never obeyed his orders. He told you last year that you'd have to ease up. Why do you have to try to run the whole world? It's a strain of all your business worries that's causing your trouble. He told you to take a long vacation, or you'd crack up. Don't blame him for your own stubbornness. Harper snorted. His large nose developed the sound magnificently. Huh, vacation, he snorted. Batting a silly ball around, or dragging a hook after a stupid fish. Fine activities for an intelligent middle-aged man, and let me correct you. It isn't business worries that are driving me to crack up. It's a strain of trying to get some sensible, reasonable cooperation from the nincompoops I have to hire. It's the idiocy of the human race that's got me whipped. It's the... Hey, Harp, old man. His brother-in-law, turning the pages of the new Colorama magazine Interplanetary, had paused at a double spread. Didn't you have a finger in those Martian equatorial wells they sunk 20 years ago? Harper's hands twitched violently. Don't mention that fiasco, he rasped. That deal nearly cost me my shirt. What the hell? Those wells spewed up the craziest conglomeration of liquids ever tapped. Scribney, whose large, phlegmatic person and calm professional brain were the complete antithesis of Harper's picked crow physique and scheming financier's wits, looked severely over his glasses. Harp's nervous tribulations were beginning to bore him as well as interfere with the harmony of his home. You're way behind times, Harp, he declared. Don't you know that those have proved to be the most astoundingly curative springs ever discovered anywhere? Don't you know that a syndicate has built the largest extraterrestrial hotel of the solar system there, and that people are flocking to it to get cure of whatever ails them? Old man, you missed a bet. Leaping from the sofa, Harper rudely snatched the magazine from Scribney's hands. He glared at the spread, which depicted a star-shaped structure of bottle-green glass resting jewel-like on the rufous rock of Mars. The main portion of the building consisted of a circular skyscraper with a glass-domed roof. Between its star-shaped annexes are the domes covered landscape gardens and noxious pools which in the drawing room looked lovely and enticing. Why, I remember now, exclaimed Bella. That's where the Durance went 2 years ago. He was about dead and she looked like a hag. They came back in wonderful shape. Don't you remember, Scrib? Dutifully, Scribney remembered and commented on the change the Martian springs had effected in the Durance. It's a very thing for you, Harp, he advised. You'd get a good rest on the way out. This gas they use in the rockets nowadays is as good as a rest cure. It sort of floats you along the time track in a pleasant daze, they tell me. And you can finish the cure at the hotel while looking it over. And not only that, confidentially, he leaned toward his insignificant-looking brother-in-law. The chemists over at Dade McCann have just isolated an enzyme from one species of Martian fungus that breaks down crude into its components without the need for chemical processing. There's a fortune waiting for the man who corners that fungus market and learns to process the stuff. Scribney had gauged his victim's mental processes accurately. The magazine sagged in Harp's hands, and his sharp eyes became shrewd and calculating. He even forgot to twitch. Maybe you're right, Scrib, he acknowledged. Combine a rest cure with business, eh? Raising the magazine, he began reading the advertisement. And that was when he saw the line about the robots. The only hotel staffed entirely with robot servants. Robots, he shrilled. You mean they have developed the things to that point? Why hasn't somebody told me? I'll have Jackson's hide. I'll disfranchise him. Harp, exploded Bella. Stop it. Maybe Jackson doesn't know a thing about it, whatever it is. If it is something at the Emerald Star Hotel, why don't you just go and find out for yourself instead of throwing a tantrum? That's the only sensible way. You're right, Bella, agreed Harper incisively. I'll go and find out for myself. Immediately. Scooping up his hat, he left at his usual lope. Well, remarked his sister, all I can say is that they'd better turn that happy gas on extra strong for Harp's trip out. The trip out did Harper a world of good. Under the influence of the soporific gas that permeated the rocket, he really relaxed for the first time in years, sinking with the other passengers into a hazy lethargy with little sense of passing time and almost no memory of the interval. It seemed hardly more than a handful of hours until they were strapping themselves into deceleration hammocks for the landing. And then Harper was waking with lassitude still heavy in his veins. He struggled out of the hammock, made his way to the airlock, and found himself whisked by a pneumatic tube directly into the lobby of the Emerald Star Hotel. Appreciatively, he gazed around at the half-acre of mossy grey carpeting, green-tinted by the light sifting through the walls of Martian copper glass, and at the vistas of beautiful domed gardens framed by a dozen arches. But most of all, the rowboats won his delighted approval. He could see at once that they had been developed to an amazingly great state of perfection. How, he wondered again, had this been done without his knowledge? Was scrib right? Was he slipping? Gnawing at the doubt, he watched the rowboats moving efficiently about, pushing patients in wheelchairs, carrying trays, guiding newcomers, performing janitorial duties tirelessly, promptly, and best of all, silently. Harper was enthralled. He'd staff his office with them. Hang the expense. There'd be no more of that obnoxious personal friction and proneness to error that was always deviling the most carefully trained office staffs. He'd investigate and find out the exact potentialities of these rowboats while here, and then go home and introduce them into the field of business. He'd show them whether he was slipping. Briskly, he went over to the desk. He was immediately confronted with a sample of that human obstinacy that was slowly driving him mad. Machines, he sighed to himself. Wonderful silent machines. For a woman was arguing stridently with the desk clerk, who, poor man, was a high-strung fellow human instead of a robot. Harper watched him shrinking and turning pale lavender in the stress of the argument. "A nurse!" shouted the woman. "I want a nurse. A real woman. For what you charge, you should be able to give me a television star if I want one. I won't have another of those damnable robots in my room. Do you hear?" No one within the confines of the huge lobby could have helped hearing. The clerk flinched visibly. "Now, Mrs. Jacobson," he soothed, "you know the hotel is staffed entirely with robots. They are much more expensive, really, than human employees, but so much more efficient, you know. Admit it, they give excellent service, don't they now?" Toothily, he smiled at the enraged woman. "That's just it," Mrs. Jacobson glared. "The service is too good. I might just as well have a set of push-buttons in the room. I want someone to hear what I say. I want to be able to change my mind once in a while." Harper snorted. "Wants someone she can devil," he diagnosed. "Someone she can get a kick out of ordering around." With vast contempt, he stepped to the desk beside her and peremptorily rapped for the clerk. "One moment, sir," begged that harassed individual. "Just one moment, please." He turned back to the woman, but she had turned a glare on Harper. "You could at least be civil enough to wait your turn." Harper smirked. "My good woman, I'm not a robot. Robots, of course, are always civil. But you should know by now that civility isn't a normal human trait." Leaving her temporarily quashed, he beckoned authoritatively to the clerk. "I've just arrived and want to get settled. I'm here merely for a rest cure, no treatments. You can assign my quarters before continuing your discussion with the lady." The clerk sputtered. Mrs. Jacobson sputtered. But not for nothing was Harper one of the leading business executives of the earth. Harper's implacable stare won his point. Wiping beads of moisture from his forehead, the clerk fumbled for a card, typed it out, and was about to deposit it in the punch box when a fist hit the desk, a resounding blow, another voice, male, roared out at Harper's elbow. "This is a hell of a joint," roared the voice. "Man could rot away to knees while he's awaiting for accommodations. Service." Again his fist banged the counter. The clerk jumped. He dropped Harper's card and had to stoop for it. Absently holding it, he straightened up to face Mrs. Jacobson and the irate newcomer. Hastily he pushed a tag key at Harper. "Here you are, Mr. Breen. I'm sure you'll find it comfortable." With a pallid smile, he pressed a button and consigned Harper to the care of a silent and efficient robot. The room was more than comfortable. It was beautiful. Its bank of clear windows set in the green glass wall framed startling Rubicon views of the Martian hinterland where, Harper affectionately thought, fungi were busy producing enzymes that were going to be worth millions for him and his associates. There remained only the small detail of discovering how to extract them economically and to process them on this more than arid and almost airless planet. Details for his bright young laboratory men. Mere details. Leaving his luggage to be unpacked by the robot attendant, he went up to the domed roof restaurant. Lunching boldly on broiled halibut and consomme, salad, and a bland custard, he stared out at the dark blue sky of Mars, with Deimos hanging in the east in three-quarter phase, while Phobos raced up from the west like a meteor behind schedule. Leaning back in his cushioned chair, he even more boldly lit a slim cigar, his first in months, and inhaled happily. For once, old Scribney had certainly been right, he reflected. Yes, sir, Scrib had rung the bell, and he wasn't the man to forget it. With a wonderful sense of well-being, he returned to his room and prepared to relax. Harper opened his eyes. Two robots were bending over him. He saw that they were dressed in white like hospital attendants. But he had no further opportunity to examine them. With brisk, well-coordinated movements, they wheeled the stretcher alongside his couch, stuck a hypo into his arm, bundled him onto the stretcher, and started wheeling him out. Harper's tongue finally functioned. "What's all this?" he demanded. "There's nothing wrong with me. Let me go." He struggled to rise, but a metal hand pushed him firmly on the chest. Inexorably, it pushed him flat. "You've got the wrong room," yelled Harp. "Let me go." But the hypo began to take effect. His yells became weaker and drowsier. Hazily, as he drifted off, he thought of Mrs. Jacobson. Maybe she had something at that. There was a tentative knock on the door. "Come in," called Harper bleakly. As soon as the door opened, he regretted his invitation, for the opening framed the large, untidy man who had noisily pounded on the desk demanding service while he, Harp, was being registered. "Say, partner," he said hoarsely, "you haven't seen any of them robots around here, have you?" Harper scowled. "Oh, haven't I?" he grated. "Robots. Do you know what they did to me?" Indignation lit fires in his pale eyes. "Came in here while I was lying down peacefully digesting the first meal I've enjoyed in months. Dragged me off to the surgery and pumped it all out. The only meal I've enjoyed in months." Blackly he sank his chin onto his fist and contemplated the outrage. "Why didn't you stop them?" reasonably asked the visitor. "Stop a robot? Stop a robot?" Harper glared pityingly. "How? You can't reason with the blasted things. And as for using force, it's man against metal. You try it." He ground his teeth together in futile rage. "And to think I had the insane notion that robots were the last word. Why, I was ready to staff my offices with the things." The big man placed his large hands on his own capacious stomach and groaned. "I'm sure sorry it was you and not me, partner. I could use some of the treatment right now. Must have been that steak and onions I ate after all the tundra dope I have been living on." "Tundra?" A faint spark of alertness lighted Harper's dull rage. "You mean you work out here on the tundra?" "That's right. How do you think I got in such a hell of a shape? I'm superintendent of one of the fungus plants. I'm Jake Ellis of Hagerty's Enzymes. There's good money in it, but man, what a job. No air worth mentioning. Temperature always freezing or below. Pressure suits, huts, factory, processed food, nothing else. Just nothing. That's where they could use them robots. It sure ain't no job for a real live man. And in fact, there ain't many men left there. If old man Hagerty only knew it, he's about out of business." Harper sat up as if he had been needled. He opened his mouth to speak, but just then the door opened briskly and two robots entered. With a horrified stare, Harper clutched his maltreated stomach. He saw a third robot entering, wheeling a chair. "A wheelchair," squeaked the victim. "I tell you, there's nothing wrong with me. Take it away." I'm only here for a rescue. Believe me. Take it away." The robots ignored him. For the first time in his spectacular and ruthless career, Harper was up against creatures that he could neither bribe, persuade, nor browbeat, inveigle, nor ignore. It shattered his ebbing self-confidence. He began waving his hands helplessly. The robots not only ignored Harper, they paid no attention at all to Jake Ellis, who was plucking at their metallic arms, pleading, "Take me, boys. I need the treatment bad, whatever it is. I need all the treatment I can get. Take me. I'm just a wreck, fellas." Stolidly, they picked Harper up, plunked him into the chair, strapped him down, and marched out with him. Dejectedly, Ellis returned to his own room. Again, he lifted the receiver of the room phone, but as usual, a robot voice answered sweetly, mechanically, and meaninglessly. He hung up and went miserably to bed. There was something nagging at Harper's mind, something he should do, something that concerned robots, but he was too exhausted to think it out. For 5 days now, his pet robots had put him through an ordeal that made him flinch every time he thought about it, which wasn't often, since he was almost past thinking. They plunked him into stinking mud baths and held him there until he was well done to the bone, he was sure. They soaked him in foul, steaming, irradiated waters until he gagged. They brought him weird concoctions to eat and drink, and then stood over him until he consumed them. They purged and massaged and exercised him. Whenever they let him alone, he simply collapsed into bed and slept. There was nothing else to do anyway. They had taken his clothes and the phone. After an announcement that he would have no more service for 2 weeks, gave him nothing but a busy signal. "Persecution, that's what it is," he moaned desperately, and he turned his back to the mirror, which showed him that he was beginning to look flesh-colored instead of parchment yellow to which he had become accustomed. He closed his mind to the fact that he was sleeping for hours on end like the proverbial baby, and that he was getting such an appetite that he could almost relish even the detestable mush they sent him for breakfast. He was determined to be furious as soon as he could wake up enough to be. He hadn't been awake long this time before Jake Ellis was there again, still moaning about his lack of treatments. "Nothing yet," he gloomily informed Hap. "They haven't been near me. I just can't understand it. After I signed up for the works and paid them in advance, and I can't find any way out of this section. The other 2 rooms are empty, and the elevator hasn't got any button. The robots just have to come and get a man, or he is stuck." "Stuck," snarled Hap. "I'm never stuck, and I'm damned if I'll wait any longer to break out of this jail. Listen, Jake, I've been thinking, or trying to with what's left of me. You came in just when that asinine clerk was registering me. I'll bet that clerk got rattled and gave me the wrong key. I'll bet you're supposed to have this room, and I'm getting your treatments. Why don't we switch rooms and see what happens?" "Say, maybe you're right." Jake's eyes gleamed at last with hope. "I'll get my clothes." Harp's eyes rose. "You mean they left you your clothes?" "Why, sure." "You mean they took yours?" Harp nodded. An idea began to formulate. "Leave your things, will you? I'm desperate. I'm going to see the manager of this Meadows if I have to go down dressed in a sheet. Your clothes will be better than that." Jake, looking over Harper's skimpy frame, grunted doubtfully. "Maybe you could tie 'em on so they wouldn't slip, and roll up the cuffs. It's okay with me. But just don't lose something when you're down there in that fancy lobby." Harper looked at his watch. "Time to go. Relax, old man. The robots will be along any minute now. If you're the only man in the room, I'm sure they'll take you. They aren't equipped to figure it out. And don't worry about me. I'll anchor your duds all right." Harper had guessed right. Gleefully, from the doorway of his new room, he watched the robots wheeling away his equally delighted neighbor for his first treatment. Then he closed the door and began to don Jake's clothing. The result was unique. He looked like a small boy in his father's clothes, except for the remarkably aged and gnome-like head sticking up on a skinny neck from a collar 3 sizes too big. And he was shoeless. He was completely unable to navigate in Jake's number 12s. But Harper was a determined man. He didn't even flinch from his image in the mirror. Firmly, he stepped over to Jake's telephone. "This is room 618, he said authoritatively. "Send up the elevator for me. I want to go down to the lobby." He guessed right again. "It'll be right up, sir," responded the robot operator. Hopefully, he stepped out into the hall and shuffled to the elevator. Wally, the robots were immune to Harper Breen's progress across the huge, suave lobby. He was a blot on its rich beauty, a grotesque enigma that rooted the other visitors into paralyzed, staring groups. Stepping out of the elevator, he had laid a course for the desk which loomed like an island in a mossy grey lake, and now he strode manfully toward it, ignoring the oversized trousers slapping around his stockinged feet. Only the robots shared his self-control. The clerk was the first to recover from the collective stupor. Frantically, he pushed the button that would summon the robot guard. With a gasp of relief, he saw the two massive, man-like machines moving inexorably forward. He pointed to Harper. "Get that patient," he ordered. "Take him to the mud baths." "No, you don't," yelled Harper. "I want to see the manager." Nimbly, he circled the guard and leaped behind the desk. He began to throw things at the robots. Things like inkwells and typewriters and card indexes. Especially card indexes. "Stop it," begged the clerk. "You'll wreck the system. We'll never get it straight again. Stop it." "Call them off," snarled Harper. "Call them off, or I'll ruin your switchboard." He put a shoulder against it and prepared to heave. With one last appalled glare at the madman, the clerk picked up an electric finger and pointed it at the approaching robots. They became oddly inanimate. "That's better." Harper straightened up and meticulously smoothed the collar of his flapping coat. "Now, the manager, please." This way, sir." With shrinking steps, the clerk led Harper across the width of the lobby among the fascinated guests. He was beyond speech. Opening the inconspicuous door, he waved Harper inside and returned doggedly to his desk, where he began to pick up things and at the same time phrase his resignation in his mind. Brushing aside the startled secretary in the outer cubicle, Harper flapped and shuffled straight into the inner sanctum. The manager, who was busy chewing a cigar to shreds behind his fortress of gunmetal desk, jerked hastily upright and glared at the intruder. "My good man," he began. "Don't my good man me," snapped Harper. He glared back at the manager. Reaching as far across the expanse of desktop as he could stretch, he shook his puny fist. "Do you know who I am? I am Harper S. Breen, of Breen and Helgart Incorporated. And do you know why I haven't even a card to prove it? Do you know why I have to make my way downstairs in garb that makes a laughing stock of me? Do you know why? Because that asinine clerk of yours put me in the wrong room, and those damnable robots of yours then proceeded to make a prisoner of me. Me, Harper S. Breen. Why, I'll sue you until you'll be lucky if you have a sheet of writing paper left in this idiot's retreat." Hayes, the manager, blanched. Then he began to mortal in an apoplectic pattern, and suddenly, with a gusty sigh, he collapsed into his chair. With a shaking hand, he mopped his forehead. "My robots," he muttered, "as if I invented the damn things." Despondently, he looked at Harper. "Go ahead and sue Mr. Breen. If you won't, somebody else will. And if nobody sues, we'll go broke anyway at the rate our guest list is declining. I'm ready to hand in my resignation." Again he sighed. "The trouble," he explained, "is that those fool robots are completely logical, and people aren't. There's no way to mix the two. It's dynamite. Maybe people can gradually learn to live with robots, but they haven't yet. Wally, we had to find it out the hard way. We," he grimaced disgustedly, "had to pioneer the use of robots. And it cost us so much that we can't afford to reconvert to human help. So, Operation Robot is about to bankrupt the syndicate." Listening, an amazing calm settled on Harper. Thoughtfully now, he hooked a chair to the desk with his stockinged feet, sat down and reached for the cigar that Hayes automatically offered him. "Oh, I don't know," he said mildly. Hayes leaned forward like a drowning man sighting a life raft. "What do you mean you don't know? You're threatening to take our shirts, aren't you?" Meticulously, Harper clipped and lit his cigar. "It seems to me that these robots might be useful in quite another capacity. I might even make a deal with your syndicate to take them off your hands. At a reasonable price, of course. And forget the outrages I have suffered at your establishment. Hayes leaned toward him, incredulous. You mean you want these robots after what you have seen and experienced? Placidly, Harper puffed a smoke ring. Of course, you'd have to take into consideration that it would be an experiment for me too. And there's a suit I am clearly justified in instituting. However, I am willing to discuss the matter with your superiors. With hope burgeoning for the first time in weeks, Hayes lifted his head. My dear Mr. Breen, to get rid of these pestiferous robots, I'll back you to the hilt. I'll notify the owners at once. At once, Mr. Breen. And while we wait for them, allow me to put you up as a guest of the hotel. Coming around to Harper, he effusively shook Harp's scrawny hand and then personally escorted him not merely to the door, but across the lobby to the elevator. Harper gazed out at the stunned audience. This was more like the treatment he was accustomed to. Haughtily, he squared his bony shoulders inside the immense jacket and stepped into the elevator. He was ready for the second step of his private operation robot. Back on Earth, it was a warm, misty spring day, the kind of day unknown to the planet Mars. Bella and Scribney, superb in new spring outfits, waited restlessly while the rocket cooled and the passengers recovered from deceleration. Look, Scrib! Bella clutched Scribney's substantial arm. It's finally opening. They watched the airlock open and the platform wheel into place. They watched the passengers descend, looking a trifle dazed. There he is, cried Bella. Why, doesn't he look wonderful? Scrib, it's amazing. Look at him. And indeed, Harper was stepping briskly downward, looking spry and fit and years younger. He came across to them actually beaming. It was the first pleasant expression they had seen on his face in years. Well, you old dog, exclaimed Scribney affectionately. So you did it again? Harper smirked. Yep, I turned a neat little deal. I bought out Hagerty's Enzyme and staffed the plant with the hotel's robots. Got both of them dirt cheap. Both concerns going bankrupt because they didn't have sense enough to swap their workers. Feel I owe you a bit for that tip about Enzyme Scrib? So I made out a block of stock to you. All right? All right? Scribney gulped. Why, the dried-up little turnip was human after all. All right, yes, sir. But aren't you going to use some of those robots for office help? Aren't they efficient and all that? Harper's smile vanished. Don't even mention such a thing, he yelped. You don't know what you're saying. I've lived with those things for weeks. I wouldn't have one around. Keep them in the factory where they belong. He glimpsed the composed, wonderfully human face of his secretary, waiting patiently in the background. Oh, there you are, Smythe. He turned to his relatives. Busy day ahead. See you later, folks. Same old harp, observed Scribney. Then he thought of the block of stock. What say we celebrate a rise to a position in the syndicate, honey? Wonderful. She squeezed his arm, and smiling at each other, they left the port. The end of Hagerty's Enzymes by A. L. Halley. The Amateurs by Alan Cogan. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Yoganandh. The Amateurs by Alan Cogan. The ultimate show demanded the ultimate in showmanship. Now, if only Mr. Sims could measure up. To Mr. Sims, it seemed as though they had walked along 100 corridors, and as he followed Mr. Hood, he felt as though he were walking the last walk to the gallows or the electric chair. When the director finally led him outside, Mr. Sims realized with a slight twinge of fear that he hadn't really expected to see daylight again. They were in the rich, rolling parkland at the rear of the palace and walking across the immaculate turf where colored fountains frolicked and shimmered in the sun. Lilting music floated out from a dozen hidden sources. The two men sat down on a seat facing the palace and its towering columns and vast marble steps. It's a very nice place, Mr. Sims commented, remembering that he hadn't said a word for at least 5 minutes. I suppose it's all right, Arthur Hood agreed, his thin nostrils twitching condescendingly. He was a small, sleek man with a habit of emphasizing his words with airy gestures of his slim hands. That section of the palace is the part I consider most uninteresting. After all, there's nothing but row upon row of stuffy little rooms where people come to die. And they take a long time doing it too. Mr. Sims winced noticeably. You will forgive me if I don't appear overly sanctimonious about death, Mr. Hood said, smiling. It's just that the other directors and myself decided we must take a realistic view of the situation. A place like this could become pretty morbid, you know, and there is actually no reason why a guest's last hours here shouldn't be pleasant and satisfying. Pleasant and satisfying. The key words when you spoke of Sunnyland's palace, Mr. Sims thought grimly. Everyone used them when not going there. The words gave him a hollow, frightened feeling inside, perhaps because they made him remember the first time he had heard them used. It's a pleasant place and quite satisfying, Dr. Van Stoke had said. There's no need to think of it as some kind of torture camp. But why should I go there at all? Mr. Sims had asked. I don't want to die. I'm only 56 and I've got 9 more years left. Try and understand. I'm doing you a good turn, the doctor had said. You have lived 56 good years. In your condition, the last 9 won't be so good. You'll have pains, attacks. You won't be able to do anything strenuous. You'll hate to live under those conditions. I could always give it a try, Mr. Sims had protested. Dr. Van Stoke had frowned bleakly over the tops of his glasses. I know I'm a friend and family doctor, the frown had said, but I'm also district referee under the euthanasian legislation and you're becoming a burden to society. So don't make my job any more difficult. He had signed his name at the bottom of the form, and Mr. Sims had had a hollow, anxious feeling ever since. There's one thing I haven't found out yet, he said to Mr. Hood. Is it in order for me to ask how and when I can expect to die? Certainly, Mr. Hood said. It's the reason I brought you here to talk. You see, anyone sent here under the legislation is given a completely free choice as to the manner of his departure. Most people, although they realize this, show a distressing lack of imagination when the time comes. They seem unable to think beyond the ordinary methods of taking a pill or a needle or a poison cocktail. I can't say I had thought about it either, Mr. Sims admitted. We have a service to assist you, said the director. We of the Sunnyland staff have discovered what you might call a philosophy of dying. For instance, if a man lives an active life, there's no reason why he should be subjected to a sneaking prick of a needle in his sleep just because he reaches the age of 65. We discovered that a few people objected strongly to such methods. There are some people who would prefer to die fighting. We had a couple who chose the firing squad, for instance. Another decided the guillotine, and nothing would satisfy him but a ride to his fate in a real tumbril. Because of these prisoners, our advisory bureau has been set up. You mean you oblige them with a guillotine and everything? Mr. Sims asked. Certainly. They most choose the sneaking, cowardly way out. As far as I am concerned, they died as they lived, ignominiously. It's depressing. We have the best accommodation, food, entertainment, everything the guest requires during his 3 days here. Then they go ahead and die their miserable deaths. Somehow, it makes all the luxury seem like a pink sugar frosting around a rotten cake. That's why we're always happy to find a guest with a proper spirit, Mr. Hood said. Mr. Sims listened in silence to the sales talk, wondering absent-mindedly what the director's personal interest was in other people's death. I took the liberty of looking up your record, Mr. Hood continued. I picked you out for a personal talk because I see you led an interesting life. He paused in recollection with a theatrically thoughtful finger pressed to his chin, his eyes gazing skyward. You made a small fortune in oil in Central America before you were 20. That was followed by more success in helium mining in northern Canada. An excellent Third World War record too. Founder of Transcontinental Rocket Lines, co-builder of the Venus rocket. Oh, and a dozen other things. Quite a career. Mr. Sims brightened a little. He smiled modestly. Too bad you had to come here at 56, Mr. Hood remarked. Heaven knows what you might have done with those last 9 years. Heart trouble, wasn't it? So I've been told, Mr. Sims said, slipping back into his former glum mood. He still did not believe he was a sick man, but perhaps this was because things had moved too fast and he had not been given enough time to get used to the idea. It's a serious cardiac condition, Dr. Van Stoke had told him at the annual examination, due to an overactive life. I'll have to recommend you for Sunnylands. And that had been the first mention of the subject. But I never had heart trouble in my life. The graphs show the condition clearly. There's nothing anyone can do to remedy it. I'll have to submit your name. He had protested, threatened, pleaded. Overpopulation, elimination of needless suffering, burden to society, duty to humanity. The cliches that tripped glibly off the doctor's tongues as he signed the form. Will you please send in a member of the family? I'll give him the final instructions. Save you the trouble of worrying over little details during the final weeks. Since then, things had moved more swiftly behind the scenes and he had had to do nothing except prepare himself, or adopt a realistic attitude as Mr. Hood would have described it. But he had lived too much to allow him to get used to the idea of dying in 2 short weeks. He hadn't even started to get realistic about it, which was probably why he could sit talking so calmly about death at that moment. We could give your life a climax, the director was saying. A man like you shouldn't just fade away in one of those little cubicles. He waved a hand in the direction of the shaded windows at the rear of the palace. You should die magnificently. Magnificently, Mr. Sims repeated. What do you have in mind? It's what you have in mind that counts. I can offer you a lot of advice, but the final choice is yours. For instance, a large number of men like to die in some sort of combat, with guns or swords, or even with animals. We had one man who fought a tiger. Another fulfilled a lifelong ambition to play the role of bullfighter. Perhaps I should explain that the government allows each guest a generous sum of money to pay for his departure. As most people do not use 1/100th of this sum, we have a rather large fund at the disposal of those who want to use it. The bullfighter was a good example, he went on. We had a large ring built for him. He was given horses, uniforms, picados, and a bull specially imported from Spain. It was a wonderful afternoon. He paused in contemplation of the memory, while Mr. Sims looked on, tactfully refraining from asking the outcome. Another time, we had a group of old soldiers who wanted to die in battle, Mr. Hood added. We built them an old-fashioned concrete blockhouse, then gave them authentic uniforms, machine guns, grenades, and rifles, and had one group attacking and the other defending. Did they actually volunteer for that? Mr. Sims asked. Of course, and I'll swear they enjoyed every minute of it, right down to the last man. As a matter of fact, we are planning the same thing on a large scale with a reenactment of Custer's Last Stand to be held in 2013. One of the men in research is working full-time on that project. So far, we have a tentative list of 138 names. It'll be held in the park over there. He waved gaily in the direction of the quiet meadow, which would one day become another Little Big Horn. Mr. Sims moved along the seat slightly, as though his companion had started to smell. It was as if, for the first time, he had noticed the glazed, visionary look on Mr. Hood's eye. The director, he realized, would be capable of reenacting Hiroshima if given the required number of volunteers. I have to leave you, I'm afraid, said Mr. Hood, standing up. But if you'd like to think the matter over some more, I can offer you a fine selection of books to read about famous deaths, duels, acts of heroism, and such throughout history. It's an interesting notion, Mr. Sims said. I'll think about it. Mr. Sims tried to avoid the director all that day and all the following morning. He tried hard to convince himself that this was because he disliked the other's bloodthirsty tendencies, although he knew the truth was that his choice of departure was a cowardly one. Nevertheless, he argued with himself, it was his choice, his death, and his mind was made up. Besides, he felt lonely, and this might be an opportunity to see the family again, even though they probably wouldn't like it. It was the director who finally located Mr. Sims. Are you enjoying your stay here? He asked heartily. Mr. Sims winced as though the cold hand of death itself had slapped him on the back. Have you come to any decision yet? Mr. Sims nodded. Yes. I looked at the book last night and decided on Socrates. just a simple cup of hemlock. A slight frown shadowed the director's features. Was it contempt, Mr. Sims wondered, or disappointment because he had failed in his attempts to make poisoning seem a socially inferior way of dying? Nothing glamorous about such a departure, he realized. No disdainful refusal of the blindfold when gazing bravely into the levelled muzzles of the firing squad. No bullfight, armed combat, duel, or ferocious carnivores. The director shrugged. Well, it's tranquil and dignified, I suppose, he conceded finally. Then the practical streak in his nature came to the forefront, and his mind ran quickly over the possibilities. If I remember correctly, Socrates died in the company of a number of good friends. They discussed philosophy. I'll have my family instead. I have no idea what we will talk about. Their names are on this list. It's irregular. Nevertheless, I want them here. All right, said Mr. Hood, disappointed. I'll send for them today. I'll also see the lab about some hemlock and something authentic to hold it on. An amphora, or whatever the Greeks used. By the way, I'm not too well acquainted with Socrates. Are there any unusual details? If there are, forget them, Mr. Sims said. The family and the hemlock will be sufficient. Mr. Hood sniffed peevishly. As you wish. Be ready tomorrow. The rough woven garment was a concession to Mr. Hood, who said it was Grecian, and Mr. Sims wore it to make up for any annoyance he may have caused the director. It was rather itchy and much too warm, he thought, as he waited by the fountain at the far end of the park. The hemlock was in a bronze goblet on the parapet beside him. The family would be here soon. He wondered how they would feel about being dragged way out here. They arrived a half-hour later. Cousin Nat, his two nephews, George and Alec, their wives, and George's 5-year-old Mike. Mr. Hood was also with them, but he left the party as soon as he had shown them where Mr. Sims was waiting. The meeting was restrained. Clearly, they were not happy about making the trip. There were no smiles of greeting. While young Mike showed any distinct interest, he sat down at Mr. Sims' feet, playing havoc with a lawn with a toy dagger. "Where's the poison, Grandpa?" he asked eagerly. Mr. Sims lifted the boy up to his knees and rumpled his hair playfully in a feeble attempt to ease the tension. The others stood around silently watching. No one made any move to sit down. It was their way of telling him they hoped they wouldn't have to wait too long. Mr. Sims suddenly wished he were in one of the quiet rooms of the palace alone. Cousin Nat was the first one to break the awkward silence. "Who in hell was the madman who brought us over here?" "That's Mr. Hood, the director," Mr. Sims explained. "He's quite an artist in his way." "He's insane," Nat said flatly. "All the way over he talked about nothing but dying. Told us we could come here and die any way we wanted. If any of us wanted to go out like early Christians, he would only be too happy to set up an arena for us. He even asked me if I wanted to put my name down for a rehash of Custer's Last Stand for 2013. With real bullets." He passed his hand nervously through his thinning hair. "For God's sake, he must think I want to get scalped." "Didn't Dr. Vanstoke come with you?" Mr. Sims asked. "I wanted him to see the place where he sends everyone." "He went on an ocean cruise," young Mike said. "Dr. Vanstoke? You mean he left his practice?" "Yeah," the little boy answered. "Now the doctor took his place." Mr. Sims turned to the others for corroboration. "Is that right? I didn't think Vanstoke was a rich man. He was only around 40. He went with the money Uncle Nat gave him," the boy said. "That'll be enough, Michael," Nat ordered sternly. Mr. Sims laughed. "You're mistaken, Mike. Uncle Nat wouldn't give the doctor any money. He hasn't even got enough for himself." "But he quit his job yesterday," said the boy. Nat's voice cut in sharply. "That's enough from you. You know what they say about little boys." Mr. Sims looked steadily at Nat as though seeing him for the first time. His cousin gazed back, half sullen, half defiant. "It certainly didn't take you long to get your hands on the money," Mr. Sims said. "It looks as if I can't die soon enough. But I still don't see where Dr. Vanstoke comes into." Then suddenly there was no need to ask. The answer was clear on Nat's tight, sullen face. Mr. Sims turned to the others for help and froze as identical expressions stared back coldly from each of them, piercing him with their long-hidden envy of his success, their pent-up hatred of the dependence on him. A choking, frightened sound came from deep in Mr. Sim's throat. "For God's sake, how much did you pay him to put me away?" He jumped quickly off the parapet, knocking the little boy to the ground, and hurled the hemlock into the fountain. He pushed his way past them and started to run. Then the woven garment twisted about his legs. He tried to lift it clear, but his foot caught in the hem and he stumbled. Nat was the first to move. He picked up the little toy dagger and fell on the struggling man. Without hesitating, he plunged the knife between Mr. Sim's shoulder blades and held it till the older man was still. Then he stabbed again, without malice, without any emotion, again and again. The blade made an odd ripping sound each time it pierced the woven robe. All of them looked away. One of the women leaned over the parapet, sick. When he was finally done, Nat stood up and cleaned the knife on the grass, and then motioned them all back toward the palace. Mr. Hood met them as they walked through the foyer. "Ah, Socrates' friends," he said to Nat, who was dabbing at the front of his coat with a piece of tissue. "Was everything in order?" "There was a slight change of plan," Nat said. "He decided at the last moment to make it Julius Caesar." He held the knife up in explanation. "Julius Caesar? But they were gone, filing out through the front door, the women sobbing in their handkerchiefs. No one looked back. The door hissed quietly shut. Mr. Hood started to the sound and then walked slowly into his office, seized by a cold, limp rage. From his window he could see them going down the driveway. "Amateurs," he spat after them with deep disgust. "Damned, lousy, unimaginative amateurs." The End of The Amateurs by Alan Cogan.
I Bring Fresh Flowers by Robert F. Young. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. I Bring Fresh Flowers by Robert F. Young. You know Rosemary Brooks. You have known her for many years. It is said that when she was a little girl, her favorite poem was Barbara Frietchie, and it is told how she would sometimes poke her pretty head out of her bedroom window, survey the suburban street with her blue sky eyes, and cry, "Shoot if you must, this old gray head, but spare your country's flag." Yes, you know Rosemary. You know her very well. Like all little girls, Rosemary grew up. But Rosemary did not change. This is not to say that she did not turn into an attractive young lady. She turned into a most attractive one indeed. Fragilely beautiful, airy of tread, she should have been the reigning rose of every dance she went to, but she was not. Rarely did the young men of her acquaintance ask her to dance, and never did one of them approach her and say, "Come into the garden, Rosemary, for the black bat, night, has flown." She did not go to very many dances in any event, and looking back, one realizes that the few she did attend, she attended primarily to please her mother. The reason behind Rosemary's wallflowerhood is simple. The young men of her acquaintance knew that with her, God and the United States of America came first, and that accompanying her through life, or even accompanying her home from a dance for that matter, meant being relegated to a back seat. It is all right for little girls to be Barbara Frietchies, you see, but not for big ones. During her short and dedicated life, Rosemary poked her pretty head out of quite a number of windows. After the Barbara Frietchie window came the Girl Scouts of America window, and after the Girl Scouts of America window came the Young People's Civil War Society window, and after the Young People's Civil War Society window came the Citizens for Patriotic Progress window. Last of all came the Astronet Training Center window. Set up by Project Rain Dance in 1969, after prejudice against women going into space had abated, the Astronet Training Center had for its purpose the finding, training, and conditioning of 6 female pilots for a series of 6 manned weather control satellite shots, the first of which was scheduled to take place sometime in February of '71. After exhaustive screening, 100 volunteers were accepted. 15 of them passed the exacting physical and psychological tests, and from the ranks of the 15, the 6 astronets were chosen. Incredibly, when one considers her delicateness, and fails to consider her patriotic fervor, Rosemary not only made the grade, but was selected to accompany the first weather control satellite to be placed in orbit. All of this is history now. Faded words on newsprint, old photographs, a dozen dusty articles in as many magazines. But at the time, it captured the attention of the whole wide world. It is said that Madison Avenue nearly went out of its mind trying to circumvent the regulation that prohibited astronets from underwriting testimonials to toothpaste, cosmetics, and cigarettes. This is not to be wondered at. If Rosemary could have been legally enticed, for example, into letting her picture appear in a cigarette ad, cigarette consumption probably would have doubled overnight. It is one thing to be an obscure Barbara Frietchie, and quite another to be a famous one, and the patriotic devotion shining in a person's eyes can, through the thaumaturgy of photography and touch-up, be transmuted into a sensual gleam. February of '71 arrived at last, as all months must, and a specific date was set for the launching. Psychological winter had come and gone, but no singing of birds could be heard. Even as far south as Canaveral, gray skies were the rule, and gray rain fell intermittently. Countdown was begun regardless. And then, miraculously it seemed, the skies cleared, and the day of the launching dawned bright and clear. There is a photograph of Rosemary standing in her snow-white spacesuit at the base of the gantry, her space helmet resting in the crook of her arm. The photograph is in color, and the blueness of her eyes is not one whit different in shade and texture from the blueness of the sky behind her. This is as it should be. Looking at her hair, one thinks of sunrises and sunsets. This is as it should be, too. When remembering Rosemary, it is fitting that one should think of the sun and the sky. It is equally fitting that one should think of the snow and the rain, for Rosemary is nothing if she is not all of these things. The launching was a good one. The Rainbow Six rode its Saturn booster like a bird on jet-fire wings, and the bright star of its passage seemed to linger in the morning sky long after the booster had fallen away. The television cameras caught the action beautifully, and the American public, reminded once again that the noblest thing a person can do is to risk his life for his country, looked on in awe and admiration. The orbit was a good one, too. Apogee, 203 miles. Perigee, 191 miles. Rosemary radioed back that she was A-OK. She was supposed to complete 3 orbits, then climb into the escape capsule, jettison it and herself, re-enter the atmosphere, and parachute into the Atlantic. There a task force waited eagerly to pick her up. Her mission was to orientate the satellite's weather factor instruments to the existent cloud patterns and jet streams. Once this was accomplished, the telemetric readings would, through the medium of the main weather control station in Oregon, dictate future weather. Weather control had been in effect since the middle '60s, but the telemetric readings of the unmanned weather control satellites, owing to faulty orientation, had fallen far short of the 100% accuracy needed to make the regulation of rain and sunshine something more than a half-realized dream, and it was hoped that the present satellite, given a human boost, would bring the dream to fruition. One can picture Rosemary high in the sky, faithfully carrying out her assignment. One can see her sitting there before the instrument panel of the Rainbow Six, looking at dawns and sunsets and stars. One can see the slow drift of cloud and continent beneath her. Australia now, and now the vast blueness of the Pacific, and now the west coast riding out of mists of distances and air, and beyond it the vast green blur of the land that gave her birth. Little Barbara Frietchie riding on a star. Far beneath her now highways wind, rivers run down to seas, patternings of field and forest blend into pale blue-greens. Fresh-water lakes look up at her with blue and wondering eyes. Now the sea of night drifts forth to meet her. Bravely she sets sail upon the dark waves in her little silvery ship. Brief night, soft sunrise, new day. I bring fresh showers for the thirsting flowers from the seas and the streams. I bear light shade for the leaves when laid in their noonday dreams. Little Barbara Frietchie riding on a star. Jettisoning took place exactly on schedule. The weather control satellite continued on its orbital way, and Rosemary plummeted earthward in the escape capsule. That much, at least, is known. But what took place during re-entry, whether the retro-rockets failed to fire, whether the attitude controls malfunctioned, or whether the heat shield proved to be defective, is not known and never will be known. All that is known is that Rosemary became a falling star. The nation mourned. The whole wide world mourned. Project Rain Dance was discontinued. It would have been discontinued in any event, for Rosemary had obviated any further need for it. She had done her job well, Rosemary had, and in the doing of it she had placed the weather in the palm of mankind's outstretched hand. That spring the rains were soft and warm, and the flowers grew riotously upon the face of the earth. Grass knew a greenness it had never known before, and trees dressed each day in lovelier and lovelier dresses. The rains fell in the cities and on the plains, in valleys and in little towns, on fields and forests and lawns, and when the land had drunk its fill, the sun came out as warm and as bright as Rosemary's hair, and the sky turned as blue as her eyes. Yes, you know Rosemary, and you are in love with her in a way. If you are not, you should be. She is the sun coming up in the morning, and the sun going down at night. She is the gentle rain against your face in spring. She is the snow falling on Christmas Eve. She is every glorious rainbow you see in the rain-washed sky. She is that pattern of tree shade over there. Each morning, when you are lying fast asleep in your trundle bed, she tiptoes into your room, her golden sandals soundless on the bedroom floor, and wakes you with a golden kiss. Sunlight is her laughter, her voice the patter of the rain. Soft you now, she speaks. I am the daughter of the earth and water, and the nursling of the sky. I pass through the pores of the ocean and shores, I change, but I cannot die. End of I Bring Fresh Flowers by Robert F. Young. Recording by Roger Melin.
The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Ali M. The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. It was quite by accident I discovered this incredible invasion of Earth by life forms from another planet. As yet, I haven't done anything about it. I can't think of anything to do. I wrote to the government, and they sent back a pamphlet on the repair and maintenance of frame houses. Anyhow, the whole thing is known. I'm not the first to discover it. Maybe it's even under control. I was sitting in my easy chair, idly turning the pages of a paper-backed book someone had left on the bus, when I came across the reference that first put me on the trail. For a moment, I didn't respond. It took some time for the full import to sink in. After I'd comprehended, it seemed odd I hadn't noticed it right away. The reference was clearly to a non-human species of incredible properties not indigenous to Earth. A species, I hastened to point out, customarily masquerading as ordinary human beings. Their disguise, however, became transparent in the face of the following observations by the author. It was at once obvious the author knew everything, and was taking it in his stride. The line, and I tremble remembering it even now, read, "His eyes slowly roved about the room." Vague chills assailed me. I tried to picture the eyes. Did they roll like dimes? The passage indicated not. They seemed to move through the air, not over the surface. Rather rapidly, apparently. No one in the story was surprised. That's what tipped me off. No sign of amazement at such an outrageous thing. Later, the matter was amplified. His eyes moved from person to person. There it was in a nutshell. The eyes had clearly come apart from the rest of him, and were on their own. My heart pounded and my breath choked in my windpipe. I had stumbled on an accidental mention of a totally unfamiliar race. Obviously non-terrestrial. Yet to the characters in the book it was perfectly natural, which suggested they belonged to the same species. And the author? A slow suspicion burned in my mind. The author was taking it rather too easily in his stride. Evidently, he felt this was quite a usual thing. He made absolutely no attempt to conceal this knowledge. The story continued. Presently, his eyes fastened on Julia. Julia, being a lady, had at least the breeding to feel indignant. She is described as blushing and knitting her brows angrily. At this, I sighed with relief. They weren't all non-terrestrials. The narrative continues. Slowly, calmly, his eyes examined every inch of her. Great Scott! But here the girl turned and stomped off and the matter ended. I lay back in my chair, gasping with horror. My wife and family regarded me in wonder. What's wrong, dear? My wife asked. I couldn't tell her. Knowledge like this was too much for the ordinary run-of-the-mill person. I had to keep it to myself. Nothing, I gasped. I leaped up, snatched the book, and hurried out of the room. In the garage, I continued reading. There was more. Trembling, I read the next revealing passage. He put his arm around Julia. Presently she asked him if he would remove his arm. He immediately did so with a smile. It's not said what was done with the arm after the fellow had removed it. Maybe it was left standing upright in the corner. Maybe it was thrown away. I don't care. In any case, the full meaning was there, staring me right in the face. Here was a race of creatures capable of removing portions of their anatomy at will. Eyes, arms, and maybe more, without batting an eyelash. My knowledge of biology came in handy at this point. Obviously, they were simple beings, unicellular, some sort of primitive single-celled things. Beings no more developed than starfish. Starfish can do the same thing, you know. I read on, and came to this incredible revelation, tossed off coolly by the author without the faintest tremor. Outside the movie theater we split up. Part of us went inside, part over to the cafe for dinner. Binary fission, obviously. Splitting in half and forming two entities. Probably each lower half went to the cafe, it being farther, and the upper halves to the movies. I read on, hands shaking. I had really stumbled onto something here. My mind reeled as I made out this passage. I'm afraid there's no doubt about it. Poor Bibney has lost his head again. Which was followed by, and Bob says he has utterly no guts. Yet Bibney got around as well as the next person. The next person, however, was just as strange. He was soon described as totally lacking in brains. There was no doubt of the thing in the next passage. Julia, whom I had thought to be the one normal person, reveals herself as also being an alien life form, similar to the rest. Quite deliberately, Julia had given her heart to the young man. It didn't relate what the final disposition of the organ was, but I didn't really care. It was evident Julia had gone right on living in her usual manner, like all the others in the book. Without heart, arms, eyes, brains, viscera, dividing up into when the occasion demanded, without a qualm. Thereupon she gave him her hand. I sickened. The rascal now had her hand as well as her heart. I shudder to think what he's done with them by this time. He took her arm. Not content to wait, he had to start dismantling her on his own. Flushing crimson, I slammed the book shut and leapt to my feet, but not in time to escape one last reference to those carefree bits of anatomy whose travels had originally thrown me on the track. Her eyes followed him all the way down the road and across the meadow. I rushed from the garage and back inside the warm house, as if the accursed things were following me. My wife and children were playing Monopoly in the kitchen. I joined them and played with frantic fervor, brow feverish, teeth chattering. I had had enough of the thing. I wanted to hear no more about it. Let them come on. Let them invade Earth. I don't want to get mixed up in it. I have absolutely no stomach for it. End of The Eyes Have It by Philip K. Dick. Recording by Allie M.
Small Voice, Big Man by Stuart Pierce Brown. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Bischoff. Car 43 cruised slowly up 8th Avenue. At the wheel, Patrolman Vince Ferraro thought mixed thoughts about Patricia Ann Burke. Beside him, Sergeant Gus Kleber watched the city in a bored and automatic way, his mind on Augustus Jr., about to take his bar exams. The radio crackled in a low key. The evening traffic was light. Few people were on the streets. The sergeant turned heavily in his seat. "You hear that?" "What?" "A guy singing over the radio." Ferraro shook his head. He pulled over and they listened. Routine police calls squawked from the speaker. Kleber frowned. No, this was singing. There. Faintly, behind the official monotone, they heard a man's voice singing. "You know who that sounds like?" "Van Ritchie." "Van Ritchie? Come on, he's dead." "Could be a record. Anyway, he ain't dead. He made a movie here a while back." 10 years ago?" "Yeah, but he ain't dead." "He isn't singing on the radio either." Kleber stared at the radio. The singing had faded out. Ferraro eased the car back into the stream of traffic and his thoughts back to Patricia Ann. They were interrupted again as he drove past the garden. "I tell you," Kleber said, "that was Van Ritchie." Oh, great, Ferraro thought. Now he won't be able to let up on that for a week. "It's cold in here," the girl said. The man at the easel didn't answer. She hugged herself and tucked her feet under her, frowning petulantly. "Alex?" "Put a sweater on," the man said, without looking away from his painting. His voice echoed in the huge loft. "I've got one on." "There's a blanket there." With a sigh, the girl lay back on the bed, pulling the blanket around her. She draped one arm over her eyes, shielding them from the banks of fluorescent lights. Under her ear, on the not-very-clean pillow, she tucked a tiny pocket radio. In the corner, water dripped from a tap into the chipped basin. Dimly, the sounds of the traffic on 10th Avenue floated up to them. Almost an hour passed. When she looked up, the man was standing back, frowning at the canvas. "That's enough for now," she said gently. He dropped his brushes on the taboret and wiped his hands absently, his eyes on the half-finished painting. "Alex?" "Keep me warm." Only then did he look at her. He came and stood over the bed, faintly smiling. She lifted a corner of the blanket like a tent flap. They lay watching the lopsided moon inching over the edge of the streaked and gritty skylight. In the dark, she giggled. "What's so funny?" "I just heard Van Ritchie, right in the middle of the news." "Get that thing out of here. He just came right in while the man was talking. Give it to—" "Listen." She held the radio to his ear. He listened briefly, then turned the radio off and put it on the table. Later, when he got up for a cigarette, he saw it on the light of the match. "How did you know that was him? You weren't even born then." But she was asleep. Harry Freed locked up on the dot of 9. He left a nightlight over the rear counter, connected the alarm, and walked wearily to the car. The traffic was lighter tonight, thank God. He was exhausted. Waiting for the light at 7th Avenue, he leaned his head back against the seat and closed his eyes. It would be nice if Edith had a cup of hot cocoa ready for him, but tonight was Perry Como. She'd be glued to the set. A horn honked behind him. He started, jerked forward, and stalled the car. The light changed back to red before he could get it started again. People at the crosswalk stared at him. He felt himself blushing. Edith was right. They should have bought her brother's car last spring and got rid of this one. The pavements were still wet, repeating the lights of Times Square in blurred patches of color. The rain had killed the day's receipts. He dreaded telling Edith. They said tomorrow would be better. He switched on the radio to get the news and weather. The traffic moved slower now. He looked nervously at his watch. Even with Perry Como, she didn't like it when he was late. Why hadn't Sald made both deliveries today? Why only one? Reminder, see Hodges at the bank tomorrow, and write Ruth. Ask about his nephew's broken arm. Horns again, a cop waving him on. God, he was tired. His eyes, Edith wanted him to get glasses. Clearing with some cloudiness, wind from the north. Van Ritchie singing. Why are they always digging up 9th Avenue? Maybe 11th would be better. Crazy taxis. Look at that nut, cutting in and out. Van Ritchie? He twisted the dial. Wheat was off, but cotton was higher. Our love came much too soon. Next news at 10:30. Real unfiltered tobacco flavor. He heard him again, though. He was sure of it. He told Edith about it when he got home. She said he was crazy. Van Ritchie had retired long ago. The book had pictures of things he knew with the English names beneath them. Each word was spelled the way it was pronounced. The rug wrapped around him, and the book spread on top of the radiator. Gabriel Sangre said the word aloud, slowly, trying to remember what Miss Alvarez had said. Where the mark was louder. He was hungry, but he did not eat. What was left in the windowsill box had to last until Friday. Chair. Table. Couch. He shivered, forcing his knees between the uprights of the radiator. In bed, he knew he would be warmer, but also he would fall asleep. He wanted to finish the lesson. He did not want to disappoint Miss Alvarez. Tomorrow would be hard again, a long day with the stacks of trays and the heavy dishes and the miles of running around the big kitchen with the old Italian barking at him and the waiters pushing him and cursing him, but he could not go to bed. He rested his forehead on the book. The heat bathed his face. It felt good. It made him forget the cold wind outside and the gray and gritty buildings. It felt like the sun. The island sun that warmed him as he worked with his father in the fields. Down the long rows, side by side, the sound of the sea far away and the shrill voices of his sisters coming faintly across the valley. The tears came again. He could not stop them, but this time as they came he heard music, singing, a man singing. Faintly, like the sound of his sisters far away, it was in English. It was not a song he had ever heard on the Sebastianos radio. It was not one from the jukebox at El Puerto, uptown. It was a small voice, a gentle voice, and he liked it. Once or twice he caught a word he knew. He sat there with his head bowed forward, the rug wrapped around him, crying for the sun and listening to the singing in his head. The secretary was nice to him. He could tell she had heard of him, not heard him. She was too young, but heard of him. Well, small favors. She called him Mr. Ritchie, which nobody in Hollywood would have done. Felt was nice, too. Up from his chair, hand out. Some of them just sat there and let you come to them, but he had that same quick, searching look as they shook hands. "63, Van Ritchie said. Felt smiled, but did not quite blush. I figured it had to be around that. For what it's worth, you don't look it. Thanks. Ritchie sat down. Felt returned to his chair behind the desk. I talked to Marvin on the coast last night. You're it for us, he says. Good. I hope so. Yeah, we do too. It's been a while. Felt looked at the paper in front of him. 1941. I did some stock out there after the war. Yeah, but the last feature was 41, and you were still a crooner, Ritchie smiled with one corner of his mouth. Felt smiled too. Yeah, a crooner. This one's only got 2 songs, you know. I know. It's mostly light comedy. Marv explained all that. Yeah, well, Felt carefully squared the paper with the corner of his blotter. 1941, you know, that's sort of a while ago. Yes, it is, Ritchie said evenly. Look, Mr. Felt, if you're trying to tell me that I'll have to read for it, just say so. Okay, I just said so. Ritchie fitted a cigarette into his holder. His lighter failed, and Felt held a match for him. Thanks. He exhaled a cloud of smoke. Who for? Oh, Abe, me, probably the producing team. It's always a team today. They don't just have a producer anymore, do they? Just a few of us, 6 people, maybe 7. Just lines? Well, mostly, yeah. We may have a piano there. The corner of Ritchie's mouth turned up again. I can carry a tune, you know. Felt laughed. Sure, but just to see how it sounds and all. Ritchie stared at him, not smiling. Felt turned off his own laughter. He shrugged. What the hell, Van? 1941. We got a bundle in this one. We're taking no chances. None. Outside, the secretary's typewriter chattered unevenly. Ritchie blew a smoke ring. Okay, he said, feeling suddenly tired. Anytime you say. Felt walked to the elevators with him. Incidentally, Van, I hate to ask, but what's with the sauce problem these days? Ritchie shook his head. 7 years. 8 now, in fact. Oh, great. That's great. And for your information, it never was what you'd call a problem. Well, the papers and all, you know. We couldn't tell. The elevator doors hissed open. Thanks for coming up, fella. See you tomorrow. Halfway down, the only other man in the car looked up, startled. Pardon? I said, son of a bitch, Van Ritchie said, with feeling. Good God, you can't even hear him, one of the men whispered. Someone else in the darkened theater called, Hold it. Can you give it a little more, Van? We can't hear it out here. Van Ritchie squinted toward the seats. Are the mics up? All the way. You're going to have to push it. The piano resumed. Ritchie's voice was true but small. The whisperer groaned. He could use that old megaphone right about now. When the number was over, Ritchie came down from the stage and joined them. You need help, Van, Felt said bluntly. What about it, Ben? They all turned to a man sitting alone several rows back. You don't want a lapel mic? Ben asked, coming slowly down the aisle. Too much cable trailing around. There will be dancers all over that stage. Lavalier the same thing? The same thing. Look, why hide it? Asked the man who'd mentioned the megaphone. Just fly a pencil mic. When he's ready, drop it down. It breaks the mood, one of the writers said. Nuts the mood. You can't hear him. There's one thing we can do. A microphone out of the sky, the writer groaned. All right, a floor mic then. There is one thing, the electrician began again. What's that, Ben? Well, it isn't cheap. Of course not, the senior member of the producing team said. You mind if you look a little fat, Mr. Ritchie? Not if they can hear me, Ben. What's the gimmick? They listened grimly to the electrician's plan. Felt glanced at Ritchie. He looked old and tired and small. God, Felt thought, I hope we haven't pulled a rock. For your information, Sergeant Kleber said, Van Ritchie hasn't made a record in 26 years, 1936. Fine, great, Ferraro answered. Inwardly he groaned. It was weeks now. And he sure ain't dead. Okay, you looked it up, and he's alive. Ferraro moved the car skillfully through the traffic. Fine, I'm glad to hear it. Looked it up nothing. He just opened a show right here on 46th. That's him in person we've been hearing. I told you, I know that voice. Yeah, you told me. Look, why don't you admit you were wrong for once? The hell do you mean? I heard the singing. I said that. All you said was he was dead, or it was a record or something. Where'd you get all this about he's in a show? Drive by. Turn in 46th. It's right on the sign. Turn in. Oh, nuts, thought Ferraro. Why do I care if this guy is in a show? There. See? Slow down. I can see it. They moved on down the block, past the other theaters. Ferraro shrugged. Okay, he's still around. Sure is, and that's him we hear singing. But at night, how could he be on the radio if he's in a show? They wouldn't be doing a broadcast from the stage every night. Typical, thought Kleber. In the wrong, so now he attacks. He couldn't say I was wrong, or you were right, or sorry, or anything. Okay, he's still around. Big deal, and now boring in about the broadcasting. Well, the hell with him. They were getting too many of his kind from the academy nowadays. The know-it-all, you heard it here first type. He was coming up for an advance in pay grade on the 1st of the month. He had big plans to get married. Well, let him stay in the barrel a while longer. It wouldn't hurt him. Pat or Peg or whatever her name was could wait. He made a mental note to get Ferraro's fitness report form from the clerk when they got back to the precinct house. Can you turn that down a little? The girl shrugged and turned the volume control on the tiny radio. A sudden blare of sounds crashed and echoed in the quiet studio. Sorry, she called, hastily twisting the knob the other way. Damn it, Nell. You do that every time. You've had that thing a year now. Every time. You always exaggerate when you're mad. The other one was just the opposite is all. He didn't answer. He turned back to the canvas and worked silently for several minutes. It was not going well, but he kept at it, doggedly, frowning in concentration, his lower lip trapped between his teeth. Suddenly he whirled. Nell, turn that thing down or get it out of here. It is down. I can't get it any softer. Then shut it off. Why should I? I want to... I said shut it off. I want to hear if Van Ritchie comes on with the news again. What kind of foolishness? Ye gods, can't a person even breathe around here anymore? You're so mad about that lousy painting. Nell. His voice was taut, but he didn't shout. It is. It's lousy, and you know it. That's what makes you so... Nell? He started across the room toward her. You're not going to take it out on me. It's not my fault if you can't paint. I don't think. Alex. She only partially blocked the blow. Holding his wrist, she tried to bite his arm. He flung her off, sending her reeling against the bed. Lousy painting, she screamed. She threw the radio at the canvas. It stinks so bad it makes me sick. It's awful. Her face was twisted and flushed, and her body jerked with the violence of her shouting. She tried to run then, but he caught her and spun her around. He hit her with his fist and knocked her down. He stood above her, breathing in great gulps, his eyes blazing. She didn't cry. She got to her feet slowly, stumbling once when she was erect. She walked behind him, and he heard the water running in the basin. He didn't turn around. Her footsteps crossed the room. That's the last time, Alex, she said in a small, lifeless voice. He heard the door close. It was a miracle, Gabriel decided. The singing was a miracle. It was to tell him to go on, to keep studying, to stay in New York, and make Miss Alvarez proud of him. And when he could speak and read English well, then he would get a better job. A job in an office, maybe, where it was quiet, and people were kind, and he could go home at 5 o'clock. He would have enough money to go to the movies every night. And so he worked hard at the words and the sentences, while the radiator and the singing in his head kept him warm. Every night, at the same time, he heard the singing. He understood more and more of the words. But it was not the words that helped him through the cold and loneliness. It was the voice. It seemed to be singing just for him. It was inside his head. Nobody else heard it. It was like a friend he didn't have to share with anyone. When the tests came, he got the second highest marks in the class. Only one girl scored better. Miss Alvarez shook his hand and was glad for him. Later, he told her about the singing. She looked up at him curiously, but she didn't laugh. He even sang the parts he could remember. She did not know the songs. It wasn't until he'd been working in the travel office almost 6 months that she came by and told him they were from one of the big plays downtown. She had seen it and had come all the way to his office to tell him. That made him feel very good. Listen, if you don't get a clerk in there, you're all jumpy. That's why you keep hearing that singing. Edie, I told you. That's got nothing to do with it, Harry Freed said. The man said there was absolutely nothing wrong with the radio. No one else hears anything. I never get it on the set upstairs. I know what I heard, that's all. 4 times now. You're just getting sicker. That's all that proves. Honey, I don't think you should say things like that. Yeah, well, I don't think you should hear voices either. Why don't you see a doctor? My God, consider somebody else's feelings for a change. How do you think it would make me feel having a husband everybody knew was mentally ill around this town? That never occurred to you, did it? You're too busy thinking of yourself. I try to get you to a doctor. I worry about it until I'm practically sick myself. But oh no, you're all right. You just hear voices, that's all. So you don't care what anybody else is going through. Not you. Harry sat very still. Then slowly he stood up. Put your coat on, he said. What do you mean put... Just what I said. Put your coat on. Oh, Harry, stop. I don't like to be talked to like that, and you know it. Edith. He walked across the room until he was standing very close to her. Edith, put your coat on and get in the car. We're going into New York, and you're going to hear Van Ritchie on that radio if I have to tie you in the seat. You're out of your mind. You must be out of your mind. Have you been drinking or something? He stepped closer. Instinctively, she stepped back. They stared at each other. After a moment, she went over to the closet. Well, if that's the way you're going to be, she said, taking down her hat and coat. I still say it's the silliest thing. He found the corners of his mouth were dry. His knees felt watery, but he drove steadily and surely through the heavy traffic. She kept repeating how silly it was. He showed her the theater with Van Ritchie's name out front. They drove back and forth along his homeward route. 3 times they heard Van Ritchie sing. On the way back, she began talking again. Shut up, he said, without raising his voice, without looking at her. She gasped, but she knew enough to remain silent. The critics called it the best musical since My Fair Lady. They had special praise for Van Ritchie. He has made the transition from crooner to comedian with grace and style. The years have left the familiar voice intact. Bless our boy, Ben, Felt said. He sat on the bed, the newspaper strewn on the floor at his feet. The cast party crashed and roared in the next room. Van Ritchie and his electric voice, Ritchie said, dropping the phone back in the cradle. He'd been trying to call California since midnight. Now listen, Felt said. I know. It's a hit, sure. Ritchie was looking out the window. The senior producer's apartment commanded a view of 2/3 of Manhattan. The blinking signals of a plane headed for Idlewild. A set of lights far downtown told him it was 1:57. Seconds later, it told him the temperature was 39 degrees. What now? Felt asked. What? The big sigh. Oh, I was just thinking. It's all different this time. We're all 30 years older, Dad. No, something else, too. What would you call it? The immediacy. You want to call it that, you call it that. Only what the hell are you talking about? Well, back with the band in the old days, you were right there. They were right there, swaying there in front of the stand, and you were singing right to them. I saw kids falling in love right in front of me. Maybe they got married after that. Maybe they didn't get married, but I was reaching them. I was communicating. When I hear an actor use the word communicate, I leave the room. This time around, I can't get any feeling that I'm reaching anybody, that it makes any difference. The party sounds burst in on them. The producer stood in the doorway. What, are you memorizing those reviews? Come on, everybody's asking where you are. Here we are. Yeah, but come on, they want you, Van. Seaby's at the piano. You're on. Sing Melancholy Baby, Van Ritchie said, but he went out into the bright, crowded room and over to the piano. In a corner of the room, Ben listened, smiling and tapping his foot to the rhythm of the song. The room had quieted down while Van Ritchie was singing. There was a crash of applause when he finished. Such a little voice, a woman said to Ben. He recognized her as one of the writer's wives. What did you do for it, Ben? Arthur said you did something perfectly amazing. Ben shrugged. Not so amazing. We had a little belt made, about... He stretched the thumb and middle finger of one hand. 6 inches high, maybe 1.5 inches thick. It was a transmitter, actually a miniature radio station. But I never saw any wires. What did he have, batteries? Transistors, like the astronauts in the space capsules. He wore the whole thing under his clothes. We had an amplifier in the wings to pick up the signal and beam it out to the house speakers. Ben laughed. It probably loused up a few radios in the neighborhood, but it worked. I think it's just incredible, that little voice. Years later, when the New York dentist replaced Gabriel's old steel fillings, he explained to him about the music. Gabriel had been receiving radio signals in the bits of metal in his head, he said. He was very scientific about it, even drawing a little diagram to show him how the radiator had helped ground him. Gabriel listened politely and smiled, but said nothing. To him, it was all still a miracle. End of Small Voice, Big Man. Handyman by Frank Banta. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Daniel Bischoff. Handyman by Frank Banta. James Ypsilanti swung at the door with the stake cuber. Or was it the cube staker? No matter. The door was a good hardwood door and resisted his onslaught well. But time was on his side. He had the energy and the time, he knew, and sooner or later the door would be kindling. It was the door to his room. It was evident to him that he did not need the door to his room, and that he did need heat. In fact, he had better get some heat pretty soon, although he was keeping warm enough for the present by beating on the door. So he would beat this door to kindling, and then he would build a nice, cozy fire in the hall that would keep him warm for a long time, if he was stingy with his fuel. The carpenter came by. The carpenter was always coming by, except when you wanted him, Jim realized. The carpenter was a mighty, mighty busy fellow. The carpenter stopped when he saw Jim demolishing the door. In fact, he came to a grinding halt. "Jim, why didn't you tell me?" "Carpenter, how was I to know where you were? Who can ever find you?" "I know, Jim. Jim, you work so hard." "Yes," he said, pounding. "Take this hatchet, Jim. A hatchet is what you demolish doors with. Goodbye." The carpenter departed. James Ypsilanti swung on the door with his newly acquired hatchet. Soon he was ready for his fire. He struck a match, and in no time had the pile of varnished kindling blazing smokily in the hall. He held his hands over the blaze. "Ah, good, good, good." He closed his eyes. "What could be better than this?" Then he opened them again, regretfully. "It's dinner time. I guess I'd better fix it while I have my fire going." He hurried to the kitchen and chose a can of eggs, bacons, and pancakes from the massive stores. Opening the large can, he heated it over his hall fire. Then he dumped the contents on his tin plate and ate. "Murder," he thought somberly. "That's what I'm in for. Practically murder with consent. She said she couldn't live without me. Margie begged me to kill her, you might as well say. Good old Margie. A good kid. But I killed her. And now, well, that's life." He speared a pancake. "Damn, it's cold." He threw an armload of wood on the fire, and it blazed up. "Sure wish these carpenters had feelings. My lord, they got no feelings at all." The carpenter arrived with a new hardwood door. Whistling cheerily, he began to install it where the other one had just been hatcheted away. "Carpenter, that door won't be staying there long. I'm almost out of fuel." "I hope you don't expect me to be surprised, Jim, if this door doesn't last very long." The previous 22 doors at this location, Jim, did not last very long either. Still whistling to himself, he installed the last of the hinge screws. "Why don't you just give me the doors instead of causing yourself all this work?" demanded James Ypsilanti. "Inmates will not be issued materials, Jim. I've quoted that section of the rules to you many times, Jim." "But couldn't you just lean the door up against the door jamb and leave it?" argued the inmate. "You go to a ridiculous amount of trouble." "It is not ridiculous, Jim. I am a carpenter, Jim. Goodbye." After lunch, James Ypsilanti crawled into his tunnel. He liked to go in there every day and daydream. The tunnel ended abortively at the wall of the prison, for the prison wall extended down into solid bedrock for a meter, and it was fabricated of 1 meter thick compressed steel. It was the nearest thing to an exit that the prison had. Officials had always come and gone through the massive and globing wall by matter transmitters. "Smarties couldn't find me, though, when I was in my escape tunnel," he chortled, as he stretched out in the cave under the concrete. "They can walk through walls, but they couldn't find me." Then his tone became baleful. "The Smarties'll never find me." As James Ypsilanti chopped on the door next day, the carpenter stood cheerily watching. "Carpenter, why don't you fix the damn heating plant? Then I wouldn't have to be chopping up your doors all the time to keep warm." I am a carpenter, Jim, not a heat plant fixer, as you will know from our previous negotiations on the subject. What will you do, carpenter, when I've used up all your doors? The convict jibed. Why, Jim, we will have to send out for some more, the carpenter answered. Still, I wish you would let me work on that heat plant, urged Ypsilanti. I might fix it. Inmates will not be permitted to disassemble or otherwise interfere with the machinery of the institution, quoted the carpenter. Need I say more, Jim? Okay, said James Ypsilanti, resuming his destructive work on the new door. Scram, stupid. The carpenter departed. That dope, Jim said between blows, is even foggier in the head than my lousy lawyer was, and that's going some. Jim, said the carpenter, returning and sounding very pleased with himself, look here at what I have found, Jim. James Ypsilanti turned to look at what the carpenter held in his hand. It was a carpenter's square, sheathed in plastic. Found enough of them to last me a lifetime, Jim, said the carpenter complacently. I'll never have to buy any. No, you won't, agreed James Ypsilanti bitterly. Can't you get it into your head that you and I are the only ones left on Earth? After the war, the rest left. They couldn't find us when they evacuated this atomic explosion-wrecked planet, because we were in this escape-proof jug, so they went away and left us. I know, Jim. Ypsilanti studied the mobile features of the carpenter, searching intently for a sign, but the carpenter robot strolled away whistling. End of Handyman by Frank Banta.